Good. Ladies and gentlemen, if you take your seats, I'd like to begin the meeting. It's 7 o'clock. We were here until just about 12:30 last year, and I'm sure some of you would like to get home before then tonight. For those of you that would like to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, please rise. I pledge allegiance. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2026 deliberative session for the town of Wolfeboro. My name's Randy Walker. I have the pleasure of serving as your moderator this evening. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the people up front, let me introduce them to you, and when I call your name, if you'd raise your hand. On the Budget Committee, we have Chairman John McDonald, Vice Chair Brian Black, Member Tom Bell, Member Bobby Budman, Member Justin Brown, Member Robert Lohman, Member Robert Mulholland, Member Suzanne Ryan, Member Robert Tuffer, Select Board Rep Brian DeShays, and Select Board Alternate Rep Paul O'Brien. For the Board of Selectmen, we have Chairman David Senegal, Vice Chair Paul O'Brien, Brian DeShays, Linda Murray, and John Thurston. For department heads, many of whom are up in the back here, so that we have more seats for us. We also have some up front. Town Manager James Pinio, Michelle Chamberlain, who's our HR Coordinator and Finance Officer. We have Pat Waterman, our perennial Town Clerk. Brenda LaPointe, our Tax Collector. Barry Muccio, Director of Municipal Electric. Steve Randall, who is the Director of Public Works. We have Allison Rutley, who's our Library Director. We have Chief Christopher Warren as the Police Chief. We have Fire Chief Tom Zotti, Christine Collins, who's the Director of Parks and Rec. We have Amy Muccio as our Welfare Director right here. And then we have Nathan Fennessy, who is Town Council. Hopefully we won't need this evening. Only because it's going to go so smoothly. I'd also like to introduce my niece in the back, who I've appointed as assistant moderator. She's been assistant moderator for 7 years. She's also the school district moderator and ran a very smooth meeting on Saturday. Now, before we delve into any substantive matters, I would like to dispense with a few preliminary matters. Number one, there may be a few people in the audience who are not registered voters in the town, and although we are generally more than happy to have you observe democracy in action, I'd like to remind you that you are guests of the town and that you may not vote on any issue whatsoever, and if you do, it does constitute a misdemeanor. I'm therefore confident that you will receive your utmost cooperation. Out of curiosity, how many of you are not registered voters? Did you raise your hand? So we have like less than 5. When you came in, you were given 4 pieces of paper, which I want you to guard with your life. We have these ballots, which you may use for a hand count. We have these 2 pieces of paper, which if we're required to have a secret ballot, we will use these to vote yes or no on and put them in a ballot box over there. And there has been a couple of requests, depending on how the meeting goes, to have a secret ballot. So do not lose these. If you leave, please give them to the supervisors or the ballot clerks so that they're not floating loosely. Occasionally there have been some town meetings where people will leave and give one to their spouse and they're holding up 2, and of course you can't do that. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to explain, discuss, and debate the articles. But ultimately, the purpose of the meeting is to determine the form of the articles that will appear on the ballot in March. So again, the purpose is to explain, discuss, and debate, but we're not going to vote on the articles tonight. We'll vote on those in March, just trying to get the form established as to what we're going to vote on. There are 26 articles this year. Article 1, which governs the election of officers. We won't discuss that. Those people that have signed up to run for various spots will appear on the ballot. We will, however, discuss Articles 2 through 26. That's a lot of articles. And I generally will recognize the selectmen regarding the articles that they submitted, which is Articles 2 to 19, and I'll recognize to at least start off the discussion the petitioners who submitted Articles 20 through 26. Now, there are 5 contested elections. Let me just introduce the candidates to you. If you're here, you can put your hand up. For selectmen, we have 2 people running for 4 slots. We have Catherine Dragonfly, Linda Murray, Dave Senegal, and Sebastian Tordonato. For Police Commission, we have 2 people running for 1 spot. We have Tom Bell running for Police Commission, as well as Richard Eaton. For Library Trustee, we have 3 people running for 2 spots. We have Linda Wilberton, Sharon Maglione, and Michelle Hollett. Those 3 are running for 2 spots. For the supervisors of the checklist, we have 2 people running for 1 position. Well, I have on my notes, Karen Burnett Curry is running and Jillian Libby, but Pat is advising me in the left ear here that one of them is pulled out. Who's pulled out?
Karen.
Karen, so apparently that is not a contested election anymore.
Friday at 1, yep, before.
I'll just touch base on state rep. We have Bobby Budman running on the Democratic ticket, and Dale Fincher is running on the Republican side. I wish all candidates the best of luck, and thank you for offering to serve. Just want to spend a minute on what we're going to do here in March. It's very uncharacteristic that we're going to have 3 elections and 3 ballots in March. We're going to have a state election, a town election, and a school board. We have a brand new tabulator machine which we used in the primary, which worked flawlessly, but it is slow because it reads each ballot and scans it. So we're probably going to line 3 machines up here in March. School board first, the state ballot, we're probably going to do that on a hand count, and I'm going to have 2 town machines running in parallel, and you can pick either one to put your ballot in. The important thing is there probably will be long lines, and it will be very helpful if you could come in prepared as to what you're going to vote for articles, who you're going to vote for to try to get in and out to move the day along. We greatly appreciate your cooperation in that regard. Anyone that desires to amend a particular article or make a substantive motion, I would appreciate it if you would reduce it to writing and deliver it to myself or Pat so we can ensure that it's actually presented to the voters. I probably have 5 amendments that have been proposed already that I know will be coming down. I don't permit amendments to amendments on the floor at the same time, so if amendment is made, we'll vote it either up or down, move on to the next one, vote that one up or down. We do operate under the auspices of SB 2, which has 3 procedural twists. Number 1, you cannot kill an article by tabling or passing over it. 2, the default budget cannot be amended. And 3, warrant articles whose languages prescribed by law cannot be amended. No warrant article can also have its subject matter deleted. You can change the intent, you can change the purpose, the impact, but you cannot change the subject matter. Let me establish a few other procedural rules. Number 1, I do not follow any particular parliamentary set of procedural rules. 2, I generally will recognize the person who submitted a particular article. As I mentioned, the selectmen will speak first to theirs. Petitioners will speak first to theirs. For those of you that do speak, I greatly appreciate it that you only speak after I recognize you, and please use this microphone, or if you're upstairs, use the one up there. After you're recognized, please be as brief as possible. This is going to be a long evening. 3, please be kind, courteous, respectful. Avoid personal attacks or comments. After all, we're all neighbors. We should all come in as friends and leave as friends. I will read each and every article before we discuss it. It should be moved and seconded. If there's no changes to that article, as it appears on the warrant is how it'll appear on the ballot. If we should amend it today, then the amended version will appear on the ballot. For those of you that have cell phones or similar devices, this would be a great time for you to take those out, make sure they're off so that they don't go off during the meeting and disturb it. Anything that we do today requires a simple majority to either pass or fail. There's no supermajorities. And after we've had a thorough and reasonable discussion of a particular article, I would entertain a motion to call the question or terminate debate, which I treat as synonymous. But I usually waver on the side of allowing people to speak rather than precipitously or prematurely cutting off debate. You're also all aware that motions can be made prior to a motion to adjourn. So if you do want to leave with comfort that anything that we've discussed and voted on will not be reconsidered this evening, you can move to restrict reconsideration, and if that should pass, then we won't reconsider that particular motion or article this evening. And again, we'll only discuss the subject matter of issues which appeared on the warrant. It would be unfair and inappropriate to discuss things that we didn't have any notice of. Those are basically the same rules that we have been following for decades, the ones that I'd like to follow tonight. And just make sure to come on March 10th. The polls will be open from 8 o'clock to 7 in the morning. So with that having been said, I just seen if you were paying attention. So 8 in the morning to 7 at night. So I'll move right on to Article 2, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $35,913,502. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget should be $34,043,647,000, which is the same as last year's operating budget, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is $3.21 per $1,000 of assessed valuation. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a 5-0 vote, recommended by the Budget Committee on a 9-1 vote. The majority vote is required. So, would somebody like to move this article? Been moved by John McDonald. Is there a second? Second by Brian Black. And I understand that there's a housekeeping measure right off the bat, that at the bottom of this, where it says estimated tax rate of $3.21, that should read $3.14.
No, $3.
John,
The opposite. The opposite.
is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So John McDonald has moved that amendment. Brian Black is second. Is there any discussion on that housekeeping amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, so that is now amended to read $3.14. So John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On behalf of the Budget Committee and myself, I want to welcome you to tonight's meeting. I appreciate you coming out on this kind of a chilly night. Before we start, you should have a couple of documents. You should have the regular Town of Wolfeboro budget that has the slides, and then you should have an introduction to the Budget Committee, the supplemental. That contains some of the process we went through, and also the increases as we go through the budget that you'll see. And again, if you have any questions, please go through the moderator, and we'll do our best to answer them for you. I'd heard some concerns around town, particularly on Facebook, I guess, about our tax rate. And hopefully there's a slide behind me that shows some different tax rates. Right now, Wolfeboro has the 10th lowest tax rate in the state of New Hampshire out of 200, I think it's 230 towns. It looks like 6 of the communities are located in Carroll County. I don't want to get in how they figure out the tax rate, but it's based on your reevaluation, the value of your town. As you see, Moultonborough is the lowest one in the state. And does anyone know why? Because they've got the most shore frontage. They've got all the Ball Peak, down Multiple Neck Road, and all the way down through there. So we should be commended that we're in the top 10 out of 230. Go on to the next slide, please. This is the estimated tax rate by article. As you know, we just changed the 321 to 314. And if you look over to the left, it has a breakdown of what each article is going to cost if it passes. some are 2 cents, some are 4 cents. That's 4 cents per thousand. And you just have to subtract those numbers because that's going to be a little bit lower, the estimated tax rate increase. Jim, do you have that?
Yeah, it's up, Tom.
It's going to be 50 cents?
Oh, for the warrant articles?
Yeah,
The individual warrant articles themselves is 60 cents.
60 cents, okay. So if everything passes, the budget and all these warrant articles, over to the right of your sheet, it'll show you how much the tax rate's going to go up. And that's indicated by 60 cents. If you go down below, it shows the different values of your homes. 300,000, your taxes will go up $180 a year. 450,000, 270, 700,000, $420, and a $1 million home is going to go up $600 a year. We had some questions at our public hearing about how we budget. New Hampshire's what's called a Dillon state, okay? And what that means is us as a community or town and municipality can only do what the state of New Hampshire, the legislature, tells us we can do, okay? We're not a home rule state. And a lot of folks that move up here from other states, they remember they came from a home rule state, which is completely different than the Dillon state. Home rule state, the state says, go ahead and do what you want to do, and if they don't like what you're doing, they preempt it. So it's important to remember that we're a Dillon state, and everything that we do in our community has to be approved by the legislature, okay? We had a question about how the budget is prepared. There's a particular RSA 32:5-3, that's required by the state of New Hampshire, the DRA, that's the Department of Revenue. All appropriations recommended shall be stipulated on a gross basis, showing anticipated revenues from all sources, including grants, gifts, bequests, and bond issues, which shall be shown as an offsetting revenue to appropriations affected. The budget shall be prepared according to the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Revenue Administration under RSA 541-A, relative to the required forms and information to be submitted for recommended appropriations and anticipated revenues for each town. So that's what we do as far as in the budget committee of the town, is we have to follow these rules, and everything we submit, the revenues, all have to match up when they go down to Concord for the approval by the Department of Revenue. The next slide is what we estimate for revenues coming in. General fund will be $5,481,850. Water fund revenues, $1,815,112. Electric fund revenues, $11,147,263. Sewer fund revenues, $1,991,897. Pop whaling revenues, $549,974. So all these different funds, we put the money up front to run them as a business, okay? And that's what we do. We generate revenue after paying the guys to do the poles, electrical, the water and sewer. So we generate $20,986,096 in revenue. What you then want to do is take that $20,986,096, subtract it from $35,913,502. And actually what we have to raise for taxes for this budget is $14,927,406. This is next chart is a comparison of the different budgets that we've had over last year. The approved default budget 2025 was $33,650,063. This year the department had requested $36,056,769. There we go. Sorry about that. The town manager's budget was $37,079,956. And the select board came in at $36,022,538. And we're recommending $35,913,502. And then the default budget is $34,043,647, which is a difference of $393,584, or 1.1%. Our recommended budget is an increase of 6.73%. So again, the default and the recommended budget are only about $400,000 off. So we've really done a lot of cutting and a lot of adjustments to get this budget to go through. Next slide, please. There's a pie graph that shows you where your money goes. 57% of your tax money goes to the general fund. And then we have the water fund at 5%, the electric fund at 31%, sewer fund at 6%, Pop Whalen fund at 1%. And over to the right of your sheet, it shows how much the general fund is. The budget, $20,409,255. The water fund, $1,815,112. Electric fund, $11,147,263. Sewer fund, $1,991,587. And then Pop Whalen, $549,975. And then it gives you the proposed budget for 2026, and then the previous budget, the default budget for 2025, which shows an increase of $2,261,975, or 6.72% over the default budget. Then there's another breakdown of 2026 increase, or 7.6% over the 2025 budget, excuse me. Okay, Jim, could you walk us through the next few slides?
Sure. Good evening, Jim Pineo, Town Manager. I'm going to try to take you through some of the expenses to operate the general fund. We've broken this out a little bit differently this year, so I'll go through these changes and then hand it back off to John, and he and the Budget Committee will go through the MS 737, which is the document outlining the actual budget. So the chart on the screen that you're looking at now gives you a comparison of the 2025 proposed budget, the 2025 approved budget, which was the default, the 2026 default budget, and the 2026 proposed. As you can see, we've got a proposed operating budget on the general fund of $20 million and some change. For the water fund, $1.85 million, which is for the water fund paid for by the water users. The electric fund, $11,147,000, which is paid for by the rate users. The sewer fund, $1,991,000, paid for by the sewer users. And Pop Whalen, $549,000, paid by the users. And you can see the differentials on the pie chart. When we go through the budget itself is broken into series from 100 to 900. The 100 series makes up 36% of the budget, and that's wages. 200 series makes up 23%, which is health care, retirement, etc. 300 series is outside services, which is 11%. 400 series is 7%, which is utilities and leases. 500 series is 1%, which is dues and subscriptions. 600 series is general operating supplies, which makes up 5% of your budget. 700 series is technology, which makes up 1% of your budget. 800 series is 2% of the budget, which is professional development. And 900 series is debt service, which is made up of 15%, which we have had no bonds over the past 2 years, so we're beginning to see some of the debt service falling off. This slide shows the proposed budget by function. Again, the proposed budget is $20,458,000 on the general fund only for 2025. The approved was 19 and change. The 2026 default budget is $19,640,000, where the proposed is $20,409,000. This lays out where those costs are from the proposed to the approved to the default to the 2026 proposed. General fund operating budget, again by series. This shows an increase of $1,344,000 or 7.06% over 2025. And as you can see by this, the 100 series and 200 series make up the bulk of our increases. 300 series, you see a reduction. 400 series, slight increase. 500 series is pretty level. Slight increase in the 600, slight increase in the 700, reduction in the 800 and 900 series budgets. To get into the individual series themselves, so the 100 series is made up of wages. Last year at town meeting, there were 2 collective bargaining agreements that were approved, one for the ASME contract for $128,000, and then one for the police contract for $40,000. Those needed to be added in, and then we had to add in the cost for 2026, which for the ASME unit was $131,000, and then an additional $40,000 for the police contract. We have backed out the assistant town manager engineer wages. We've added in $319,000 for ambulance staffing, which was approved at last year's town meeting. We have a reduction of $45,000, which the police reduced, and then miscellaneous reductions in the 100 series of $53,000. So the 100 series makes up $7,383,000. It's an increase of $792,000, or 12.3% over 2025. This accounts for 89 general fund employees, which we have 8 vacancies, and 103 full-time employees total across all funds. The 200 series, we've had a issue this year with healthcare, which I think if you've been paying attention to, you've heard we were hit with a assessment from our health insurance provider. We were able to pay that assessment by going to the state and asking to use the fund balance. The actual increase for the year on health insurance is about 25%. However, that does not take effect until July, so we see half of that increase next year and half of it next year. So we're looking at a health care increase of $281,000, FICA increases of $60,000, New Hampshire retirement system of $149,000, and other miscellaneous increases of $28,000, for a total benefits package of $4,669,013, an increase of $519,692 over 2025, or 12.57%. Moving into the 300 series. The 300 series is outside services, which includes custodial, audit, and communications. This particular budget, we saw an additional election this year, so we see an increase there, $15,600. We had to put out a request for proposals for audit services. We see an increase in our audit services for $27,500. Our contracted assessor, we see an increase of $9,942. Brewster Building for cleaning services, which is this building here, an increase of $30,000. Board of Selectmen made a one-time reduction to hydrant fees for $175,000. We have an increase in public safety building phones of $12,000 with the new facility. Solid waste increases contracted, $107,000. We have a reduction in consultants of $6,500, an additional reduction in other outside services across multiple budgets of $35,673, and other miscellaneous reductions of $70,997. This total budget is an increase of $56,631, or 2.58%. Moving on to the 400 series. 400 series is $1,531,551, an increase of $80,303, or 5.53% over 2025. This includes utilities, property liability, building maintenance, rentals, and leases. Some of these increases include property liability insurance, an increase of $19,600. Contracted technology services, $49,500. Public safety building, electricity, machinery, and building maintenance, $46,000 increase. Drainage, pipe, and structures for the public works, $16,739. Over the past year, we've exited from the Lakes Region Household Hazardous Waste Consortium that we were in with Alton. That shows us a reduction of $52,325. Abenaki groomer lease, Board of Selectmen entered into a groomer lease to replace the previous machine. That's an expense of $25,192. Library installed solar this past year by a warrant article approval last year, so we're going to see a reduction estimated at $8,024 in electricity, and other miscellaneous reductions of $16,663. 500 series, this particular budget makes up dues, subscriptions, advertising, printing. Budget is $121,650, and a decrease of $18,210 or 12.93% under 2025. A reduction in printing of $9,400, reduction in dues and subscriptions $1,046, reduction in advertising $7,542, and other miscellaneous reductions of $132. Moving to the 600 series, this is general operating supplies for the various general fund departments. This budget is $990,815, an increase of $131,758 or 15.3% over 2025. $26,148 in postage and office supplies. We see a reduction of $12,482 in gasoline and diesel. We see an increase of $20,000 in propane, and that's basically because of the public safety building and the installation of a generator at the library. Groundskeeping supplies, a reduction of $1,008. Safety equipment, an increase of $49,300. Miscellaneous road supplies and additional pavement, $49,321, and other miscellaneous increases of $300. As we move into the 700 series, this is computer hardware, software, machinery, and equipment. For the general fund, this is $121,098, an increase of $33,215 or 37.8% over 2025. We see increases in land improvement, $1,000. We see $60,815 in computer hardware and software. We have reduction in machinery and equipment of $20,950, reduction in furniture and fixtures of $7,200, and other miscellaneous reductions of $450. As we go into the 800 series, this is professional development, travel, agencies, fireworks, and patriotic purposes. This total budget is $404,211, a decrease of $69,141 or 14.6% as compared to 2025. One of the big drivers in this reduction is the senior center meals agency request, which is a part of the default budget calculation that was removed 2 years ago, and it keeps finding its way back in because of the default budget calculation. So travel and meetings, we have a reduction of $11,900. Professional development, increase of $4,750. The senior meals program, a reduction of $25,000. Board of Selectmen had a reduction in the purchasing of ice time at the arena of $30,658, and other miscellaneous reductions of $6,328. Your debt service for 2026, debt service for the general fund and for the sewer. Sewer is $575,315. The general fund is $2,413,190 for a total debt service payment on the general fund of $2,988,505. Your balance for your budget that Chairman McDonald will go through now is general fund is 27%, general government, excuse me. Public safety is 30%, streets and highway make up 12%, sanitation makes up 6%, culture and recreation makes up 9%, debt service makes up 15%, conservation and development less than 1%, welfare less than 1%, and health 1%. With that said, I'll hand it over to John to go through the actual line-by-line budget. John?
Thank you, Mr. Pinio. Let's start off with general government. Before I jump into this, let me just let you know that we had some open positions, and all the departments had stepped up, and we froze hiring those positions until the budget passes in March. So we saved some money from January, February into March when we have the voting. I want to thank those department heads for helping us out there. Let's start off with the general government, and you can look through and see what the adjustments are, either up or down. The red indicates a decrease, and the bottom line on the general government that we're recommending is $5,625,409, which is $254,255 over last year's general government, for an increase of 4.7%. The next one is public safety. This includes police, fire, ambulance, building inspection, emergency management. As you can see, the police came in at just an increase of 2.2%. Ambulance is 3.1%. The fire was minus 3.2%. Then we had an increase in the building inspections. I think that's related to us purchasing a new program for him to do his inspections that'll increase his efficiency and provide better service to the residents. Emergency management, that's down, $83,148, 122.3%. Other public safety is up 13.6%. But the total budget is $6,069,288 for an increase of $195,624, or 3.3%. Go over to highways and streets. Got the highway administration. That's up 37%. That's due to us transferring a couple of positions into this budget to make it more clear for the public on how much this was costing us. That's on highway administration. We get the highways and streets, that's the plowing, maintenance and things like that. We've got some bridges, some bridge work. Other highways, streets, and bridges, we've got a decrease of $9,734. And this budget is an increase of $182,671, or 8%. Then we'll drop down to the solid waste disposal. That's up $19,859. Down, excuse me, $19,859 for minus 1.68%. Let's move on to health and welfare. Again, health administration is up $101. Pest control is up $2,202. Health agencies and hospitals, that's a decrease of $19,418. That line contains like Meals on Wheels and other community services that we provide minimum support to. Welfare administration, that's up $234 or 0.32%. Conservation and development, we've got the Parks and Rec. That budget is down $31,192 or minus 2.72%. The library is up $108,970 or 17.55%. Patriotic purposes, that's up 28.88%, $7,000. There was some extra money put in there for the 250th celebration of our country this year. Other culture and recreation, decrease of $16,409 or minus 27.10%. So the total culture and recreational budget is increased of 3.69 or $68,369. Conservation administration, increase of $750 or 3.35%. Economic Development Administration, a decrease of $5,950, that's minus 36.64%. Conservation and Development subtotal, decrease of $5,200 or minus 13.45%. The next one is debt service, and the principal long-term bonds, notes, and other debt. We have a decrease of $95,066 or minus 5.88%. Interest on long-term bonds, notes, and other debt. We have a decrease of $76,401 or minus 7.89%. Other debt charges, we have a decrease of $15,140 or minus 2.56. So the total debt service subtotal is minus 5.88%. Next one is the enterprise funds, and just has a breakdown of the increase for enterprise fund. Again, these are things that the money we put up front to buy the electricity, do the water and sewer, pop wheeling, and some non-external trust funds, which we don't have any money in that. But the operating transfer out total is $905,863 or 6.21%. And if you go to the next line, the total operating budget appropriations, it shows, again, up 6.72%. Go to the next slide, please. And this is going to show you what we have to pay for. These are the 2026 general fund budget drivers. And includes the collective bargaining agreements for the police, the fire, the town employees, the health insurance, ambulance staffing, the property liability insurance, audit services, full-time non-union wage adjustments for the past 3 years, PSB costs, and computer hardware. And then we have a debt service reduction of $171,467 minus the assistant town manager and the police wage reductions. So starting off, we're into an increase of $1,327,407 just by covering all those agreements. And all those agreements were passed by warrant articles. Go over to the top left. It has a little, again, of the 26 proposed for the general fund, the water fund, the electric fund, sewer fund. And as it says here, 95.8% of the general fund increases are outlined by the drivers that I just spoke about. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Here's another one that should be, I think, what did we say, 314 for the tax rate, 314. And then again, you've got the different costs for the different warrant articles if it should pass, what it's going to cost you per thousand. And again, down the bottom, there's another, tells you about a $300,000 home, a $450,000 home, $700,000 and a $1 million home. And that is it for the presentation on the 2026 budget. And we'll be glad to answer any questions that you folks may have.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Town Manager Pinio. Are there any questions, discussion? Sebastian? Absolutely, yep. Please just state your name when you get to the microphone.
Can you hear me? Yep. All right. My name is Sebastian Tordonato. I've sat through several of these in the past few years, and first of all, let me say that I appreciate all the work that the Budget Committee has done, as well as the Board of Selectmen. I understand it takes a lot of effort to come up with this budget, and it takes a lot of effort to come up with this presentation. Last time I was at a Budget Committee meeting, I sort of railed at them about their presentation. I do appreciate that you've made it a little clearer and a little bit easier to understand. It's still way too long. You know, at the end of the day, when Mr. Pinio was going on about the 200 series, 100 series, 900 series, and whatever, you can summarize that very easily in the previous graph that they had, the pie chart. 85% of this budget goes to wages, benefits, outside services, and debt service. So that's basically you're paying for your labor, their benefits, money you've spent in the past, and outside contracted service. That's a lot of money. And in your wages that you brought up, you said you increased wages 12.8%, that entire part. From my perspective, that seems like a lot. And I'll tell you, my perspective is that of your typical Wolfeboro taxpayer resident. Now, I've seen a presentation by Tom Zotti there when he was talking about the ambulance service, and he says one of the justifications for the ambulance service is the fact that most of the people in Wolfeboro are over 65 years of age. That includes me. That includes most of the people I'm looking at. Now, if you're 65 or older, you're probably retired, and what you got for a COLA this year in Social Security is a whopping 2.8%. And what I'm seeing is a budget that is going to increase taxes somewhere between 7% and 19%. It's 7%, which is just for the general fund. And if you add in all the warrant articles, it's 19%. And by the way, I'd like to remind everybody here that that is just the town portion of this budget. That does not include the school budget. So if you add the school budget on top of that and anything else that maybe the state or the county might increase, you might be looking at anywhere between 25 to 30% increase on your taxes. That seems like a lot to me. I don't know, does that seem like a lot to any of you? Apparently not, because that's what you're all proposing. So, let me get off that a little bit. Since we don't have a lectern here, I don't have any notes, I have to do this on the fly. I'd like to ask a question. What was the unassigned fund balance at the end of 2025? Does anybody have the answer? Mr. Pinio, do you have that answer?
We won't have that until the audit is complete. I can give you the 2024, which was $5.9 million, and we utilized $377,000 of that for the buy down of the health care assessment.
Okay, so what was it the year before that? Let me answer the question for you. It was about $3 million in 2023. So between 2023 and 2024, you amassed approximately $3 million of surplus in the budget. And I'd like to remind you all that that budget was a default budget. 2024 was a default budget year. Now, after the town went into a default budget, all I heard was lamenting and basically, oh, the disaster, we're all going to go, we're all going to fail. And yet, you were able to amass a $3 million surplus. I don't know. And now you're asking for another 7% minimum. And the other thing I'd like to point out is I have an observation. It seems that, I look at these warrant articles, and many of them have merit. Some of them, I don't understand why they're warrant articles. They're basically maintenance. You've got Foss Field. Now you know you're going to resurface those things every 5 to 6 years. Why is that a warrant article? It should be budgeted. You guys are doing this, and what you're doing is to keep the operating budget low and to make the taxpayers think that, wow, we're doing our job, we're giving you a break. When in fact what you're doing is you're taking maintenance and moving it into warrant articles, and we're still taking it on the neck. Now, I understand one of these things is you had public safety, the police budget is down. But you also moved 2 cruisers out of the police maintenance budget into warrant articles. So if you put those back in, it's not down. It's actually an increase. So I have a problem in that it seems like at times you guys are a little bit disingenuous in how you present these things. If you can't present them straight up, then maybe you shouldn't be presenting them at all. That's my answer to that. So, as I said before, I think that, and I've brought this up almost every board meeting that I go to, is I've asked you repeatedly to live within the means of the taxpayers. Not to live within your means, you have to live within our means. And our means is, we can't afford this anymore. We have a big issue in this country lately about affordability. I understand there's some people considering moving out of town because they can't afford to live here anymore. And I understand that people won't come to Wolfeboro to work because they can't afford to live here. I'm associated with another business in town who tries to bring people in to work there. Can't get anybody to come in and work. Anyways, I'm going to get off my soapbox and get to the point of my discussion. Since the rate of inflation is low, and most of us have to live with a 2.8% increase, I am going to make a motion to amend the amount of money that you are asking for in the operating budget to only have a 2.7% increase above what last year's default budget was, and that number is $34,560,120. I would like to make that amendment.
Second.
And do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second.
So you want to amend the budget amount from $35,913,502 down to 34550,120.
560120.
For a second for that?
Second. We have a second there.
Second. So is there any discussion on bringing that down by 2.7? My microphone. How about that? Thank you. So I'll just say it again, that the motion or the amendment.
Do I use my microphone, Randy?
So this is going to be great. We'll slide a battery in a minute. So the proposed amendment is to adjust the existing amount down to $34,560,120. It has been seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? You've articulated your reasons, obviously, and I had somebody behind you, but I suspect that was to discuss the budget. So, Bobby, I saw your hand first. Did you want to comment on that amendment?
I just wanted to comment first on the conversation about the unassigned fund balance, taking from the $5.5 million. You know, I stood up here last year and tried to get us to buy down that $1 million. And luckily this year, the select board did use 1.250 of that to buy down our tax rate. That's why we all saw a little bit in the last, in our last tax bill, that it was a buy down. But I want to talk about just quickly remind people that the prior year, we overexpended due to the POP. So that money had to be paid back in. So that's why you were seeing such an inflow back into that balance, that unassigned fund balance. That's all. I just wanted to correct the record on the unassigned fund balance. The other stuff, back to your motion.
Well, the point that I was
Whoa. Bobby, are you done? All right. So Brian DeShays is up next.
So I just wanted to add a little bit to what Sebastian said. 18 years ago, the taxes on my house were $2,800. This year, my taxes were $5,200. The last 3 years, Sebastian has said that the taxes went up 25 or 30%. That would mean that my taxes in the last 3 years went up 100%. But my taxes haven't gone up 100% in 18 years. So I think that we need to look at our numbers very carefully so that we don't create misinformation that can scare the public. So your taxes are not going to go up 100% in 3 years.
All right, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I'd like to respond to that.
Thank you.
It is a mathematical fact, Brian, that if you increase taxes 10% per year, in 7 years you're going to double the taxes. In 4 years you will increase them by 50%. In 7 years you will double them. And that is not a one-time phenomenon. It is a continuing phenomenon. Every 7 years you will double them. So if your taxes are $3,000 and they increase taxes by 10% a year, you'll go from $3,000 and 7 years later you'll be at $6,000. 7 years after that you'll be at $12,000. 7 years after that you'll be at $24,000. And to answer your other question, which you and I always have this discussion, you like to remind me that my house is now worth much more money than it was when I first bought it. And I agreed with that. I agree. My house is now worth much more money than when I first bought it. My house, I'm not going to tell you what I paid for it. I'm not going to tell you what it's worth. But take it for me. It is worth 4 times what I paid for it. And I bought this house, honey, when did I buy it? 91? 1991.
It would really be a problem.
Yeah. So we bought this in 91, and it's gone up by a factor of 4. In 91, my taxes were $3,000. In 2026, my taxes are now 8 times that. So my house has gone up by a factor of 4. My taxes have gone up by a factor of 8. This is not the first time I've said this. I've actually said this at a board meeting before I was a registered voter when you used to meet in the library. It's not linear, okay? It's exponential. It's the compounding effect. So yeah, you can say that. You can say, and it may be true for your house, but it's not true for my house, and it's not true for a lot of houses. Any other comments that I can...
Yeah, we have somebody behind you. Brody?
Brody, go for it, buddy.
Taxes. Taxes are complicated. They might seem simple, like the operating budget that you presented is approved, that is dollars comes completely from the local property tax effort, but that's not the case. Now, the devil's in the details with the MS 737. What's the details here? Okay, well, what also impacts your tax effort, as was discussed in the presentation, is revenues. Revenues greatly impact. Oh, look at that, we finally got it working. Thank you. Revenues greatly impact the tax effort. So, when the state continues to decrease how much it shares with municipalities for retirement cost, healthcare cost, meals and rooms tax revenue, how much it's going to share in roadblock grants, guess what? Each time since 2010 that they continue zeroing out those lines in the state's budget and decreasing the amount of revenue the municipalities receive, the needs don't change. As you saw, 59% of our operating budget is wages and healthcare. Those are fixed costs. Our wages and healthcare for 89 employees, divided amongst a $15 million local tax effort, that's about $8,850,000 in our local tax effort just for salary and healthcare. Divided by the 89 employees, that's about $99,500 about just in local tax effort for those employees, which actually is pretty affordable when you're considering the current cost for an employee in the private or public sector, including their healthcare cost. Increase this by 25%, which is about how much a state covers for our operating budget, about $5 million. That's an increase of 25%, so the state only covers about $30,000 of that cost. So the MS 737 indicates that our state provides the town with $1.3 million in revenues, and there's currently a bill pending to take away another $600,000 in revenues. That will impact your tax bill more than what's on the ballot for the operating budget tonight. That's a fact. Now let's compare that to another revenue. What is the biggest revenue mix that's not property taxes that we receive in this state that comes to our municipalities? I just paid mine this month because it's my birthday at the beginning of the month. That would be the motor vehicle permit fees. That is $2 million in revenue. Now the state has a bill currently pending to get rid of motor vehicle permit fees. That means that would be $2 million less in revenue that will impact your tax rate. Now, according to the state, it believes that it should only contribute towards 1/15 of our total tax effort. That's what the state thinks the property taxpayers are worth in Wolfeboro. 1/15 of the tax effort, and it used to be higher. They used to pay about 1/10 to 1/9. The state thinks we are worth 1/15 of the tax effort. So I get it. I mean, these fixed costs, healthcare going up 12%. If you don't pay that bill, the risk pool won't submit the claims. Those people will lose their health care and we'll lose employees. We won't have 9 openings, we'll have 89 openings. I think at a certain point, the budget committee can only carry the ball so far in the budget that it presents, because the reality is each year the budget committee has less state revenues to be able to help offset the tax that we all have to pay. So I don't think
Yeah, you need a battery. Brody.
Is it on? Yeah, here we go. So I think in sum, because I'm going to summarize, I would not support this because we're laying the blame at the wrong government. We are laying the blame for high property taxes at the government that's closest to us, most responsive to us, that had town administrators that came in with a 10% increase, that drove that down to a 6% increase. And the reality is that we need more help from our state to offset our local tax effort. That's just end of story. So I'm going to vote no, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to vote at the next election. I'm going to make sure that we elect candidates that help us with our tax effort to restore the state's promise for retirement costs that they said they were going to pay. Instead of 30%, 40% of meals and rooms tax sharing, and everything else that they promised us starting in the 70s that they took away at the recession in 2010. That's what we should be doing. Rather than arguing amongst ourselves, we should be taking it to the state and telling them, pay your share.
So is there any further discussion on the amendment?
I would just like to say that Brody was very eloquent. Unfortunately, we have zero impact on the state. I am not voting next March as to what the state provides us. I'm not voting on the state budget. I'm voting on the local budget. I'm voting on the only thing that I can control, which is you all. I don't control what happens in Concord. I don't control what they give us for road funding, what they give us for retirement funding, or any of that. And nobody in this room controls that. Maybe Bobby will control that when she goes to Concord. But that's all I have to say. It's like I'm trying to address that which can be addressed, and that is the local level.
All right, so you've been clear. Karen?
Having watched this process and having counted the number of steps that this budget goes through to get to this point, it's at least 16. Okay? 16 steps of people looking at it, questioning it, taking from it, questioning it again, and I think that to exaggerate numbers and make it sound like the increase is 10% or 19% is a shameful thing to do, but regardless, this has been thought through well. There are 2 people here. There's 1 person here who already is in the legislature, who you didn't acknowledge. 2 people, hopefully, that will be there soon. But the point is, we all vote them in, so we all have an effect on that, and we should take that responsibility seriously. So to suggest that you don't have any impact on the state is not true, and I am against this amendment.
So, yes, ma'am. Now, you've spoken about 5 times in your amendment, so we're going to let anybody else go first.
Just a second.
No. You've spoken a bunch of times. We're already an hour into this, and we're on Article 2. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Moderator Walker. My name is Deirdre McCackman, Wolfeboro resident and taxpayer. I want to agree with part of what Bernie had to say and also disagree with...
So let me just interrupt. I've been letting everybody skate a little bit. Let's not use names on anybody. Let's talk about concepts and ideas. We're on an amendment. We're trying to talk about should we reduce it by $1.3 million or not. If we could focus on that. I'm not picking on you, but
Okay.
we're drifting a little bit, and I don't want to drift into that area.
That sounds great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for that correction. I appreciate that. But I want to speak to is actually against this amendment because I believe that what was said is true, that we need more money from the state, and I don't think we should be making our town employees suffer for that. Our firefighters, our teachers, the people that are keeping our town working every day. So I just want to thank the Budget Committee. I want to thank the Select Board. I want to thank the town manager and all of the heads of departments I know how much work goes into creating this. That was said earlier. I just want to appreciate the work that gets done, not just for this meeting, but every other meeting the rest of the year that you're doing to keep our town running. I want you to know I appreciate that. After 2 years of a default budget, I'm speaking in support of passing this budget, but not this amendment. While we're here today deciding how to balance meeting the needs of our community with the pressure so many of us are feeling due to these rising property taxes, 18.7%, and that's not including the school budget, I think it's very important to acknowledge, as was just said, that some of that pressure we're feeling is due to the downshifting of costs from our incumbent lawmakers in Concord and their failure to prioritize our reliance on property taxes alone to fund our town budgets. Over the last several years, our representatives, and I will not name them, you know who they are, voted to cut 2 business taxes, the business profits tax.
Okay, let me just interrupt. Your point is that we shouldn't be downshifting. We get that. If you stick to the amendment, should it be up or down on the merits, if you could?
I want to say that we lost $800 million by these budget cuts at the state level. $800 million by HB 155, HB 1, property tax. Okay. So what I was saying is that they're not meeting their obligations to put our community first, and instead they're really pushing these costs down onto us property tax payers here in town. So even recently, just last month, and this is relevant, in January, our representatives, all of them voted against HB 491. If you don't know what HB 491 is, it was a bill to just study the options for lowering our property tax burdens in New Hampshire, just to study it, and they all voted it down. When wealthy corporations that are mostly out of state pay less, we pay more, especially when you look at the impact of our school budget. And this directly affects how we feel when we come to these meetings, and it comes to warrant articles and passing a budget, and people who are frustrated and introduce amendments to cut the budget. This is where it comes from. We deserve better. I support an end to default budgeting for our town. I support passing this budget and the school budget on March 10th. And most importantly, I support that we stop voting for these representatives who are cutting corporate taxes and passing these expenses down to us. We can't afford to keep these people in power anymore. Thank you.
All right. What are you trying to say, Roger? All right, so the motion, so many people are trying to terminate debate on your amendment. So why don't we vote whether as a majority we want to terminate debate or not. All those in favor of terminating debate say aye. Aye. All's opposed? Okay, well that was pretty clear that I think we've heard it. So we got so debate's terminated, we're going to vote on this amendment.
It's a secret ballot.
So that's exactly the question. So I've been presented with a request to have a secret ballot on any dollar amount adjustments to this, which will take us about 15 minutes probably to vote. Now, Suzanne, just listen to this. I have another amendment that is to increase the budget by $30,000 and some change to go into the Pop Whalen Fund. If we have to do that by written ballot 2, that'll be 2 of those. And I don't know if there's any other proposed amendments. So before we get to the voting, are there any other proposed amendments that anybody has on the budget, either up or down? All right, seeing none, do you want this one to be by written ballot? Yeah. Okay, you have the right. So we're going to vote on this amendment by written ballot. So take your blue piece of paper.
Which one is he voting?
And Tom Zotti, you've got a box right next to you. You bring that up onto this table, and we're all going to walk over in a minute. Nobody moves. You're going to get one of these pencils, which Rosemarie is going to give us some. You're going to write yes or no. You're going to then put it in that box. After everybody's right there would be good, but maybe up a little bit more towards me, Tom, so they can go through this way. And then we're going to count all of those. Well, the only one that's out there. The only one, but I will, yes, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Just because you mentioned that. Yeah. So what we'll be voting on is whether we should reduce the line item in the proposed warrant article $35,913,502 down to $34,560,120, or 345600120. So that's what you'll be voting on. And why don't we start with a back row and come up and go down just on this side. You all stay put. You're looking for this piece of paper to write yes or no on, put in that box, and then go back to your seat. You want to count them? Say again?
They want clarification, yes or no.
Yeah, if you vote yes, then you're in favor of the amendment, and if you vote no, you're against the amendment. Yeah, so yes, you're in favor, no, you're opposed. And Caitlin Murphy, do you want to count these when we get there?
Give me a long night. I mean, Brian. I'm not sure this is necessary at all.
Oh, yeah.
Not the latest as I recall. The latest I recall is 12:30.
I have him walk mine up. Can I have him walk up my ballot? I'm handicapped. Thank you.
Are you registered?
Hey, Wendy, you want to help Kate count those, separate them into yeses and nos? It's not locked.
He's having microphone problems.
Well, maybe we should just run it. If you know what I know, just pull a battery.
Oh, yeah. I found the best ones are the Amazon batteries. I put them in my irrigation controllers and they're still good over the winter and springtime. And they cost only like $1 a piece. I get the 9 volts on them. I'll have to leave at 5.
Most of our batteries down in the computers.
I'll have to leave at 5.
You'll have to leave.
Yeah, because I have to get on the bus. I'll be out of here at 5 anyway.
Not exactly.
Yep.
Apparently they're going to ask for $30,000.
Got nothing to do with it.
That
Here's another one for you. I have to send this one. That's what you are. That's awesome. Let's say he was in corporations. Yeah, I got that.
Hey, Bruce. I'm not going to.
Well, it should be. It's a pretty active budget, so I would expect it. It's driven
Oh, are we supposed to get up? Did we get up?
I won't do it, I promise.
Hey, good luck. Good luck. I'm voting for you. I think you'll get back. I hope so. You and Linda. This guy's the man. Is he on the water somewhere?
Dartmouth. I have an oncologist in Dartmouth. And then my shot, I get it.
Okay, I'll keep it.
They come to my house and get my shot.
Right.
All right, is there anybody that has not voted?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we'll get
Seeing none, why don't we open up the box and we will give it a count.
John. I gotta leave at 5. Get on the bus. Great job.
All right, let's get back. That's going to take a few minutes to count, and we could probably move on for discussion purposes. So I have another proposed amendment, and I'll read that to you. And
Another piece of paper.
The amendment basically, they would like to increase the budget, regardless of whether this passes or fails, by $30,648 to move that money back into the Pop Whalen Enterprise Fund. So they would like to increase the Pop Whalen Enterprise Fund by $30,646. Is there that's been moved by Victor Druin. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeValda. Mr. Druin, would you like to address that?
Taxes, right?
Yeah. No.
Good evening, everybody. Victor Druin, Friends of Pop Whalen. Over the last 20 years or more, the town has funded and appropriated about $100,000 for public skating time for the users, for the public. When we were in the middle of doing the renovations for the POP, and which was unanimously voted on by the, like 76% or something by the town voters, the one unanimous thing we heard from everybody was, we want more time for public skating, public use, and make it available to the public. It's not just for the paying people. And so we've worked real hard at that. The town, over the last few years, has had 546 hours. They get 21 hours a week, 3 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day to use the POP, which has been paid at about a 20% discount over what the normal funding rate is. So they pay about $197 is what the town's portion has typically been for that ice time. So what's happened is this year, through the budget committee process and through this process of creating the budget, you guys have asked for a reduction of $30,600, and I'm asking for that to get put back in, and it's twofold. So that's a 20% reduction in what you guys are paying, or 30% reduction, I'm sorry. We also increased the usage time at the POP this year from 26 weeks to 33 weeks, I'm sorry, which is essentially another 22% increase in time that's available. So we have almost a 50% separation in what's happened here. So we're giving you more time. So if this budget stays as is, the rink would be operating at, you guys would be basically paying $97 an hour, which is not sufficient to cover the fees to operate the rink and keep it open. And it's an enterprise fund, and it's required by statute to actually fund itself. So we're asking for that money to be put back in. Now, even with that money in, you're still effectively, because we're giving you an extra 7 weeks of usage time, we're still have dropped that rate from 197 is what you would pay before, down to 155 an hour. So you're still getting a 25% discount in the hourly rate that you're effectively paying, or that the taxpayers are effectively paying. So anyway, you're dropping your rate from 197 to 155, and you're basically getting an extra almost 150 man hours or usage hours for the public. So that's why we're asking for it, is to make sure. The other important thing is that the Pop Whalen does not have a capital reserve fund. So we're sitting there, we've got a brand new $7 million building, and we have no excess cash on the side that we're setting aside to maintain this facility. So I think it's very important that we kind of keep this stable. We have the 23, 24 audited numbers. The POP actually made money in 24. We do not have the 25 numbers yet. But what I can tell you is, from 2015 to when we did our analysis, Pop Whalen operated at about $240,000 a year revenue under the old model. The Friends of Pop had projected that we would hit $407,000 in revenue after the renovation. In 2024, they did $475,000. So the staff actually outperformed our projection by over 20%. So, kudos to them. They're doing a good job of marketing it, getting people in there. It's what the town and public is providing what we had hoped and dreamed for it. So anyway, I hope you'll support it. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. DeValda.
Hi, Kurt DeVilder. Ooh, it's loud. Hi, Kurt DeVilder. Just to expand a little bit on what the consequence would be to cutting. Say you cut 20% of the public ice purchase, and if it were linear, you would be reducing the amount of available public ice time. That's the exact opposite of what the purpose of the building was. It was voted for by approximately 70% of the taxpayers, which is a great majority, and it was for the purpose of servicing the community. This directly has a negative impact if the money's not added back in. It has a direct negative impact on the community's ability to use the facility via the availability of public skating and public stick time. I would also like to point out that it is not every dollar of ice purchased by the town, in addition to being purchased at a discount from the regular rate, is also not a net expenditure of $1 because users from the town then come in and pay a minor fee to use the facility. So if there's a 200, making up numbers for example purposes, if there's a $150 an hour purchased by the town and then folks come in and pay to use it, that is offset to the point of a net zero, or depending on how many people show up for that given hour, a net benefit. A good example is the Friday morning stick practice is a positive revenue driver for that hour of ice time purchased by the town. So it puts it in the black. And that's true of many other ice slots that the town purchases. So by eliminating the money from the budget, we are eliminating the public's ability to a degree to use the facility, which was built by the public for the public, and eliminating the opportunity for the facility to generate revenue.
Bobby, and then you, ma'am.
So let's just touch on the revenue. You're correct, Kurt, there is revenue. If I remember correctly, when we were going through the budget, the revenue this year was $52,000. So I believe what the select board, when they cut this down to $69,000, so we're still padding on to the fact the select board made sure there was enough money in the budget, not only to meet that $52,000 that the public is buying, but then additionally give more funding to that. So there is $69,000 for us to buy ice time in there. I believe the cut was to just offset that a little bit. Currently, we're doing an increase to the POP. Aren't we doing an increase? Where are our numbers? I know the select board did increase the POP, and I do have a question for town council or someone else who might be able to answer that. At the end of the day, when we have an enterprise fund and we do not meet the revenue and the enterprise fund does not come up with that balance, at the end of the day, where does that balance come out when we do the audit? Where's the transfer from?
So it depends, but usually it's going to come from your general fund to make up the difference.
So it will be met.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Diane Bolduc, Wolfeboro resident, taxpayer and voter. I think there's a piece missing, which is that the fact that the town doesn't pay for open skate time does not mean that there cannot be open skate time. It simply means that the people who are skating might have to pay a little more. And as a person who uses athletic facilities in this town and pays for them, I think that's perfectly reasonable. If I can't afford it, then maybe I use a different kind of, like I go skate on the lake or I go for a walk. But I think the fact that user fees are a reasonable way to supplement what the town can't afford. And also, if at the end of the year it's going to come out of general fund anyway, what we're simply saying is let's increase the general fund, which we're already voting about with those little blue pieces of paper. So I am against this amendment.
Any further discussion? Suzanne, I'll get to you, Victor. I just let others speak first.
Suzanne Ryan. I know that this is a very sensitive subject Everyone loves to have the pop there. But I also remember sitting through the deliberative session several years back when it was said and sold to us as that we'll be break even and that we will have summer programs that will help do that. We subsidize that Pop Whalen every year out of our taxes. It's called transfer in and transfer out. Now, I don't know if my number is correct, but the best I could find is that in 2024, we subsidized through taxes $423,804, which the general fund is your taxes. I appreciate your comment about increasing the fee, and that's the way to go, rather than ask taxpayers to pay for this. Thank you.
Victor?
Victor Druin again, just real quick. So yes, as an enterprise fund, by state statute, it's supposed to break even the first year after or fund itself and provide enough money for maintenance, its own operation and maintenance. And when that building was built and we reopened first part of '23, we operated a net loss of about $60,000 after we add back depreciation. We gained, so last year in 2024, which was our real first year in operation, we were 52,000 to the positive, correct? And that's after depreciation, which is a non-cash. It's not cash flow, so it's up. This is off a little bit. But at the end of the day, the net position of POP, since it's opened per the tax audited records, is it's operated in the positive of $435,681. So it's not a negative to the town. This is actually a positive asset to the town. It generates enough revenue to pay for itself. And what we're asking is for the town, for the public portion, to pay for the appropriate amount for us to continue to do programming and to fund the staff to be there to offer the public when the other rinks, the towns, Brewster, Kingswood, Back Bay, others, men's leagues, adult leagues, curling, the other people, the paying users, are really carrying the load on the funding here, and also the banners. So we've stepped up the advertising. So we went from generating $6,000 a year in advertising to over $70,000 annually, which has been added to the budget, just in advertising revenue. So, I want to thank the businesses in Wolfeboro too for supporting this, but it's gone to a full year-round facility. It's not open 6 months anymore, and we have more than doubled the revenue to cover that extra time. So anyway, again, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Karen? And if anybody wants to speak, it's only 8:30. We've only been at this an hour and a half, and we're still in Article 2. So let's line right up if we want to speak.
Hi, Karen Burnett-Curie. I'm just going to reiterate what was said before. They're
That
bringing
would probably not be a great idea in practice this evening, so be quick. If we've heard it once, we don't need to probably hear it again. But go ahead, quickly.
The people who use the rink can pay for the time, and the town doesn't need to then have to buy it.
Thank you. Brody?
I had a question specifically about the enterprise fund. What statute was it established under?
What was the question?
What statute was the enterprise fund established under? Because there's only 3 types of enterprise funds established in state statute: water funds, sewer funds, broadband funds. So is this a non-lapsing fund, an enterprise fund, or is it some kind of other fund? Because enterprise funds are not supposed to receive appropriations from the general fund. They're supposed to be self-sustaining. Now, sewer funds get a little unique because it has water funds are a little unique because it has an open-ended, you can fund it equitably, and our town has
So
taken.
let's stick to the hockey fund.
Sorry, to the hockey rink. What statute is this fund established under? I want to understand what the parameters are that statute permits these funds to be transferred, because I'm not necessarily opposed either way. I just want to know. I've always wondered, and now I'm here to ask the question.
Well, somebody's looking that up. Do you have another question?
I have no. I'll
All right.
write the next speaker.
Jeff?
Thanks very much. Good evening, Jeff McGinnis. Sorry? Oh, sorry. I think this whole subject starts to get signal versus noise. The mandate was from the voters who approved the rejuvenation and renovation of Pop Whalen Ice and Arts Center. Was that voice said clearly and with a majority that they wanted more access to be able to use that facility. That's what we've delivered. It's working. It may not be everyone's cup of tea, but the agreement is that the town would buy so much ice so that our friends and neighbors could use the facility. I love the discount you're getting. Unfortunately, I don't qualify with the ice I buy. So I'd love that deal. However, it just seems disingenuous to have stricken that from the allocation when the voters spoke quite solidly that they were willing in agreement to purchase the ice as was done. And then their voice was not listened to when that amendment or that adjustment occurred. So I support the Friends of Pop Whalen, Victor Druin, in this motion.
All right, thank you. Do we get an answer to Brody's question? Anybody have an answer?
I just wanted to add, if I may, Mr. Moderator.
Sure.
I'm not opposed to the town paying user fees, discounted or not, to be able to pay into a non-lapsing fund or enterprise fund. I want to understand the financial instrument they're using, that they're calling an enterprise fund, and maybe I'm mistaken. I'm just unaware of enterprise funds specific for recreational facilities.
Okay. Suzanne first, then Kurt.
Yes, if you go to the town audit, you will see that proprietary fund is the proper name for what we're calling an enterprise fund. And there is a subsection, and I can't bring it up quickly right now, but it's not an enterprise fund, and it was never, to my knowledge, voted as an enterprise fund. It's a term that caught on.
Okay, thank you. Kurt?
Regardless of
Bobby.
what the user fees are raised to, whether it's $5, $5,000 for anybody who wants to use it, if the town doesn't purchase the time, the staff isn't there and the doors are locked, so people can't go there and pay the fees. So that argument doesn't work. I would like to move to close debate on this.
I have one person in line first, and then we'll into that. Bobby, you wanted to make a last comment?
Yeah, I don't want to scare people here. First of all, I am a proud user of Pop. I curl there. I am there all the time. I love Pop. I don't think that is what this is about. To explain how the enterprise fund works with our town and what this money is, our town collectively, we buy ice time. That ice time then, the department that buys it is our recreation department. And I'm sure Christine can talk to this if people want to understand it more. So our town buys money, the recreation department does, and then we bring our children over for ice skating, stick practice, and other things. What I think the select board was doing with this adjustment, in which we as a budget committee agreed, we didn't change that line item, was that there was $52,000 in revenue that offset our purchase of ice time. Then the select board felt, we're not going to keep it at 52, we're going to increase it to 79. Is it different from the 100,000 that we had before due to the default budget? Yes, but does this put us more in line with our actual usage over at the Pop? This does, and then some. So this is funding more than we have currently been using. So the way the select board did set it, and the budget committee did agree, we didn't change the number, was that this was a little bit more appropriate for how the citizens are actually using this enterprise fund.
All right, the motion to terminate debate was made by Mr. DeValder. Is there a second to that? All those in favor of terminating debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we're going to terminate debate. We will now vote. So just give me one question. We're going to vote on the following language, to add $30,648 into the Pop Whalen Enterprise Fund. And if you vote in favor of that, that would bump up the bottom line. My calculation, somebody can check me, is $35,944,150. And Suzanne, you want that on a written ballot? That's a yes?
Secret ballot.
Okay. So we have 5 people that would like anything that we do on this budget to be in writing. So grab this one, start on the back, come over to the box, which is right here, and Tom, if we could grab it back, and put a yes or no. If you're in favor of the amendment, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to the amendment, you will vote no. So while that's occurring, we have the results on the first proposed amendment. That first proposed amendment failed. There were 40 people in favor of the amendment, and there were 99 people opposed. So the amendment to decrease the budget by 1.3 million-ish to 34 million 5-ish failed. Is there any further discussion while we're doing that on Article 2? Seeing none. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Seibel.
I've told them to cut it out.
Hi, my name is Hannah Seibel. I mainly just have a question about ultimate numbers that were included in this presentation. I'm just noticing some discrepancies. Sorry, I gotta go through my notes real quick. So the total approved budget from 2025 was indeed $19,259,671. That was, sorry, yes, the general fund total budget. And then, so my understanding is if we go with the proposed budget of $20,409,255, I think there's a spot that says 254 minor. That's a difference of $1,149,585. But then there was another area that had a different number, and I know that this took a lot of time and energy to do this, but I think it was a difference of like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this is, to me, a little problematic. There's a lot of numbers being thrown around, and when the math isn't mathing, that kind of throws a red flag in my general direction. I don't know about anyone else.
So, Mr. Pinio, do you want to respond to that?
So I believe the page where you're seeing the discrepancy is probably page number 32.
I think it was either 32 or 34.
Yeah, so if you read the quote at the bottom of 32, this is what is called the MS 737 document, which is the state's DRA forms used to build the warrant article. The difference is last year's voted on collective bargaining agreements are added in, and that's the discrepancy, and it is noted at the bottom. Total appropriation for 2024 period ending 12/31/2025 is higher than the approved by voters because of collective bargaining agreements approved by separate warrant articles in 2025, which are rolled into the MS 737 by New Hampshire DRA.
Is that the same case for the figure on the lower left corner of page 34, where it says 2025 approved GF operating budget is $19,064,267?
I'm going to say that's a data entry error on my fault.
Okay, so again, which number is correct?
The DRA. You always want to default to the DRA numbers.
Okay, so that would be the 19,257,000?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Karen, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if you have the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. So a new state law went into effect on January 1st, banning ambulance services from billing for any difference between their bill and what the insurance paid. And I wondered whether or not that was taken into account in developing. I know the ambulance service has developed a fee schedule and has developed a budget for when the ambulance starts running. And does that accommodate this change in the law? Because some towns had to make substantial changes to their ambulance fees in order not to find themselves in trouble.
We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, Randy, but we are not.
It's in the budget, at least one line item now.
We are not balanced billing for ambulance services. We are following the state statute for billing.
The short answer to your question is
yes.
Any further discussion on the budget while we're voting? Sure. Sebastian.
Yeah, the only comment really I have about the budget and the presentation thereof is that it's a lot of information. As the previous speaker just mentioned, it's a lot of information. I liken it to try to take a drink out of a fire hose. I mean, we come in here in one evening and within an hour we're presented with a barrage of numbers and facts and that kind of thing. And I think it would be a much easier and better way to do it is if you would put the budget out maybe a week, 10 days before, let people study it. When you make your presentation, just hit the high points. If there's questions, they can be asked. But to go on for as long a period as we do, and then you get the answers, the questions, and all that kind of stuff, then we get to Mr. Moderator's comment of, well, by all means, it's 8:30 and we're at question 2. So I think it would be easier and faster to do it the other way.
It's actually 8:45 and we're still on 2. So is there any further discussion on Article 2? We haven't got the results from the amendment, but if there's no further discussion, I want to sort of leave it in abeyance and go to 3. A little uncomfortable doing that because we haven't got a final number there, but I'm going to move along. Thank you, Pat. So I'm going to move on to Article 3. We're going to leave Article 2 out there just a little bit until we get that vote. Article 3, to raise and appropriate $1,084,966 to establish a fire-based ambulance service for the town of Wolfeboro. Authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, and/or other aid, grants, and donations, if any, which may be available for said project that may reduce the appropriate sum of $1,084,966 and to comply with all laws applicable and to authorize the Wolfeboro Select Board to take any other actions or to pass any other vote relative thereto and to authorize the town manager to sign any relating documents. The plan is to transition away from the current contracted ambulance service. This appropriation will come from taxation. The first year of this plan is wages to hire 4 firefighters/EMS personnel effective July 1, 2026 at a cost of $184,590. Benefits to hire 4 firefighter EMS personnel as of July 1, 2026 would be $170,520. Operating expenses for the above 4 new hires would be $104,856. To purchase a fully equipped new ambulance for $625,000 for a 2026 total of $1,084,966. All funds associated with the 4 firefighters/EMS personnel will become part of all future budgets. Estimated full-year cost for 2027 are as follows. Wages, $341,440. Benefits, $333,079. A total, $674,519. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 22 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2027 is 13 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. It's recommended by the Select Board by a vote of 4 to 1. It's recommended by the Budget Committee of a vote of 9 to 1. A majority vote will be required for this to pass in March. It's been moved by Selectman DeShays, seconded by Chief Zotti. And Brian, were you going to address it first?
I'll just be quick, really quick. So right now, 74%, and Chief Zotti is going to show you a lot of information. 74% of all the municipalities, towns in the state of New Hampshire use either a fire-based system or they contract with another town that has a fire-based system. That's because the private ambulance services in the state have found out that they can no longer afford to supply ambulance service for 911. They make their money going from hospital to hospital. That's where they get paid the large amounts. So as the ambulance services have left the state, it's left towns without the proper services in place. So there was a lot of research done by a lot of people to land where we are. And this warrant article is one that was on last year's ballot as a referendum. And the voters in town approved it. So this is something that you have seen before, you might not remember, but it's coming forward again. For the health and safety of our community, I'm convinced this is the best way to go. Health and medical expenses are a lot for all of us, no matter what we do. This is going to be expensive to start. We have to get the capital and get it ramped up, but in the long run, this is going to be the most cost-effective and safe way for our community to have 911 service. Chief Zotti, take it away.
Thank you. Tom Zotti, Fire Chief. You pretty much stole my thunder, so yeah. Okay. What you see before you tonight represents the second year of this project, as Selectman DeShays indicated. If you recall, last year, hard to believe last year, in 2025, we had 2 articles, and we'll go into a little bit more detail on that, that were approved by the voters. One was what we called the referendum article, which basically laid out this concept and explained what the plan was and how we would get to where we are. That article is on the slide before you. That article, in, I think we all agree, a tough budget year, passed by a roughly 2 to 1 margin. The second article from 2025 actually appropriated $816,000 for year 1 of the project. That article is, again, in front of you. I'm happy to say that we were able to do everything we indicated we would do in that warrant article. We purchased an ambulance, we equipped it, we hired the Deputy Chief of EMS, who will speak to you in a moment. We added 3 firefighter medical providers who started in approximately July. And since the 5th of January in 2026, we have been running one of the 2 ambulances to provide service to the town. Brian will get into it a little bit. We've performed slightly north of 20 transports since January 5th. As I indicated, this is the second year of the proposal. We'll get into the details here in a moment. What I'd like to do, if I may, is introduce the Deputy Chief of EMS, whose position was created by one of those warrant articles in 2025, Brian Evangelista, who comes to us with a long experience in this and has stood up an ambulance program in a previous department. So he has a vast amount of experience getting a program like this off the ground, and Brian is up in the balcony.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you for having me. I again appreciate being here and having the time to actually
He's
talk
up
to
on
you
the
about
upper deck, for those of you that don't know where that voice is
Yeah,
coming
okay.
from.
The voice above. Again, thanks for letting us speak regarding the Phase 2. Phase 1 obviously brought me along to start up this Phase 2 of the ambulance. As you probably well know, you've probably seen the ambulance around the last couple of days, the last couple of weeks. Since January 5th, we started doing transports, splitting it with Stewart's Ambulance, and we've done about 25 or so transports, done several more calls than that. But so far, we're doing good. Things are going very smooth. And I'd like to kind of segue this right into our Phase 2. So just some of the numbers that we're looking at for 26 would be, so some of the salaries are contemplates for firefighters. We factored in them all getting the family plan for the health insurance. And then again, all the salaries and insurance and retirement plans. Obviously, you see the big number up there. We know the $1,084,816 is a large number for this investment, and it's really what it is. You're investing back into the program, back into the ambulance, the EMS in your town. So we do know the big purchase is at $625,000 for the ambulance. That is a fully equipped ambulance, and yes, we've done a lot of research. We've talked to multiple vendors, multiple ambulance manufacturers or ambulance companies. We think we come out with the best price. That is a fully equipped ambulance. Again, the price of the ambulance, price of just the stretcher assemblies, the cardiac monitor that we have to have in the ambulance, that in itself is a significant cost. Our CPR devices that you may see, radios, disposals, everything you can think of, that is completely turnkey ambulance right there. Medication infusion pumps that we have to have in the ambulance, which is required in the state. So stuff like that, again, it's a lot of money. Unfortunately, that's what it would cost to outfit an ambulance. So, Chief, you can, any other questions? Or?
If we would, can we back up one slide? I think the operative number here, again, we as the Fire Rescue Department, as the Ambulance Ad Hoc Committee, were very considerate of not making this entirely about money. Obviously, there are large sums involved. But I think the operative slide, if you will, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, that kind of lays out the next couple of years and what we anticipate. Obviously, in 2025, the warrant article that was approved at this meeting was for slightly north of $816,000. That and the previous Stewart's contract resulted in a cost to the community of a bit more than $1,500,000. Now, we were not in a position to transport until this year, so there is no revenue to offset that. That is part of the big lift we talk about. 2026, we're kind of in a similar position. We're looking at the warrant article that Brian just detailed, along with the budget for the folks we brought on board last year. We're looking at another article that'll come up in a little bit for the final year of the Stewart's contract to help us make a smooth transition to operating both ambulances. And again, another article that'll come up in a little bit is the agreement with the firefighters union. That results in an expense to the community of just north of $2 million. However, since we are now transporting with one ambulance, we will show revenue to start to begin to offset that. Our estimated revenue in 2026 is just shy of $250,000, which brings the net cost to the taxpayers down somewhat to about 1.8 million in round numbers. And obviously large numbers, we understand that. 2027 is when the cost effectiveness of this proposal becomes more evident. We would not propose to have a warrant article before you in next year. The costs associated with the ambulance project will be included in the ambulance budget, a little bit more than 1.2 million. There wouldn't be a private contract anymore. We'd be operating both ambulances. So the total expense would be about 1.2 million. We would then collect all the revenue from the ambulance transports, which we estimate, along with our billing company, to be approximately $578,000, which if you subtract the revenue from the expenses, you get a net cost to the taxpayers of about $650,000. Still not a fair amount of money, but less than the current contract with the private contractor, less than the proposals we received going forward from the private contractors. And with some minor adjustments, those numbers hold in the out years. We did an estimate of 2028. We made every effort to estimate expenses on the high side. I put an escalator in there of approximately 5%. The escalator for all insurances was 20%. And we came up with, in 2028, an estimated budget of $1.3 million. However, that, again, would be begin to be offset by the proposed cost, the proposed revenue, which by conservative estimates would increase to about $641,000, bringing the net to taxpayers to $662,000 and change. Again, a net cost of less than the private contract, both in place and what we received for quotes from other providers during this process. So at that point is when I think we hope the business-minded folks understand the cost effectiveness of our proposal going forward. Again, an anticipated question, which we'll try to answer, is in light of earlier conversations, is why isn't this an enterprise fund? The short answer is, although the revenue will help offset the costs, we don't anticipate it'll ever completely pay for itself. So it was determined by the various policy boards and so forth that the best approach was to continue to do it as a budget item to be offset by the revenues from the ambulance billing. Again, I don't have too much more to add. We have been meeting regularly with our current contractor, Stewart's Ambulance, to work through the logistics of what this year looks like. We've come up with a plan that allows us to get a number of transports. We estimate that'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 by the end of this year, which puts us and our staff in a good position to be able to completely take over the ambulance transport project approximately January 1st of 2027. At this point, I think we'd be happy to try to answer any questions. I'm sure there will be questions.
Sure. Sebastian? And is this, Tom, is this your notebook?
Yes.
Can you just pick it up just so we don't have any?
We don't have a lot there, so.
All right. There. I got a question for you. Okay. Can you back that up a few slides to where they had the table? Next. Keep going. Right there. Okay, so my question is, where you have at the bottom there, you have RFP cost, and you have 900, 954, 983, and then you have another three numbers on line. What do those represent?
Okay. So early in this process, the town put out a request for proposals, and we sent it to...
Get a little closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Earlier in the process, the town put out a request for proposal for ambulance services. We sent it to every licensed provider in New Hampshire. We sent it to even a couple who don't regularly do business in New Hampshire. We received 2 responses. Those are what you see before you. One, the top one of those 2 was from Brewster Ambulance. They proposed a fee to the town of $900,000 in 2025. 954 in 2026, and 983 in 2027. The second number is the other responder, which was Action Ambulance, which proposed $1,500,000 in 2025, slightly more in 2026, and $1,600,000 in 2027. So we felt it was important to show those numbers to give you a relative sense of what a private contract would continue to cost going forward.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to make a comment now, if I may, and I'll keep it brief. So what this table shows me, which is something I've never understood until I saw this table, and by the way, I saw it when Chief Zotti made this presentation. I saw it on the public network that the town has. And what I'm looking at here is, coming from a business situation where I've run several businesses in my lifetime, I can understand cost avoidance. What I don't understand is when we have RFPs for $900,000 to $1 million, why the town elected to spend in 25 and 26 a total of $3.4 million, if I add this up correctly. And in 27, you're going to spend $1.2 million, and in 28, you're going to spend $1.3 million, all to avoid a cost of $900,000 to $1 million. So you're spending more money than it would have cost you to contract it out. That's number one. That's fiscally irresponsible. If you're running a business, that's fiscally irresponsible. Number two, some of the costs that haven't been included in this yet are maintenance on 2 ambulances. As they age, you're going to have to do that. Did you include that?
Yes.
It's in there. All right. Do you have retirement benefits?
In there.
In there. At $1.3 million? Yeah. So when they retire and you give them lifetime retirement benefits plus lifetime medical benefits, that's included in that $1.3 million?
Yes.
The individual's contribution to the state retirement system for all the employees involved in this project is in that number.
Including medical?
Yes.
Okay, well, still doesn't make any sense to me. You're still spending more money than you could have contracted it for.
All due respect.
Yes, please.
Please account for the revenue figure as well.
Okay, well, I account for the revenue figure. At the end of the day, when we started this process, what I understood, and maybe I misunderstood, and I readily agree to that, is that we were losing our ambulance service. We would have no ambulance service. We needed, absolutely required, to have a fire-based ambulance service. And it wasn't until, I don't know, about a week and a half ago when I saw this presentation, or a week ago, that we actually did have an alternative, which was to spend $900,000 to $1 million without having to go through this multi-year process of warrant articles, and at the end of the day, we end up spending more, and we have an estimated revenue. It's still going to be $662,000, and it looks like that number is going to increase over time. At this point, we've dug ourselves into this hole. We're not going to be able to get out of it until we get to the other end of it. So I'm not advocating killing the warrant articles, but I'm certainly not supporting it. So that's where I stand on.
All right. So, sir, and then Brody.
Dr. Ray Stolarski, I was the head of the committee, that was the ad hoc committee that put this together. And first of all, that $983,000, that was a low number that we were given. And it was upwards of $2 million that we were quoted for some of the private ambulance services. And yes, it's a big nut to crack when we start it, but what we get by taking this over is we have control. Right now with Stewart's, we have no control over that. They could walk away tomorrow and we would have nothing. When we take this over completely, we have complete control over our ambulance service, and no one calls that 911 when they're having a good day. It's always a bad time, it's a bad day, and we're going to be there to serve them, and that's what we're giving the public.
I just had a brief question for the select board. Why is the revolving fund that we're establishing, why isn't it grouped with the other ambulance service related warrant articles? Because it seems very related to how we're going to be collecting revenues, how general operating funds are going to be helping support this, and how that mix is going to be shared. And for those who are wondering, it's Article 16. Should we move that up the warrant while we're discussing all of these potentially?
Legal question.
I'll answer it.
Linda?
You know, we went through and we thought we would put the warrant articles that were asking for money first and then
And then the funds, because that's
So,
required by
you know,
DRA. Okay.
Could we speak to it now? We can. But
I'm not
that was our reasoning. We usually put the money warrant articles first.
And that makes perfect sense. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll talk to that later.
Was there a
and
second
Brody,
part to
just-
your question, though, Brody? The first part of your question is why are you having one? Is that the real question?
No, I understand why we're having one. I just had questions about the specific percentage share, how much is from general operating versus how much is, but I'll talk to that when Article 16 comes up.
Got it.
Yep.
So I just added up the numbers quick, and if you add up the cost, soup to nuts, for 25, 6, 7, and 8, our total cost will be about $4.6 million. If you add up soup to nuts for 25, 26, 27, 28, using the RFP and average them together, the cost will be about $5.5 million. So over 4 years, we'll have a savings of about $1 million. Those are real numbers.
Any further discussion? All right, so it's been moved to terminate debate on Article 3. Seeing no one else at the microphone, all those in favor of terminating debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, so Article 3 will appear as it's written in the warrant on the ballot. Let me go back now to Article 2. The Pop Whalen article failed. There were 53 yeses, 79 noes, and 1 abstention. So that failed. So Article 2 will appear on the ballot as it was written on the warrant, with the one exception that we change the estimated tax rate impact from 3.21 to 3.14. And I would therefore entertain a motion not to reconsider Articles 2 and 3. So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Articles 2 and 3, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we will not revisit those this evening. Moving on to Article 4, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items which are a result of the impact negotiations with existing employees resulting from the town transitioning to a fire department ambulance service. This new collective bargaining agreement reached between the Selectboard and Local 3657 with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees calls for the following increases in wages and benefits at the current staffing levels. For the year 2026, wages would go up $73,586. Benefits would increase to $22,518. Wages in 2027 would increase $22,094. In 2027, benefits would increase $6,761. Further, in 2026, to raise and appropriate the sum of $96,104 for the current fiscal years, such sum representing the additional costs attributed to the increase in wages and benefits required by the new agreement over those that have been previously approved. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 2 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2027 is 1 penny per $1,000 of assessed valuation. This is recommended unanimously by the Select Board 5-0, recommended by the Budget Committee a vote of 9-1. It has been moved by Selectman O'Brien, seconded by Chief Zoddy. And Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Randy. So you've heard a lot of numbers. I was actually sitting here saying it's a blizzard of information, and the fact remains there was risk with the incumbent, not that they're bad people. There was risk. We see that risk across the state. We see the trend moving away from these private operated organizations. We see the trend going towards municipal fire-based EMS. That's how I took the decision that said we should prosecute against the risk. You saw that it's going to take a lot of capital to get us into this operation. And I think that you'll hear a little bit more about that. Was a smart thing to do. The third part of the equation has to be, okay, who's going to be in the trucks? Who's going to be driving and picking us up? Hopefully never, but picking us up and taking us to Huggins. So in concert with the decision to create that new fire-based ambulance service, the town entered into negotiations with Local 3657 of the American Federation of State Municipal Employees to create a separate and distinct collective bargaining unit for our EMT and paramedic employees. And by the way, it was very collegial. It was difficult at times, but it was very collegial. The town manager and the team looked over a lot of different municipalities across the state to make sure that our proposed wage and benefit packages were consistent with other entities, not out of round with other entities, not too expensive, not too inexpensive, but we're right in the sweet spot. Because what we want to do is we want to structure something that we can attract and retain people. There's a lot of turnover in this particular business, 20%, okay? We achieved that objective. And I want to thank Jim and I want to thank the union for working with us. We achieved the objective. We also sat down collectively, not only to work the money part of things, but to make sure that the work rules were fair, they were consistent, and provided an environment where people could actually show up, have a career in fire service, have a career as a paramedic if they want to go there, and stick around in the town of Wolfeboro and hopefully retire in the town of Wolfeboro. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Zadi.
Chief, thank you. Again, I would reiterate what Selectman O'Brien had said. Going back to 1992, when the Wolfeboro Fire Department and the old Wolfeboro Rescue Squad were combined into what we know today as the Fire Rescue Department, until January 5th of 2026, we operated under what's called a first response EMS model. We respond to all medical calls and provide care to our level of training, where our private ambulance contractor would take over and provide the transport, in most cases to Huggins, but occasionally to another facility. Obviously, as we move toward operating 2 ambulances ourselves, that expectation of that level of service, the level of certification necessary to provide a similar and better level of service obviously created a lot of work on a lot of people's parts. What we've been able to do here with this article, with this agreement, is create a pay structure that reflects the increased expectations of those employees, the increase in the level of certification and level of service that we will be able to provide. It incentivizes current employees who aren't already advanced providers to achieve that certification, and it gives us a pay scale that's competitive with other communities of similar size around us to attract employees in the future who already have that level of certification and experience, and put them in a competitive position in regards or in relation to other communities. As unusual as it might be for management to stand here and push the union contract, this is a good thing going forward for the future of this program. I can say that since we began to gear up for the beginning of the operation of the first ambulance at the beginning of last month, a number of our staff members have completed the advanced EMT program. One currently is in paramedic school with an expected graduation date of the summer of 2026. We do have 2 other paramedics on staff, plus Deputy Chief Evangelista is a paramedic. And this gives us the ability to, as positions open, if the previous article is approved and we add some positions in July in anticipation of operating the second ambulance, it gives us a competitive scale to hopefully attract experienced providers. I can tell you, without, I don't think, violating any confidentiality, we did extend a tentative offer to a candidate last week who's already an advanced provider to fill an open position. He has accepted it. We're working through the background check and the department physical process and that sort of thing. We did another interview with another candidate today who's already a paramedic who has been extended a tentative offer. We hope to hear from him in a day or so if he chooses to accept that. But a big part of that ability to do that is having a pay scale that's proposed that is competitive with other communities who do a similar function and similar size department.
Any questions, comments on Article 4? Seeing none, Article 4 will appear on the ballot as printed. We'll move on to Article 5. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $292,097 for the purpose of funding contracted ambulance services through December 31st of 2026. These funds should be combined, $275,953, which budgeted funds in the operating budget line 01-42150-350 for a total contract cost in 2026 of $568,080. This appropriation will come from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 6 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation. Unanimously recommended by the Select Board 5-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 9-0 with 1 abstention. Majority vote will be required for this to pass in March. It's been moved by Selectman O'Brien, seconded by Chief Zoddy, and Selectman O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thanks again, Randy. So, we took the decision to be in this business. We took the decision to make some investments in this business. We took the decision to have a constructive relationship with the employees to get us going. Now it's time to take the decision to ramp down the relationship with Stewart's as we ramp up our own fire-based ambulance service. 2 choices in front of us: flash cut it or phase it. We all came together and said, probably should phase this. Probably not a good idea to flash cut things. So we appreciate what Stewart's has done. A couple of weeks ago, you probably saw one of our ambulances driving around town. We asked Stewart's to give us a ramp-up time so that we could get our new team on board, and you heard Tom talk about new people are coming aboard. They'll go through their onboarding process. So we asked Stewart's to help us out so we could transition away from them respectfully in 2026. So the warrant article that Tom's going to talk about is designed, my words, to begin the process of paying down that agreement in 2026 so that we can begin to ramp up our own business. Tom, I'll turn it over to you.
Chief?
Thank you. Again, this is one more phase of this project that this warrant article allows us to essentially provide a smooth transition from last year 2 ambulances run by the vendor, Stewart's, to this year 1 run by Stewart's, 1 operated by us, and then hopefully next year both operated by us. This phased-in approach allows us to do that with no reduction in the service that the town has come to expect. I might point out that the town has contracted for 2 ambulances for 20-plus years. Based on our call volume, based on the number of concurrent calls we do, 2 ambulances is entirely appropriate. It also gives us a bit of a net, if you will, if we should happen to have a mechanical problem with 1 ambulance. That puts it out of service for anywhere from a day to perhaps longer. It gives us the ability to continue to operate. This number, the total number, the $568,000 number, reflects an agreement we made with Stewart's, who've been very helpful to us in this process. A little over a year ago, in the previous contract, that allowed us to reduce the fee when we began to operate one of the ambulances. That number for 2026 would have been approximately $808,000 for them to continue to operate both. We were able to, when we stood up 1 ambulance, to negotiate that down to the 568 figure you see in the warrant article. Again, at the end of the day, this would allow us to provide that smooth transition to fire-operated transport at the end of 2026 with no reduction in the service that the town of Wolfeboro has become accustomed to.
Any questions on Article 5? Any comments? So Bobby, and then, how about, yeah, Bobby first, and we'll get you, ma'am. If you go over to the microphone, that'd be great.
As you know, Chief, this worries me immensely. If this article were not to pass, if we were not to add that 292,000, and this failed, no means no. So what happens with us having that second ambulance with just operating this on $275,000?
Obviously, we have thought through this process, and that is obviously one of the scenarios we've considered. Without going too far out over my skis, I would defer to the select board and the town manager, but again, I go back to what I stated earlier. This would allow us to make that transition smoothly. If, for whatever reason, this article didn't pass, that transition would have to happen a little faster than perhaps we planned, and there could be a period of time where we would only have one ambulance in the community.
Sure.
So you had just stated if that one ambulance is down, what happens to our town if we don't pass this and we're down to one ambulance and it's our own and that ambulance goes down?
Again, we have tried to anticipate any reasonable scenario that may play out in this whole process. As part of this, we have been in contact with multiple vendors that have multiple quotes. We've created some contacts in the ambulance dealer industry, and I'm comfortable that if push came to shove, we could arrange for a loaner in a reasonably short period of time, but it wouldn't necessarily be overnight. I'm not one to throw out the, give us X, Y, and Z and babies are going to die and all this other stuff. But that's reality. If we were in that position where there was some sort of a significant mechanical failure, in the short term, we'd be relying on our mutual aid partners and would make every effort to get a demonstrator/loaner truck in here as fast as we reasonably can. I'm kind of looking at the town manager and the board for a nod or something, but that's essentially what we would be doing.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Basically, my question is also related to this whole process. We have three, my name is Judy Crosley, by the way.
Thank you.
We have 3 articles related to the ambulance service. What do we do if 1 fails, 2 fails, 3 fails? It seems like a nutty process to me for approving such an important thing for our community. I'm not suggesting we change the process. I'm just saying this is a nutty process for this whole thing. There seems to be a better way to do this. We're not going to change that today. I understand that, but I'm very concerned about we're going to pass one article but not the other. So I'm hoping, no, I had another comment. How do we sell this to the rest of the community? My guess is the people here are going to vote for this. But how are we going to sell this to the rest of the community? What is the plan of this whole group, the selectmen and the budget committee and the town, people who run the town, to sell this to the rest of the community? Because you're going to have to sell this to the rest of the community.
Totally agree.
And this is very, very important.
Thank you. Any further discussion or comments?
If I might, I can answer that. You may be aware, we have recently filmed a couple of videos that our friends at Community TV have been kind enough to post. We've posted links to those in every reasonable place we could, including the town website, social media, and so forth. We, as a department, in conjunction with the ad hoc committee, which still exists, have come up with a plan. We are currently have been reaching out to community organizations. Last year, we spoke to a number of them, including, the service organizations and so forth. I can tell you, as of today, If you come to the senior luncheon here in this room next Monday, you'll be treated to a presentation by myself and Deputy Chief Evangelista on just what we're talking about. We also have scheduled a visit with folks at the Taylor Communities and Sugar Hill. We've also reached out to the Lions, the Rotary. We're working with the Chamber of Commerce to make a presentation at their annual State of the Town, I guess they call it, where we were able to make our presentation and answer any questions. And we're working on, we need to talk to our friends across the hall at the PD, but we're working on trying to schedule an open house at the Public Safety Building. We're kind of going back and forth on weekday, weekend, evening, but shortly we should be able to get some publicity out on that to invite people in to see the personnel, see the equipment, ask any questions. And if you haven't seen the new updated Public Safety Building, that would be a wonderful opportunity to do that as well. And that said, there's a standing offer. Call any of us anytime. If you've got a group of 3 people and want to hear from us, we'll come talk to you. And I'm only half kidding when I say that, because we'll be more than happy to come to any organization that has some Wolfeboro voters in it who wants to hear more of the details and so forth. So please feel free to reach out. And we'd be more than happy to have one or more of us come speak to any group or residents group. The Citizens for Wolfeboro have been kind enough to post links to all this material on their website. We have not finished yet, but one of our projects in the next few weeks is to write a series of articles that we will submit to the Granite State News, hopefully for publication. More along the lines of press releases, maybe, that rather than letters to the editor, but we're still kind of working through that. And again, we're more than open to suggestion. I agree. We can talk about it all day long,
But we won't, so thank you,
Okay.
Chief.
There's a good transition.
So,
All right.
next.
Can I sit down now? Because our next article doesn't come up.
Just a quick comment. If we don't amend this, it's going to be as is. And if some people would read the room a little bit, I think if nobody said anything, some of these would just go right through. But go ahead.
I had one question. And I'm a guy that's the glass is half full, so I anticipate that all 3 of these are going to pass. Now, if they pass, the stewards guarantee that they're going to have that ambulance here for backup, because they're moving to the transfers. And I noticed that they're doing more and more of the transfers. So are they going to guarantee they're going to have that ambulance here?
Stewart's is going to be here.
Okay. That's all I had.
All right. Any further discussion on Article 5? Question's been moved. Seconded. All those in favor of terminating debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Article 5 will read as it's presented on the warrant. We'll move on to Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $900,000 for the purpose of upgrading and engineering for town roads and drainage systems. This appropriation will come from taxation and is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32:76. And shall lapse on December 31, 2027, or upon completion of the project, wherever occurs first. The tax rate impact for 2026 is 18 cents per thousand of assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee on a vote of 8-1 with 1 abstention. A majority vote is required. It's been moved by Selectman Linda Murray. And do we have a second? Second by Dave Senegal. Selectman Murray, you have the floor.
Thank you. This warrant article is asking voters to approve spending $900,000 to do repairs, upgrades, and drainage improvements to town roads. This year, road appropriation is the same amount as last year's. The town's road surface management plan was used to identify which roads to repair, upgrade, or do drainage work in 2026. Please support this warrant article, and I'll turn it over to Steve Randall, the Public Works Director, to give you the details.
And Steve's up here for those that are looking for a voice.
Good evening, Steve Randall, Director of Public Works. So I'm going to give a quick rundown, and then I'll go back through each one. So the first thing we're going to do is Sewell Road. We're going to, last year, we shimmed half of it. So we're going to do the other half shim coat this year and then top coat the whole thing from stop sign to stop sign. We have Beach Pond Road, the last half of the dirt and some of those paved sections will be reclaimed and base paved. We have a section of Trask Mountain that is dirt now. We are looking to base pave. The municipal parking lot down by Linda's Flowers will get overlaid. Out back up here at the town hall will be overlaid. We have a large culvert on Haynes Hill that needs to be replaced. And then we have North Wakefield Road and Jonathan Hersey as dirt road projects. So to back up to the top, Linda touched on it. We have a road surface management plan that we base 90% of what we go off of. That incorporates whether we need to rebuild or whether we need to do preservation. So Sewell Road is what's considered preservation. It's in decent shape, it's not in great shape. If we get onto it now, we can stay ahead of it before it gets to be a full rebuild. So that is where that one came in. Beach Pond is a full rebuild. That piece of it is about 3,000 feet. We will look to get that done. Trask Mountain. Trask Mountain has been a bit of a conversation piece, I guess, to say the least. Couple reasons why that has come up this year. It is a dirt section. It has been rebuilt in the last couple years. It is in good shape as dirt. We were approached by residents of the road to pave. We as Public Works were tasked by the board to look at a couple things. What can we do environmentally wise to help with the town, to help with runoff, to help with dust, to help with those things. Paving some of these dirt roads, it checks off that box. The other thing we're looking to do is reduce our operating maintenance costs. And to maintain these dirt roads is extremely expensive. So this is a perfect candidate for this. 2,700 feet, the dirt is in all good shape, the culvert is in all good shape. We can base pave that for the 80. Linda's Flowers, that municipal parking lot, if anybody's been down there, it's in bad shape. Same thing with this one out here. Haynes Hill, that is a very large culvert that failed sometime long before I got here. Over the last few years in those big heavy rainstorms, that has overtopped and washed. If you're going up the road, it's about a 60-foot drop on one side and a 30-foot drop on the other. So it's in need of work. And then North Wakefield and our dirt roads constantly need work. So from a Public Works perspective, this is probably, I will say, our single most important ask this year is of our roads. They're our biggest asset in town, and we need to stay on top of them the best that we can with the money available. And I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Any questions or comments on Article 6? And Claude, I haven't forgotten you, but let's do you last if we could. Sir, you come up to the microphone. And anyone else that wants to speak, if you would like to go to the microphone.
My name's Frank Hamilton. I live on Upper Trask Mountain Road. And I just have a few comments about hopefully paving up at Trask Mountain Road. I get mixed up as to what road I'm talking about here. I'm known up there as the old man with a tractor, and I thought I'd be talking to maybe 5 people today. I've never been to a meeting before here, and a little nervous about it as well. I'm advocating for paving Trask Mountain Road, and I don't have any white papers or studies or anything go along with that, just a few observations for someone that lives up there. There's no access for Upper Trask Mountain Road without going over Trask Mountain Road. I don't know that everybody in town understands that, but that's the case, unless you have a helicopter. And there's been a big increase in the traffic in Upper Trask Mountain Road over the period of time. Now, there's a lady that's advocated for keeping all the roads up there dirt road as much as possible. And she stated a couple of things in another meeting that come to mind to me that I saw online. She said there's no changes in Upper Trask Mountain Road in 30 years. I know what she's talking about. There's been no building up there in 30 years, but there's been a lot of changes. I've been there, my wife and I, Patsy, and I have been here about 11 years, a little longer. And when we first came here, there were 4 children in the neighborhood. Those children now are grown up, and they have not left home. 2 of them have cars, all the more traffic. And also, thanks to someone you probably all know, and that's Kayla. She's moved in with 4 children, and now we have 8 children in the neighborhood. I know this sounds small stuff, but it's important to us. And another thing to mention is that 3 residences used to be gone all winter. They'd go down south where it was warmer. Well, those houses have all sold. Young children have moved in, and everybody's there all year round now. More traffic to the road. Another thing to mention is the advent of Amazon.com. And I guess everybody knows the result of that. Or with more children in the neighborhood, everybody running around, going to Pop Whaler, I guess. Anyhow, lots more traffic up there. And as the old man with the tractor, I go down the corner of the Trask Mountain Road, and every time it rains, the cars going around the corner, they make potholes, and I do the best I can to fill the potholes in between the length of time that it takes to grade the road, which they really do an excellent job of grading, but how many times a year can they do it? 2 or 3 times maybe, something like that. So anyway, there's those things, and that same woman also mentioned something about a man up there that didn't want his car to get dusty, so he wanted the road paved. Well, we take pride in our neighborhood. We take pride in the houses, we take care of the property, and we take care of our automobiles. I'm a retired automobile mechanic, as a matter of fact, and I like to keep the cars that I have in nice shape and so forth. And I can tell you that the potholes and the washboard effect that develops quite rapidly in the rain makes a big impression on cars. So I hope you'll all see fit to bring Trask Mountain Road, everyone that votes in town here, up to the standards that most of the town enjoys. And there's no need for a wide road, no need for curbstones, sidewalks, fire hydrants, or yellow lines, just a paved road that's still in keeping with the nature of North Wolfeboro. And that's all I have to say. I want to thank all of you people for doing your job that you do. I'd really rather be filling potholes. And thank you very much, and particularly thank you to Mr. Randall. I think he's a great asset to this town.
All right, thank you. So I got these 2 people here first before you.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, we'll get you. So, ma'am, you're up. Beverly? Beverly Wood, yes.
Hi, I'm Beverly Woods, and I live at the corner of Trask Mountain Road and Haynes Hill Road and Stoddard, Diamonds Corner, North Wolfeboro. And I just want to say that I am enthusiastically in support of all of the work that is proposed here. I think it makes a great deal of sense. A number of my neighbors and I have been concerned for many years about the amount of sand that's washing into our wetlands from some of the dirt. And I just think this would be great, and I hope that everybody supports it. Thank you.
My name is Kathy Dragonfly, and I'm not really sure about this, but when we pave these dirt upgrades and all these different roads, does that change it from a Class 5 road to a Class 6 road, which changes the benefits those people work? I mean, those people get? And also, does it change their insurance requirements for living on a Class 5 road versus 6? I own property in Ware, and I know it became an issue, so just saying.
Somebody want to answer that?
I can.
My name is Charles Horskin. I live on Haynes Hill Road. I've been there for 45 years, and for 45 years, I've been begging the Wolfeboro Historic Society and various folks that I've met to put guardrails at the bottom of Haynes Hill Road. At the bottom of the hill, there's a trench on one side that's a good 25 feet. On the other side, I've measured it's over 30 feet. I just can't imagine the school bus going down there and going off that. If it does, it's just going to be a disaster. In the 45 years I've been there, I've pulled 2 cars off my tractor that have almost gone over, and I just don't understand why. I go on some of the other roads in the town, and I see guardrails where there's a 2-foot drop, and here we have a 30, 35-foot drop on both sides of the road, and there's no guardrails. And I see Haynes Hill culvert replacement. Here's an issue that is a safety issue, and the town just refuses to address it, and it's just very unfortunate.
Randy?
Where is that coming from?
Up here. Me.
Oh, sure.
The cheap seats.
Thank you.
2 quick things. To Kathy's point,
Yes.
that's a Class 5 road now, and it won't change. It'll stay a Class 5 road. So it's not going to go to Class 6. It's not going to change that. So that'll stay the same. And to that gentleman's point, that Haynes Hill culvert replacement is exactly where he is talking about, and that project will include guardrails. So that his concern will be addressed for this as well.
All right, thank you. Suzanne, were you going to speak?
Suzanne Ryan. I live up in the Heatherlands. I'm grateful for it. Not a lot of traffic, and I like it that way. I also have at the end of Stoneham Road a Class 6 dirt road, for which, for some time, Mr. Seneca will remember, we went head and head on that one. It's not developed. It won't get developed. It went into conservation land.
So let's stick to the roads we are talking
Okay, so
about.
the rules of the game right here. We have adopted in the town of Wolfeboro and paid for a road surface management plan. And my questions to Steve is, what is your methodology in deciding what roads you select to work on?
So I use the road surface management plan. That's how Sewell Beach and the dirt road upgrades come about. Trask is referenced in that, as well as dirt road maintenance. So when we had some more communication is why we've decided to put paving on that this year. But we reference that manual in everything that we do.
Well, basically, we have 68 miles of road. And the plan, the methodology is usually run by the condition and the forecast for the repairs equal cost. It's suggested that maintaining roads in good condition to avoid the cost of total reconstruction, to be paving over dirt roads, to me, is out of sequence with the road surface management plan. If you take care of the roads that need resurfacing or total re-maintenance, that should be your priority first. I have no idea why you're going to dirt roads. I know you're going to say safety, you're going to say drainage. Nevertheless, those are the least traveled roads up in North Wolfeboro, and I don't think, and I'm not advocating for the people who live there, I'm just saying dirt roads in general. They should be on the bottom of the list, And the other roads that need care should be taken care of first. Roads in good conditions cost less to maintain than those in poor condition. So you should be addressing those roads and keeping them in good condition. Every road in good condition is a best strategy. Every dollar spent to keep good roads avoids $6 to $14 needed later to rebuild the same road once it is deteriorated. I don't believe you're following the road surface management plan. I think you're being driven by bigger is better, more is better. More trucks, bigger trucks. Anybody that went to the parade will see the nice parade of brand new big trucks. My big concern that's more relevant to myself is you have on this list dirt road upgrade, North Wakefield Road. My concern with that is that road through wetlands connects over to Route 16. The methodology that you're using says to me, if you're here for the next 10 years, you'll find a way to connect that over to Route 16. And I hope that I'm here to oppose it. I would like to make a motion to remove $170,000 from the bottom line of $900,000.
All right, so it's been moved to reduce the $900,000 number by $170,000. And it's been seconded, so Suzanne, you picked that because that was the dirt road upgrade number?
That would leave $730,000.
Right. So you'd like to move it to $730,000.
I got a weak second.
You got a second.
Okay, so the reason I selected that is because, again, it's two dirt roads. And one of them, North Wakefield Road, goes to nowhere currently. And I think that $170,000 would be much better spent any other paved road in town.
All right, is there any further discussion on that amendment? So, Claude, I received your petition to have any amendments to Article 6, which we are on, to be by secret ballot. You have a different amendment, however. You wanted to reduce it from 900 to 820, so I've got dueling banjos here. Did you want your secret ballot request to apply only to your proposed amendment, or do you want to have it go to Suzanne's too?
Okay?
Microphone.
Microphone.
Yeah.
Come on up. Come on up and introduce and talk to us. Come on up.
It's Claude Rossiger, Wolfeboro. If we can shorten this process, I'm all for that. I think the issues are similar. One of the things that needs to be said clearly, and it's easy for you all to find it.
So we're talking on Suzanne's amendment.
Yes.
I strictly want to know, you want it by written ballot? Can we do it by voice?
You want to put the totals together or not?
Well,
It's fine, whatever you want to do.
if you put them together, it confuses two issues. You have to do that.
I'd like to speak to the amendment.
So you can speak to the amendment, but I still procedurally want to know how we're going to vote on it. But I'm hearing that we could probably do it by voice vote or hand count on Suzanne's amendment. And then Claude, you still have yours in abeyance. So speak to the amendment. Brody, we'll do it by hand count then.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to flag these folks who live on these roads, they pay taxes too. I think they deserve to be able to have their roads when they're deteriorated. Dirt roads, yes, they're dirt, I know. They deserve, though, to be able to safely travel on their roads. And just because we're doing maintenance to sections of North Wakefield Road that is classified as a Class 5 road, that does not mean that the town is going to vote to then make the sections we don't upkeep a Class 6 road. So I find that point moot We're not going to start maintaining it. It's clearly been a Class 6 road, gated and barred for decades. Those people deserve to have their roads taken care of if we're going to appropriate the $900,000, and I think we should. I wouldn't want people to pick out my road from the state's plan, 109A, remove funding for that so it doesn't get taken care of. I'm a taxpayer. Everyone gets their turn eventually, and apparently these people are getting their turn, and the rest of us in this room will get our turn too, and hopefully these people remember that you supported their turn, and they'll support your turn next. So, thanks.
You want to speak to the amendment? No. You do. Kayla.
Hi, Kayla Hewitt. I just wanted to share a reminder. A couple of years ago, I was up here. The warrant article for 2024 was proposed $700,000. I made a motion to raise it to $900,000, and we had the support, and we made that happen. And the reason that came about was because the town the town estimated that we needed to spend $1.2 million a year on road upgrades for 10 years. And so that is how we discussed the significance of roads and how important they are, and we all voted to support that and keep the 900. I think it's great that you break it down so we can see where it's being spent, but I would like, and I support, keeping it at the full 900 so that you can continue to do your job, because let's face it, it's still under the 1.2 million, and we're going on how many years of that now, so we're going to have a lot more to make up if we don't keep this. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Yes, a reminder that the 900,000 should be added together with the 2,197,382, which is for road repair, care, and maintenance. It's a total budget of $3 million for roads. And my point about making the amendment is simply the money is better spent on paved roads that are existing that need repair. This is taken out of sequence, and it's a choice, a popular choice or a political choice that should not be governing our road service management plan. Thank you.
You speaking on the amendment, Kathy?
I have a question.
Okay.
I'm just Kathy Dragonfly. I'm wondering if the dirt road upgrades, the North Wakefield Road and the Jonathan Hersey Road are also Class 5 roads. Steve commented on Trask Mountain, but he didn't comment on all the others. And
so we'll get you an answer.
They are all Class 5 town roads.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other thing is, when we pave somebody's road, don't we usually have hearings, or do we just go out and decide?
Well, that's not a bad question, but we're on the amendment, which is dealing with dirt roads, not paving.
Okay,
All right, so
I just want to
bring that up
say
in a
one
sec.
more thing.
Okay.
Dirt roads are easier to take care of in the long run. Pavement's going to have to be...
No.
All right, so is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Nature is going to win every time.
Any further discussion on the amendment? All right, so the amendment is to reduce the $900,000 number down to $730,000, which is a reduction of $170,000 for the purpose of deleting the dirt road upgrade to North Wakefield Road and Jonathan Hershey Road. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All's opposed? No. I think the noes have it, unless someone wants a card vote, but I think that amendment fails. Do you have any further discussion on Article 6?
Yes, sir. Hi, I'm Hannah Seibel here again. I am a resident of Trask Mountain Road, and I'm hearing some ideas that paving is actually less expensive in the long run, and I can understand if that would be the case on a high traffic area, which we're talking 100 to 200 vehicles a day. If you want to say that's 50 to 100 round trips. I agree, yes, there are loads more children. Paving, people are going to go a lot faster. It's a hill, quote unquote mountain, if you will. It's supposed to be 20 miles per hour at the intersection. People don't really do that. People are complaining about potholes. Guess what? All of the construction vehicles that have been going up and down ever since that it was, passed that's now a class 5 road instead of a class 6. Someone's doing some kind of construction up there. I have a $42 per month. Granted, I really only plan on keeping it during the winter time. I'll just use the hose during the summer months. I have a $42 per month, endless trips to go to the Wolfeboro car wash. If you go every other day, that's like, that's a high 70, almost 80% discount. It's a 2,700 foot section of road. That base paved, that's $80,000. What are we really talking about total number that's gonna need to be paid somehow if we're gonna go with the paving option? That could be, I don't know, $250,000, $450,000. I don't think that this is a really accurate pitch for what it's really gonna cost the taxpayers overall. I think that the actual volume, I remember Beverly Woods was mentioning, sorry, we're not supposed to mention people who have said things. Someone brought up that we want to talk about conservation and the surrounding ecosystem and habitats. Yes, absolutely. We want to consider the sediment runoff, erosion, and if we want to, there are cheaper processes that you can actually do, like a vegetative spray. That's what, $9 per unit. If you wanted to do something a bit more, luxurious or better working, you can do an armoring of like what, $119.50. These are just things that I looked up real quickly online. So I really don't believe that cost effectiveness for this particular road with the actual traffic that is on it, I don't think that this is a very good idea to include this with it, especially with these numbers, because these aren't actually accurate for what it's going to actually cost.
All right, is there any further discussion? So Claude, I have your motion to amend. Is a good time to bring that up? All right, so Claude has moved that we reduce the $900,000 number to $820,000, which is an $80,000 reduction. And I believe the reason, Claude, is that you want to not pave Trask Mountain Road. You want to take that particular line item out. So there's the substance of that motion. Is there a second? All right, so there's a second. So we want to discuss just that amendment. Should we remove Trask Mountain Road base pave at $80,000 and reduce the requested amount of money from $900 down to $820? Claude, you want to address that?
Thank you. I'm distressed by the bad information that has been put in front of the boards. And it really matters. The cost of maintaining a paved road is 4 times the cost of a gravel road. You can find this on any public works website across New England, across the northern tier of the United States. So where this information came from, that gravel roads cost more to maintain, I don't know, but it's not correct. So we should think twice. I would like to address also this $80,000, which was said to be the cost of paving Trask, and then here it says base pave. But actually, the true cost of paving 2,700 feet of road is 54,000 square feet. And I have information from public works departments. I have information from public works departments in Carroll County next to ours who have confirmed our numbers. The cost of doing that road properly is north of $350,000, more likely $450,000. Think about that. Think about our taxes. You hear people who are hurting. And all we get, as others have spoken, is kind of disregard. Does that sound right to you? It doesn't sound right to me. And then we get information like this. The only thing that you can say about Trask. It's a dead-end road, and we would be funding a paved driveway for a dozen people up there. That's what it comes to. The runoff issue is not correct, because runoff on a road of that size, paved or dirt, there are pros and cons to each one. The net result of runoff is about the same. And you've had that from your own department, of water department, I think. They told you that. So that's not an issue. There is runoff both ways, but it's about the same net effect. Now, let's look quickly at what happens when we take these roads, and I do want to refer to that because nobody spoke to that. These roads are in the historic district of North Wolfeboro. That was voted by the townspeople. They are in the scenic roads under state RSA. That was voted by the townspeople. So if we change that, those sort of things have to be voted by the townspeople. And they should be done based on true and accurate information. Now, the complaints that we've heard, because I've seen them, the complaints that we've heard is potholes, dust, and from time to time in winter, a slippery road. Let me address that. The potholes and the dust are part and parcel of the same issue: improper maintenance of the gravel roads. Town of Ossipee has 4 times the mileage of gravel road as Wolfeboro, and they spend less money than we do, and their roads are in better shape. Why? Because the procedures for the maintenance of their gravel roads are well anchored and regularly followed. If the roads were treated properly immediately after winter, I'm not going to give you the long story, but the short story, because it matters. If they were treated properly, which means when they're wet and magnesium chloride is put, it is brought down, it's drained down into the road surface. We throw magnesium chloride on dry roads. It's almost useless. It's a waste of money. And then the roads have to be rolled. The end result is that the roads don't pothole the way ours have. We've had on the traveled roads of Wolfeboro, gravel roads, we've had pothole hell for a couple of years. Why? Improper maintenance. We have to be straightforward about this, what's going on. So, to convert this Trask Mountain to a paved road, when we have it in a historic district, it's scenic roads. We have the master plan, which twice refers to maintaining the scenic roads. Do all these things not matter? Is that what we're doing? We're just throwing all that out? For what? For potholes and dust, which can be fixed by just regular good maintenance very cheaply? So here we propose to spend a large amount of money. Moreover, the money that was put in front of us is not a correct estimate of what it will cost. So whatever you've judged on, you judged basically on incorrect information. Wouldn't you need to at least put a pause to this and get the information right? You can listen to what I say and say, well, he's just saying that stuff. No. We've done our homework. We've done our research. We've spoken to highway departments around New England. I'm not going to do this. I've got all the information. I could read it to you, the white papers. This is real. So I ask you, and also those who thought they were in favor of this, actually not. Because paved roads are very expensive creatures. In fact, the town of Ossipee, this is interesting, they are reconverting some paved roads to gravel for reasons of economy. Think about that. So that's why I'm asking for this. I'm not saying forever. I'm not saying never. I'm saying not now. Because the information that we've been given is not good information. And if we're worried about taxes, worried about spending a lot of money. This is a lot more money than what you see put up on the board. Thank you.
Randy, if I may.
Sure. Steve?
So I'm not going to get into a ton of what he said, but the one thing that I will correct what he did say is his cost to rebuild that road. If that dirt road hadn't been just rebuilt a few years back and fully boxed in all new drainage, he would be correct. But it is fully boxed. It is all spec gravel. The only thing it is missing is the base pave. And that is an accurate number from Allstate Paving that was actually submitted in the packet. So that is a true number to pave that road.
So you want to address the amendment, sir? Yeah, Frank Hamilton once again. Speaking of information, my count on Upper Trask Mountain Road is 27 people, not 12. And on Trask Mountain Road, there's 36 acres of thereabouts for sale on the right-hand side going up the hill. And there's 62 acres that's pending on the left-hand side. That to me means a lot more traffic in the very near future. Also, there's people building down on the, I know you don't know the area there, but down in the Class 6 part of the road, there's someone building there already. So we already have more and more traffic coming, like I said before. That means we really do need a road up there. Thank you very much. Kayla?
Real quick, I just want to also add, Kayla Hewitt, that I was formerly, no longer, but I was formerly on the North Wolfeboro Area Association, and when I was in that role as a trustee and then VP, I was brought in to have meetings with Steve Randall and discuss the roads. So we sat in his office for an hour and a half, and we talked about the plowing and the roads and the maintenance and the staff and the funding and the dirt and the pavement and how it goes from one to the other to the back and forth. And Steve gave us some really great explanations as to what his reasoning for his decisions are, and it was my observation that there are some in the room who just didn't want to hear it. I keep hearing that maintenance is the problem, road maintenance, if the dirt roads were maintained properly. This actually is a solution. Thank you.
On the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment, I'm going to reiterate what I said last time. The people on these roads who have asked for them to be paved pay taxes. I think they're allowed to lobby their government. They're allowed to ask them to ask it to be paved. I know it's controversial, but I'll flag last year a similar article was increased by this legislative body to make sure people's roads and their projects could get added. And people supported them. And now this year, I think it's the same group of people, and some of them want some specific projects removed. And at the end of the day, I hope that when I want my road to be paved, people don't try to remove it from these similar warrant articles. And in return, I will support keeping your roads funding in this warrant article, and I hope others feel the same way and vote accordingly. Thank you.
All right. So we'll let you speak. The question's been moved as soon as you finish here.
Charlene Seibel. I wanted to point out a few things that I think perhaps those who have not lived in the area for over 40 years might not understand. I believe very strongly in taking care of our roads. I think that anyone who has recently traveled on Wambeck Road is probably aware of how, unfortunately, our existing paved roads are falling into disrepair. I would like to point out that in my entire, I believe we bought our property in 1983, and we did our due diligence. We were drawn to the North Wolfeboro area because of its historic nature, because of the fact that at the time we had a historic district commission, and there was a great interest in making sure that the Wolfeboro that we all fell in love with and moved to retained that quaint and very much rural attraction. I know that there have been those who have complained about having their tires blow out. I have to say, since 1983, in all of my travel on Trask Mountain Road, which I knew was a gravel road when we chose to buy our property, we did our due diligence. I have never had a single blowout. I can also tell you that I'm pleased to learn of the proliferation of children in the area, and I would like to point out that I have personally observed people traveling Trask Mountain Road to Upper Trask Mountain Road, greatly exceeding the speed limit. I have found myself being tailgated by some of those residents when I was going the speed limit, which is actually 30 miles per hour. And with all these children moving into the area, and the fact that Trask Mountain Road is also used for recreation, it's used for runners, walkers, I would like to wonder why, when the overwhelming portion of Trask Mountain Road is a straightaway, I would like to ask why anyone who cares about safety would want to pave a road which will naturally, obviously, and this is fact, which will cause faster traffic. And it seems counterintuitive to talk about safety and children and then turn around and want to do something which will grossly increase the rate of speed. Gravel roads are traffic calming, and I don't think we should be making a decision now when we don't have all the information. Now, we've heard Mr. Randall talk about, oh, Trask Mountain Road is already fine. All we have to do is, how many inches are you talking about slapping down?
We do 2.5 inches of binder.
2.5 inches of binder. For a lay person, does that mean asphalt?
Yes, asphalt.
2.5 inches of asphalt, which, again, this concept flies in the face of what the Wolfeboro Waters Committee presented to the Board of Selectmen, in which they were talking about, oh, this will protect us from runoff. No, it won't. There aren't any catch basins on Trask Mountain Road. It's 5 miles from the nearest water body. And so there's no way, since the stated, the impetus was supposedly to protect our lakes, when the person who created that information stated that there's essentially no concrete evidence that paving versus gravel is better for water quality. And so, to me, the whole project originated with, yes, a handful of residents on Upper Trask Mountain who, when they bought their property, apparently based on emails I've seen, were immediately thinking, oh, hey, let's pave Trask Mountain Road. And it's against the 2019 master plan, which this board voted on. And I just think that the pause we're looking for to make sure we have accurate numbers and to make sure that it's not going to be just 2.5 inches of asphalt slapped down on Trask Mountain and call it a day. I think that I am definitely going to support the amendment, and I would hope that other people who care about the quality and the way of life that it draws people here would do the same. Thank you.
All right, so the question has been called to terminate debate. It's been seconded, so all those in favor of terminating debate on the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All's opposed? All right, so we're going to now vote on the amendment, which is to reduce the bottom line of $900,000 to $820 by deleting the Trask Mountain Road portion. We have to do this by secret ballot, so you're all going to grab this one, the red one, and we're going to write yes or no somewhere. Well, let's do it very clearly. On the W side only, write yes or no somewhere on the side. Nice and bold. So right there, the pens are there. Caitlin, you're going to grab these, please. And then, what?
Now we have no numbers.
No. You're going to write on it. So let's start in the back. If you want to come on up. Caitlin. You can't see what they're doing, but thank you.
Can you specify which color?
Just walk.
I don't know what color the time's anyways. You're not sleeping on it. We got at least another 4 hours, don't we? She got one thing right in the whole conversation. People like to walk up that road. There's a lady from downtown Wolfeboro. She likes to take her dog up that road 8 months out of the year to take a crap on something. I see her every morning in the box.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Hey, where you going? We're not done yet.
You're supposed to.
Oh, it says no already. Oops. Go, Brian. It's okay. It's staying in there. You got it on there. I got it. That's it. We got it.
Mr. Moderator, assuming there's no further activity on this particular warrant article, I make a motion to restrict.
Too early to do that.
Well, after, assuming there is none, 2 through 6.
We got that covered, but thank you, we'll get you. So has everybody voted? Hey, John McDonald, have you guys voted? I see 2 ballots. Hey, John McDonald. Are you going to vote? Okay. All right, Caitlin. All right, everybody, let's sit down. We're going to count the ballots now. All right, everybody, let's get started again. If everybody could please sit down. Is there any further discussion on Article 6? Is there any further discussion on Article 6 while we're counting the ballots on the most recent amendment? All right, if not, we're going to move to Article 7, and until we get that, we'll leave Article 6 sort of open. So Article 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $140,000 to purchase 2 new police cruisers and ancillary equipment, said appropriation to be offset by $16,000, which represents a portion of accumulated revenue in the Special Police Detail Revolving Fund, created by Article 23 in 2006, which is accumulated from special details in prior years, and $124,000 from general taxation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 3 cents per assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the Selectmen of the Budget Committee. It's been moved by Selectman O'Brien, seconded by somebody. Who's going to second it? Linda Murray. And Selectman O'Brien, you have the floor on Article 7.
Thank you. Thanks, Randy. So it's back to public safety. We have, and before we start, I want to answer a question that was raised about this article. Should it have been on the operating budget? Should it be as a warrant article? The fact remains, whether it was in the operating budget or a warrant article, it has the same effect on your taxes if you approve this, okay? Over the past couple of years, there's been a concerted effort to, and I think you've observed it, and you've helped us fund this, to substantially improve our public safety assets. Yes, shiny new buildings, but, you know, we're, in my world, new people who are prepared to serve you. And you heard that earlier with the ambulance business. You've seen a revitalization of our police department. They're here to serve us. And recently, we got darn close to getting the full head count in the PD side, which is pretty darn good. It's been a slog over the past couple of years to win your approval for new cruisers. Last April, a year ago this coming April, the police department, under the chief and the captain, had every one of our cruisers looked at professionally to determine whether they were structurally and mechanically in integrity. At that time, warning bells came off for 2 of the cruisers that they were not going to make it. These are the vehicles that they're not optional. This is kit. This is what keeps our cops safe and keeps you safe. In fact, one of those cruisers right now is out of service. So the ask that we are putting in front of you is that you consider funding 2 police cruisers. There'll be an ongoing ask as the years go forward, but the ask is to fund 2 police cruisers. And I don't know whether the chief is going to come and speak to this or not, but that's basically what we're asking for. And this funding is not only for the cruisers, but for the radios, for all of the things that have to go inside of these vehicles. And very frankly, if you say yes to these, you won't see them on the road until 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. It takes a while. These are not things you can just go down to Ford Motor Company and pick up. So I wholeheartedly hope that you support this article. It's very important for our police officers and for you. So thank you.
Any discussion, any comments on Article 7? All right, seeing none, Article 7 will appear on the ballot as printed, and we're still leaving Article 6 in abeyance. Oh, no, we won't. Can't do that yet. So the amendment fails on Article 6. There were 39 in favor, 69 opposed, and 1 abstention. So that article fails. That amendment, thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
No, wait a minute. Article 6 is still hanging out there.
3969, Randy?
So is there any further discussion on Article 6?
Restrict reconsideration.
Okay, so seeing that there's no further discussion on Article 6, it will appear as printed on the ballot. And now I'll entertain a motion not to reconsider 4, 5, 6. Yes. Is there a second to that? Second. All those in favor of not reconsidering Articles 4, 5, 6, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we now will not reconsider 2 through 6. We just went past 7. We're now going to discuss Article 8. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $285,000 to replace a Class 8 6-wheel dump truck in the Department of Public Works, to authorize the Wolfeboro Selectboard to apply for and accept such monies as may become available from the federal and state governments and/or other aid, grants, and donations which may be available for said project that may reduce the sum of $285,000, and to authorize the Selectboard to take and other actions or pass any other vote relative thereto, and to authorize the town manager to sign any related documents. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 327.76 and shall lapse on December 31, 2027, or upon the completion of this project, whatever occurs first. The town has been awarded a 70% grant through Granite State Clean Fleets Grant in the amount of $187,897, with 30% to be raised through stactation, which is $97,103. The engine of the existing truck must be destroyed as part of this grant award. With this grant award, taxation will be impacted $97,103. The estimated tax impact for 2026 is 2 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. Recommended by the Select Board, unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee, unanimously. A majority vote will be required for it to pass in March. It's been moved by Chairman Senegal, seconded by Selectman Murray. Dave, you have the floor.
Thank you, Randy. This is a dump truck. You can see from the pictures up on the screen, I think that this truck has 172,000 miles on it, 17,864 hours. The engine was replaced in 2019. Currently is experiencing engine issues now. Body and frame are showing significant rust. We have been in this, we have used this in the past where we get these grants for these trucks. And like it says in the article, we are responsible only for $97,103. So I wish, hopefully you will back this warrant article.
Any further discussion?
Sebastian.
Just have a question. How many trucks does the Department of Public Works have? I mean, we seem to see this or something very similar to this on every year. It used to be 340,000. Now it's 285. I guess the trucks have gotten cheaper. But how many trucks do we have? Nine trucks?
Yeah, 9 trucks.
And what is your turnover rate? Do you try to
Well,
replace one a year?
So when I first started, when I came on board in '22, I created a replacement plan of 11-year cycle for all of our equipment. So that's the loaders, the trucks, the excavators, that's everything. The last 2 years, we haven't got the funding to replace them, so we've had to push that out. Ideally, we're replacing at least one thing a year. In the end of '22, when I took over, to replace all of our fleet was $3.2 million. Now, that number is $4.2 million. So the increase in equipment price has gone up $1 million in 2.5 years. So any grants like this that we can get is a home run for us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions or discussions on this article? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 8 and Article 9. Article 8 will read as printed on the ballot. So Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,000 for the purpose of making repairs to existing sidewalks. This appropriation will come from taxation and is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32:7:6 and shall lapse on December 31, 2027, or upon the completion of the project, whichever occurs first. The estimated tax rate impact of 2026 is 2 cents per $1,000 evaluation, unanimously recommended by the Selectmen and Budget Committee. It's been moved by Selectman Murray, seconded by Chairman Senegal, and Selectman Murray, you have the floor.
This warrant article requests $75,000 for 2026 to repair and patch sidewalks in the downtown and along North Main Street. After the Select Board toured the downtown and assessed the condition of the sidewalk, the board decided not to allocate funds to the sidewalk capital reserve account, but instead spend the full amount in 2026 on sidewalk improvements. And I don't know if Steve wants to add anything. I think you have the list of roads. I hope you can support this warrant article.
Any comments, discussions? Steve, do you want to weigh in or not? Okay. Anyone else have anything they'd like to say? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 10. So it's been moved to not reconsider Articles 7, 8, and 9. Is there a second? Second. And all those in favor of not reconsidering Articles 7, 8, and 9 this evening, please say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, we will not now reconsider 7, 8, or 9. Moving on to Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $175,000 for the purpose of ongoing repairs and upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 37:76 and shall lapse on December 31, 2026, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This appropriation will come from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact of 2026 is $4 for $1,000 assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the board and the budget committee. It's been moved by Selectman Murray, seconded by Chairman Senegal. Selectman Murray, you have the floor.
Yeah. The wastewater treatment plant warrant article is asking voters to approve spending $75,000 to repair and upgrade the wastewater treatment plant. The Select Board decided not to place the $175,000 into the wastewater treatment plant capital reserve account, but instead spend the full amount on repairs in 2026. Since 2007, the town has used a phased approach to repair and upgrade the wastewater treatment plant. In 2007 and 2008, the town changed the treatment plant process. In 2010, the headworks were upgraded, and in 2012, the spray field buildings were repaired. Then in 2013, the Capital Reserve Fund was established to make repairs and improvements to the plant. In 2015, the wastewater treatment plant capital reserve warrant article laid out an 8-year, $1 million plan at $125,000 each year to make the improvements to this 1970 plant. In 2015, the Wolfeboro Wastewater Treatment Plant was awarded the New Hampshire Small Wastewater Treatment Plant of the Year. In 2023, many of the 1985 pumps were replaced. In 2025, the electric system was upgraded. The Select Board will receive a report from Wooden and Curran, the town's plant operators, on whether to continue the phased upgrade to the existing plant or proceed with a new plant. I hope you will support this warrant article.
Any further discussion, questions, or comments on Article 10? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 11. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to perform repairs and maintenance of small sewer pump stations. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31 of 2027 or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first, as that appropriation will come from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 2 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. This is unanimously recommended by the Select Board as well as the Budget Committee. A majority vote will be required for it to pass in March. And that's been moved by Selectman Thurston, seconded by Chairman Senegal. John, you have the floor.
So thank you very much, Randy. So this is a vital aspect of our sewer system. These are micro Gorman Rupp stations in low-lying areas around the lake that push effluent up to our main trunk line that ends up going to the plant. Again, it's a vital aspect of our system. We have to keep up with this program and always be maintaining them because we don't want them to fail.
Any discussion on Article 11? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $30,000 for the purpose of making necessary structural repairs to the Clark House Museum and continued engineering of the Pleasant Valley Schoolhouse. This appropriation will come from taxation, is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2027, or upon completion of the project, whichever first occurs. The impact, the tax rate impact for 2026 is 1 cent per $1,000 assessed valuation, recommended by the Select Board by a vote of 4-1, unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee 10-0. A majority vote will be required. Been moved by Selectman Thurston, seconded by Chairman Senegal. John, you have the floor again.
So this is the historic Clark complex on South Main Street, where we have multiple historic buildings. Some of them have fallen into a little bit of disrepair and started to move with the ground and cause other damage throughout the structures. So this is a small down payment to get these repairs in the works, and we should all be proud of supporting the Clark Museum.
Any discussion on Article 12? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 13 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of resurfacing the tennis, pickleball, basketball courts at the Foss Field Pavilion. This appropriation is from taxation. It's non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2027, or upon completion of the project, whichever first occurs. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 1 cent per $1,000 of assessed valuation, recommended by the Select Board in a vote of 3-2, unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee 10-0. It's been moved by Selectman Deshay, seconded by Chairman Senegal. And Brian, you have the floor.
So we've heard from the public that they want us to maintain our assets. The courts are in need of resurfacing, and we have come across some cost savings for it too. I'm going to ask Christine Collins to go over what the repairs are and the savings that she found from last year to this year for this process.
Christine, and who's up top for those of you that are wondering.
Hi, Christine Collins. I was able to obtain 3 quotes for our tennis, pickleball, and basketball courts. 2 of them were, one was in $96,000, one was a little bit more than that, and then we were able to secure one for $50,000. Our courts are supposed to be resurfaced every 6 years. They are well used, and we do our best to pressure wash them and fill the cracks, but at a certain point at that 6-year mark, you are supposed to resurface all of them. So we are actually heading into the 7th year, so we really want to preserve those courts so we can keep using them year after year.
Thank you. Any further discussion, comments? Bobby?
Sorry. Christine, I just want to ask you the same question that I asked at the budget hearing. If we do not do this resurfacing this year, what is the cost to the taxpayers if this is not resurfaced?
So we risk the possibility of having, if the frost gets too below in the cracks, then it expands the courts and you have to actually dig them out and redo them, which I think when we researched it was like $200,000 in that ballpark to redo the court. So we're trying to preserve them so we don't have to spend that big chunk of change.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on Article 13? Seeing none, Article 13 will appear as written on the ballot. It's been moved by Pat Waterman not to reconsider Articles 10 through 13. Is there a second? All those in favor of not reconsidering Articles 10 through 13, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, that passed. We will not now reconsider Articles 2 through 13. Moving on to Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the existing non-capital reserve fund, which as of December 31st, 2025, had a balance of $44,750. These funds are under the custody of the trustees of the trust funds, with the Wolfeboro Selectboard as agents to expend this from the non-capital reserve fund. This appropriation will come from taxation. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 1 cent per $1,000 of assessed valuation, unanimously recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee. A majority vote will be required in order for it to pass in March. Been moved by Selectman Murray, seconded by Chairman Senegal. And Selectman Murray, you have the floor.
This capital reserve fund,
Yep.
This capital reserve fund enables the town to set aside funds to address water quality issues and support watershed management plans. The Wolfeboro Waters Committee is monitoring several projects to ensure best management and containment practices are implemented and to promote the adoption of filtration system. These funds could support key projects, such as 319 grants to address stormwater runoff entering Russ Pond, or for filtration and containment system to slow stormwater runoff as identified in a watershed management plan. Please support this warrant article.
Any discussions, comments on Article 14? Bob?
I think you called it a capital reserve fund. It's a non-capital reserve fund.
You are correct. Yep, it's a non-capital. Thank you.
She was just seeing if you were paying attention, Bob. Any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 15, and Article 14 will appear on the ballot as printed. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to continue yearly maintenance of the water treatment plant facility. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 3276 and shall lapse on December 31, 2027, or upon completion of the project, whichever occurs first. This project will be paid for by the Water Enterprise Fund and will not result in any increase in the tax rate. The estimated tax rate impact is therefore zero. Unanimously recommended by the Selectmen Budget Committee. A majority vote will be required for it to pass in March. It's been moved by Selectman Thurston, seconded by Chairman Senegal. And John, you have the floor.
Another vital aspect of our town, our water treatment plant upgrades to maintain our water system. This is not free money. This is money paid for by water users, and it will not impact the tax rate. So you got to support this one.
Any discussion on Article 15? Sebastian?
Yeah, I just have a simple question. Really, I don't know if it's germane to this or not, but if this is for an enterprise fund and it doesn't have any impact on the tax rate, why do we have to have a warrant article? I mean, isn't the enterprise fund is supposed to be self-sustaining? It makes money. It has a profit. It can use money. Why do the taxpayers have to be involved in the process? Just a simple question. I don't know. Maybe there's a good answer for that.
So there's really three ways that this can be handled. Either it can be put into the operating budget of the water department. It can be put into a warrant article as established here, which we've done for a number of years, or it can be voted by the select board to be placed into an existing capital reserve fund for a purpose going forward. So this is an article which historically has come in front of the voters to ask to spend the money out of that enterprise fund. It's a conversation that I think the board, if they wanted to, could entertain in the future.
Well, I mean, we all are here, and it's almost 11 o'clock at night, and I'm all in favor of making these a little shorter. So in the interest of brevity, maybe we should look at some of these warrant articles that are essentially maintenance items and put them into the budget, vote on them once. I mean, that seems to be where we spend most of our time, is on the operating budget. Put them in there, vote once, and then we don't have to consider 15 or 27 articles that we're doing tonight, because it's way the hell past my bedtime and I get cranky.
Any other further comments on Article 15? Jeff? Whatever you're trying to say, you're just stretching? Yeah, you got to come to the microphone. So I'm not hearing either one of you. Are you trying to... We didn't really have any. If we just left it, I would have moved on. So is there any further discussion? And seeing none, we will just move on. So Article 15 will appear.
Randy?
Suzanne.
Okay, Suzanne.
Just point of order, I may be incorrect, but I think you skipped reconsideration for number 8 and 9.
No.
Possibly. You did 10.
I believe we covered that, but thank you for bringing it up. I'm confident we're good through Article 13. We have not yet done it for 14 or 15, which we are on.
I would like to make a motion that we do 13, 14, and 15, and not to reconsider.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of not reconsidering 13, 14, and 15, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, so we will not reconsider Articles 2 through 15. It's also had a request to turn up the heat a little bit. We had a few people that were cold. I will move on to Article 16. To see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 3195-H for the purpose of purchasing ambulance services, expendables, and capital costs to include ambulances, cardiac monitors, stretchers, and other equipment necessary under state rule to operate a transport ambulance. Effective Jan 1, 2027, 35% of the revenues received from ambulance services billing fees, charges, or other income derived from the activities or services supported by the fund will be deposited into the fund, and the money in the fund should be allowed to accumulate from year to year and should not be considered part of the town general fund balance. The town treasurer shall have custody of all money in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the select board, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose for which the fund was created. The 65% balance of revenues received from ambulance services, billings, fees, charges, or other income derived from the activities or services supported by the fund will be deposited into the general fund. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 0, unanimously recommended by the Selectmen, recommended by the Budget Committee, a vote of 9-1. Been moved by Chairman Selectman Senegal, seconded by Chief Zadi. And Dave, you have the floor.
Okay, this is an article that I think is very self-explanatory. I don't know if Tom wants to add anything. There are no numbers in here because we don't know what the values are going to be at this point. It was broken out in percentages for that reason. Tom?
Sure, and I promise this will be the last time you hear from me tonight. I'll make it quick. Long story short, this article allows creation of this revolving fund, which essentially would, we would place 35% of the ambulance billing revenue starting next January into this fund, which will allow us to move forward with replacing what things we call expendables, the gloves and protective gear and stuff that we use on a routine call. It also will allow us to replace bigger ticket items as they come due for replacement, up to and including the actual ambulances as we go forward. The object obviously here is, I think Mr. Tordano used the phrase before, cost avoidance. This would allow us to transfer the impact of the purchase of these items from the taxpayers to the users. It would be funded by the ambulance revenue. It would allow us to put ambulances on a regular cycle of replacement, not unlike our capital reserve fund, where we have fire apparatus and so forth on regular replacements. And at the end of the day, the 35% that goes into the fund and the 65% that goes into the general fund help offset taxes.
Thank you. Brody?
Wait all night for these questions. Yes. I was wondering why was the 35... Why was it chosen 35% only to go into this revolving fund and 65% to go into the general fund? Wouldn't it make more sense to maximize the amount of revenue that's in the revolving fund for buying these supplies or future supplies? Or am I...
Sure, I think I can answer that. Frankly, we costed out the cost of expendables for the next several years as best we could. We costed out what replacement ambulances and the big ticket items, the monitors and so forth, would be over the next several years, and frankly came up with that 35% figure with the assistance of the town manager, because it covers that number. The directive from at least two, if not the entire select board, as we went into this, was to use as much as possible to return to the general fund. And this was kind of that tipping point that covered those expenses, that at the same time contributed as much as we reasonably could to the general fund to directly offset taxes.
So here my comments are, we'd be taking 65% of the revenue under this proposal. 65% of the revenue from the ambulance fund would, rather than be sitting in a non-lapsing fund, would lapse to decrease the tax rate. Now, I could imagine maybe the way you've costed it out over the next 5 to 10 years might make sense with how the economy currently looks, but you have the town will have no idea what it's like to operate an ambulance service and how much revenue is necessary in this revolving fund 20 or 30 years from now. Now, I guess you could amend the revolving fund, but wouldn't it make more sense to have the governing body retain all the revenues and then determine annually how much it's going to disperse to decrease the tax rate and how much it's going to keep in the revolving fund, rather than what currently could be objective numbers but eventually will become arbitrary numbers? So that's my concern. I'm surprised that the governing body would place such a limitation on itself when starting a new ambulance service. My second question is, who on the budget committee voted no?
Yeah, so
Suzanne. Okay, why?
just what you explained.
Oh, you didn't agree with the revenue mix? The method. Okay, then we agree on that. I thought you just didn't like the idea. I was like, what are they going to do with all the revenue? Okay, so I don't know. I didn't have time to write an amendment to this, but I think you guys should consider next year amending.
Oh, very well, if you insist. Kathy?
Kathy Dragonfly. Earlier in the evening, I kind of was sold on the idea that if we spent this year, we were going to get revenue back and it would build. Now, we're setting up this fund to take 35% of that revenue and put it in this fund. So does that mean that the first articles don't really mean that we're going to get that revenue? Or are we, it seems kind of confusing to me.
So somebody want to answer that? The question's clear. We had numbers that we were generating revenue for in an earlier article. Is this taking it out? Bob?
I'd like to take a shot at that. I believe this thing is set up to negate having a lot of these expenses show up in the ambulance budget. Therefore, they're setting the fund up to withdraw monies to buy consumables. We should not, everybody in this room, see any items of that nature in the budget anymore. Okay. Because they're all going to be paid for by the revenue. And it's explicit to that revenue and can only be spent for those items.
So
the only question here is what percentage you want to put away. That's really the issue.
But we've already accounted for that revenue in earlier scenarios. So are we going to be charging somebody 135%?
No. Any monies that come in.
But this is how, this article is how we propose to take that revenue projection that you saw earlier and apportion it to offset taxes. 35% into the fund that allows us to remove those items from the budget and pay for them on the approval of the board of select board, and the rest of it would go to the general fund to offset the tax rate.
I understand that, but what I'm not getting here is how can we account for that 35% twice? You're selling it on the earlier articles, and now this is just to set up a fund. I understand that, but we're projecting a year out on all our other money, and we've accounted for that income. Now it's going to be accounted for twice?
So I think Kathy's question is, if you go back to Article 3, and on one of the slides it said the estimated revenue for this year was $246,000 and some change. 2027 is going to basically double. Is that 246 that you had as estimated revenue, this 35%? Is that your question?
Just to clarify, this does not take effect until January 1st, so it's the 2027 number that you want to use.
Okay, well, the same question, but I think that's your question, isn't it? Is the 35% included in the estimated revenue that we listed in Article 3? Okay, so that's where you're getting it from?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not additional.
It's not additional then. So Brody?
I have another question, sorry. So is the 65% that you're putting into the general fund, is that offsetting wages and salaries for the town employees? Okay, so that makes more sense because the 35% is only for specific capital supplies for operating the service. So it's not decreasing the tax rate, it's paying for the salaries and wages, and that's where my confusion came from. So yes, it has an impact of a revenue that will decrease your total tax effort, but it's really paying for the employees running the ambulance service, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're confident this percentage isn't going to have to ever be changed, or that you're required to have it? Couldn't you just do it based on what's necessary?
We haven't had an ambulance service before, so we don't know what the actual numbers are. We've broken this out so that, as Tom had said, and you said, that a certain percent of it is for the running of the operation of the ambulance service. That 35, 65 in a couple of years could change to whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, where we have no numbers to completely base that number on, we've picked a percentage to take out.
So I understand that, Dave. That's a very valid point. But you're just limiting your ability for if it turns out you need 75% for salaries, you won't have enough for the salaries.
And if that's the case, we'll have to change it. But I think you have to realize that 35,000 not only will it pay for supplies, but we're able to keep it, and then we need a stretcher, or we need some other larger items, and this gives us the mechanism to save some money for those larger items.
I'll make my last point, but I don't think you need the percentages. I think you could just let that determination be the governing body on an annual basis based on operating costs of salary and wages, and then versus how much you have left over to save in the revolving fund to expend for those capital expenditures. But that's all.
Brian?
So, Tom, my question to you is on Article 3, when you have the total expenses, the 35% that we are pulling out to put in the revolving fund is part of those total expenses, correct?
Beginning in 27.
Which line are you looking at?
On 2027,
yeah.
On 2027, the total expenses of $1,228,892 includes the 35% that's pulled out for monitors and all this other stuff that's built into that expense budget, correct?
So that 2027 number does not contemplate the 35%. In other words, the budget that we developed, projected for 2027, includes figures for expendables and so forth. If this warrant article is successful, we'd be able to back those numbers out of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So these operating expenses and expendables are part of that total expense budget?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's the answer that Kathy was looking for. Yeah. Got it? Okay.
Randy? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, you can.
Yes.
Okay. Brody, this is really just an educated guess by the staff more than the committee. I mean, we all hashed it out, but the staff put it together. The bottom line is, we really don't want too much money hanging around in a revolving fund when it can be used to buy down your tax rate. And that's what it's all about. It may have to be changed at some point going forward, but we all felt that this was a very good, educated guess.
But to the crux of my point, there's nothing, if you weren't to include the percentages, that would prohibit the governing body from shifting money out of this revolving fund to decrease the tax rate, or to offset the salaries and wages is really what they should be using it for. I just think the percentages are arbitrary, and they're going to eventually tie your hands or force you to come back to the legislative body and ask for an update in percentages. It could be a year or two from now, it could be a decade from now. I don't know why you guys would tie your hands this way, but whatever.
All right, any further discussion on Article 16? Seeing none, Article 16 will appear as printed on the ballot. We'll move on to Article 17 to see if the town will vote to approve the expansion of the Wolfeboro Police Commission from 3 to 5 elected members. Should this article pass, the results should be forwarded to the New Hampshire State Legislature for consideration to make all applicable changes to the 1959 New Hampshire House Bill number 420, Chapter 377, including the manner in which additional members of the Police Commission shall be elected in the terms of office for each member. The estimated tax rate impact is 0. This has been moved by Selectman O'Brien. And do I have a second on this? Second by Linda. Paul, you have the floor.
Thanks, Randy. This article is coming to you from the Police Commission. It's not coming to you from the Select Board. I happen to be a member, a Select Board representative to the Police Commission. Background on the article, a few years ago, a lot of consternation about, do we have too few, too many, not enough police commissioners? And that was kind of swirling around. And so the Police Commission is putting this in front of you for a discussion, for a vote. And with that, I'll turn it over to one of our police commissioners.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. Kevin Duffy. I'm a Wolfeboro resident and currently one of 3 police commissioners in this town. The genesis of this was as a result of 3 successive petition warrants to abolish the police commission over the last 3 years. The police commission was then approached by members of the community asking for perhaps maybe more transparency by increasing the police commission from 3 to 5. We decided, why don't we just allow the town to vote if in fact they want the police commission to be expanded from 3 to 5. The flip side of the coin is, as the police commission is comprised right now, it's functioning well. We don't have any issues on the police commission. Lastly, the other same side of the coin is, I believe the police chief, Chief Warren, would probably rather deal with 3 rascals than 5 rascals. Thank you.
Mike?
Michael Hodder, Wolfeboro. I have 2 problems with this article. The first, it's asking for changes to something that they call 1959 New Hampshire House Bill number 420. It should actually say Laws of the State of New Hampshire 1959, Chapter 377, and then subsection 1 if they want to, if they're talking about the means for election. But more importantly and more germane and more salient to the entire article is this. The Chapter 377, New Hampshire Laws 1959, allows no mechanism for amending the authorization that set up the police commission in the first place. There is no way in that piece of legislation that allows for a change from 3 to 5. So if you want to make a change from 3 to 5, you're essentially asking the legislature to revisit the entire article or the entire law that established the police commission. The danger is you'll wind up not having a police commission, or you'll wind up having one with 7 members. You will be giving over the power of whatever police commission we have to legislators in Concord who know nothing about Wolfeboro except for a couple of our own representatives. I think it's a dangerous article. I would ask the police commission to reconsider this. Perhaps if they want to expand it to 5, they can find some other way of doing it, but not this way. Thank you.
Kathy?
Kathy Dragonfly. I've never done this, so you got to bear with me. But I'd like to change this, if possible, to see if the town will vote to approve the expansion of the Wolfeboro Police Commission from 3 to 5 elected members to include 1 woman and 1 general citizen. And then the rest is fine. Just general citizen.
All right, so after the word members, you would like it to read to include 1 woman and 1 general citizen. Is there a second to that?
Second for discussion.
So second for discussion. Any discussion on the amendment?
Randy. My question is, our current procedure is people are elected by vote, and that could create a problem if a woman gets a lower vote than a man for 1 spot. Would that woman have to be put in, even though she got a lower vote? And my second notion is housekeeping. Is this considered changing the subject matter of the warrant article? And if so, should it not be allowed?
I don't think it changes the subject matter because it's just on the, it's still on the police commission. But I gather your discussion is that you're not in favor of the amendment.
Bob?
Well, I have another comment, but I'll hold off.
All right.
That was something that I hadn't thought about, the voting and who knows about a woman one way or the other, and I agree with you, so.
So you're going to withdraw your amendment?
No, I'd like to see if there's other discussion.
Okay.
And it
All right,
doesn't
that's
hurt
fine.
to
I just-
vote on it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I appreciate him bringing that
Sure.
up.
Yes, ma'am.
Diane Bolduc. As a woman who has been a feminist since she was probably in elementary school when my mother told me I couldn't do things my brother could do. I find this amendment totally objectionable. I don't want to limit it to a woman. I don't want to limit it to a member of the general public. I thought all of the members of the police commission were members of the general public. And I think the 3, 5, 7, 28, whatever, best candidates should fill the positions as deemed by the voters, not by their gender. I don't want to be limited by my gender, and I don't want my vote to be limited by gender.
Randy?
So you first, then you second. Go ahead.
Okay, I was a cop in New York for 26 years, and I think to be on a police commission, you should have some idea of what it's like to be a cop, and that's what I find somewhat disappointing about the current makeup of the police commission. And in that regard, I would prefer to have a majority of 3 people on the police commission rather than a majority of 2, because I think you have a better chance of having at least one person who can get in the head of a cop. Because the police commission is a very powerful unit. They make disciplinary decisions, and I really think you have to be in a cop's head to make a disciplinary decision about a cop. And I also think it's very important that when it comes to police commission establishes the salaries for executives, and as I said, they make the final call on discipline, and they really should know something about police work to make those kinds of decisions. That's it. Thank you.
I agree with you, Bob.
Although, that really wasn't on the amendment. So let's stick to the amendment. So you're talking just to your amendment, right? Should we have 1 woman and 1 general citizen as part of the group of 5? So go ahead.
I guess I'd like to keep it, and I know it may get me in trouble down the road, but we got 13 men sitting up there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 women. And when you get raped in this town, there's nobody to go to. You can't go to a man and say, how does it feel? They have a different perspective.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed? No. All right, the noes clearly have it. Is there any further discussion on Article 17? Sebastian?
I'd just like to say that I agree with the gentleman that was up here before when he was quoting the laws, and I guess that makes it questionable as to whether we can even modify this. Said one of the reasons was that in the past few years we've had several warrant articles to eliminate the police commission, and so some people have come up and said, hey, why don't we make it with 5 elected officials? I understand what you're trying to do, but that's illogical, okay? Because if a warrant article comes up that says eliminate the police commission, it doesn't matter whether you have 3 or whether you have 5. If it passes, you're going to eliminate it. So expanding it from 3 to 5 doesn't guarantee that you're going to keep the police commission in force. When the articles came up to eliminate the police commission, I voted no. This article to expand the police commission, I'll probably vote no. Leave it the way it is. If it ain't broke, don't touch it.
All right, Bobby and then Justin.
Just a quick question on this. Does the police commission receive a stipend?
They do.
They do.
We got a question for that, an answer?
Yes, they do.
So should there not be an estimated tax rate impact on this warrant article?
So I do believe that if this were to pass, this would go to the state. If the state were to approve it, there would be a warrant article for 2027 for the election. of the new commissioners, and there would be an additional warrant article for the funds associated with those positions.
Thank you.
Justin?
The second gentleman that spoke alluded to this is perhaps not the proper way to do it from a legal standpoint, may actually cause the commission to be disbanded at the state level. I was wondering if legal could weigh in on the validity of that at all.
So the Wolfeboro Police Commission was created via the 1959 law. It was a special piece of legislation. Since that time, I've got it right in front of me there. Chapter 105C has been enacted, which allows any municipality to enact a three-person police commission. Because the request is to go from 3 to 5, you can't use the benefit of Chapter 105C, so that's why you would have to go to the legislature to get some sort of legislative enactment, whether it is an amendment to the existing law or a new law to allow you to go from 3 to 5.
All right, any further discussion on Article 17? Bernie, we haven't heard from you tonight.
Bernie Walensky, been a resident here 8 years, and this is the first time I've spoken. That's why you haven't heard it at all. I won't take as much as Sebastian, but on the police commissioners, I've been here 8 years. And I think I missed 3 meetings. And it's usually myself, selectman, budget committee person, and that's been it, except when things have happened in town that more people come in. But in the past, I've seen people want to run for police commissioner. No law enforcement. My opinion, they haven't even come to a meeting or two. And I believe some of them are anti-police and defund the police. You need a police background, and if not, at least a budget committee or a selectman's background to be a police commissioner. I wore a uniform in Massachusetts for 36 years. So I don't see any need to go more than 3. And I'm not running either. So.
Any further discussion? I'm seeing none. Article 7. Oh, Brian?
Just briefly, I was hired by the Wolfeboro Police Department in 1980, and I spent 26 years on the department. The commission that was seated when I was hired did have a woman on the police commission, and over the years that I worked for the town, there were several other women that had served as police commissioners. My biggest question on this warrant article is based on, the reason. What's the reason, or what's to be gained by adding two additional members? Is it an increase in the workload that's causing this to take place, or what? That's the only comment that I have.
Let me go to Steve Wood first, because you've spoken a couple of times on this, but you can get up next.
Steve Wood, I'm one of the 3 commissioners with Wolfeboro Police. Brian, answer your question, and I'm just going to reiterate what was stated earlier.
You could talk a little louder or turn your microphone up. Thank you.
I wrote this article back in November after discussion at our May 2025 meeting because we had input from outside of the department suggesting we move from a 3 to 5 member commission. Regardless of how we each feel individually, and I'll say for myself, I don't support this, although I wrote it. We as a commission believe that we want to follow the democratic process and put this in front of the voters. The idea was placed in front of us in front of the voters, or from the voters. We want to put it in front of the voters and let them decide. We have, to your point, I worked with John McDonald's mom for 6 years. She was the fellow police commissioner. We've had a wide range of people from various backgrounds. This is the first commission we've had 3 people with police background. So it's not been a normal thing in the town of Wolfeboro. That's how it is at this point. But anything else, or does that help? Okay.
All right, thank you, Steve. Kathy, you want to wrap it up?
Is the police commission there to protect and sort out the police issues, or are they there to protect us? Like, is it a disciplinary thing for the cops? Because I know it took us a long time to get Rondo out for sexual abuse. So
let's be kind.
Yeah. Who is it protecting?
Sure.
My understanding of the role of the police commission is very limited to setting policy, and they are the hiring and firing authority for the police department. So they're not supposed to get involved with the day-to-day operations of the department. That's the chief's role, but they do set policy for the department.
And the policemen are town employees, but they're not hired in the same way through our HR department and like anybody else that gets hired? I appreciate your experience, Brian, because I know you do know, but...
If I could, Randy?
Sure.
So the police chief, when he makes a conditional offer that goes through the police commission, our HR department works with the police department to ensure that everything is taking place from the background check to the onboarding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So while there is the standalone police commission, there is some hand-in-hand work that takes place with the HR department.
All right, thanks, Jim.
All right, any further discussion on Article 17? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 18. Shall the town of Wolfeboro modify the provisions of RSA 7235 for an optional property tax credit of $5,000 for service-connected total and permanent disability on residential property? The estimated tax rate impact is 0, recommended by the selectmen on a 5-0 vote. It's been moved by Selectman DeShays, seconded by Chairman Sunderland. Brian, you have the floor.
So I spoke with William Gaudreau, who's the Director of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, because I wanted to make sure I had a grasp on why it was going up to the 5,000 rate. Was it a correct amount? Was it customary for the state and whatnot? And I was very happy with all his answers. And if anybody wants to call me, I can enlighten them more. This was brought to me by Deputy Fire Chief Nate Nichols. And Deputy Chief Nichols, I believe, did 4 or 5 tours as a military serviceman protecting us. And he asked if we could take and increase this tax credit for permanently disabled veterans. And I said I would talk about it, and if I would like him to speak more on it, please.
Yep. Nope, sorry, I can hear you, but not through the microphone.
How about now?
There we go.
All right.
Much better.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it, and I do appreciate the board's support for this warrant article. In early December of last year, I sent an email to the board asking for their consideration if they would put this warrant article forward for the voters. In July of 2025, the state of New Hampshire made some significant amendments to House Bill 99, which allowed for a $5,000 property tax credit for service-connected veterans that are total and permanent disability. If you're not aware, the threshold to hit 100% for service-connected total and permanent disability is quite high. Most of these veterans don't work. They live off of their disability payments from the government. So they are, as I stated in my email, some of our most venerable and our most vulnerable citizens. So again, thank you to the board for bringing this forward, and I can answer questions if you have any. Thanks.
Any comments or questions, Kathy?
When it says a tax credit, does that mean if a veteran owes $7,500 in taxes, we're going to allow them to only pay $2,500? Or is that how we're doing this?
I see that.
Or is this like a percentage toward, is it their house is assessed at $100,000, so we're going to give them a percentage of that?
It says 5,000 pretty clearly there.
But, okay, so it's an actual cash benefit. It's not off of their assessment. A tax credit is...
Anybody want to definitively quickly say yes?
That's correct. So in your scenario, if a veteran that is 100% service-connected, total and permanent disability, owes $7,500 on their property taxes, they would pay $2,500.
Yes.
Any further discussion on Article 18? Bernie, you can get up first.
Dave Bolduc. I just have a quick question. How is this Article 18 different than Article 21?
So we're going to get to 21. Just presume that 21 is going to look like this one.
That's my question.
Next question.
Maggie Steer, shouldn't it say up to $5,000 in tax credits?
It could, but it does not. Any other questions?
Can I propose an amendment?
Of course.
All right, I would like to propose an amendment, because if your tax bill isn't $5,000, then do you get the full credit and only have to pay 3/4 of that? You get money back?
Yeah, get money back. Offset your income. It's a credit. It would offset your income.
Just for the record, there are only 26 veterans who would get it.
Can't hear you, Pat.
In the microphone. She said there were 26
For the
people.
record, there are only 26 veterans who would get this exemption.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Bernie, did you want to?
Twice in one night I'm up here, but
If you-
bear with me, because I have looked into this, and according to our moderator, I can only talk on one article at a time, and you'll understand that later on. First of all, it's permanent and total. That means that the 100% is for the veterans that won't be reviewed by the VA. If you're 100% without the permanent total, you can be reviewed every 6, 8, 10 months, and of course they try to reduce it. Permanent total means permanent total. And according to the assessor's office, multiple times, I was told there's 22 in Wolfeboro in that category. Maybe I'm wrong. To give you an example, last year Alton passed this for 4,000. They're a smaller community. They have 67 people in this permanent total, unlike just 100%. Now, without getting into another article, which I believe I can't do right now.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Correct.
And if you read the room, I think it's going to pass, but keep talking.
Well, okay, no, the people I've talked to don't understand what the permanent total, they think there might be 1,000 people involved. It's 22 people in the town, okay? And that would include the $500, I believe, that all veterans get. And the biggest thing you have to understand is it's only for veterans that pay property tax. If a veteran's 100% permanent total, seriously, losing limbs and whatever, they get nothing. That's the state of New Hampshire. And I don't believe it's been increased. Right now it's $1,400 and veterans get $500. They did include it in one line items for $1,900 right now. It hasn't changed in a while. Many towns in New Hampshire are a lot higher. So I made a proposal, well, without getting into another.
We won't. So thank you, Bernie.
Well, one last thing. I'd like to know, I know you can get a warrant article by signatures. The 5 selectmen, 4 selectmen, 1 select lady, I think you explained how this got on here, that Mr. Deshays, you talked to somebody and you just included it as a warrant article
Yes.
without getting signatures or whatever.
Well, the Select Board has the authority to put forward warrant articles. That's why Deputy Chief Nichols came to us and said, can we put this out for him to get them the maximum allowed amount, which went from $4,000 up to $5,000. And so it is at $5,000 right now.
Excuse me, 1,900 right now.
No. The allowable, I said, from the state.
From the state
right now had an allowable amount that a town could choose between 701 and 4,000. The state had changed the RSA and they bumped it up to $5,000. We're going with the maximum amount because we know that there's only 24, 25, 26.
22.
Or 22 in the, well, Pat said 26. And you say 22.
To which your answer is,
I'm
thank
getting
you.
it from the assessor's office. Maybe I got the wrong information 3 times, but that's what he told me. Whatever it is.
That's right.
Thank you. We got 2 more behind you. Julie.
Hi, Julie Jacobs. I have a question. Is this an annual thing or is this a one-time thing? Because it doesn't say.
It's annual because the RSA 7235 considers it, and it is a, well, you mean, do they apply for it one time?
How are you supposed to know by reading if this, is it a one-time deal or do you get it every single year?
You get it every single year.
It doesn't say.
Okay.
Should we amend this to say that, along with the words up to? Or is it 5,000 exactly? I'm just thinking of other people, like just me, would read this and go, oh, I can get $5,000 one time, not knowing that it would be continual, or do they have to come in every single year and reapply? Anybody know?
Every year, right?
Brenda, do you have any?
Where's Brenda?
They do it every year. I mean, we've been doing it for decades.
So do we amend it or do we not amend it? Does anybody know?
So it cites RSA 72:35, which is a option veterans, disabled veterans tax credit. Tax credit is a deduction on the final tax bill. Annually, a veteran's going to fill out a PA-29 form with the assessor's office that gets sent to DRA. That's kept track on your MS1 form as part of your total lands and buildings that are tax exempt, the amount of value that decreases, which will then increase the tax effort on everyone else. So yes, I think every veteran who's receiving it too knows they need to fill out their PA-29 or else they're not going to get their $4,000 credit.
But I'm not a veteran. How am I supposed to know how I'm supposed to vote for this?
Well, if you like veterans, you vote yes.
No. That's not how that's done. Fix it.
Kathy, you want to wrap this up?
Yeah, it says that there is no tax impact, but if we take 25 veterans times 5,000, that comes up to 125,000, so that does affect the assessed valuation. But I do want to say that disabled veterans are a real thing in my heart, and I would do anything for them. I just want to be clear for people like Julie and I that don't get the benefit.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion on Article 18? Seeing none, it will appear as printed on the ballot. We will move on to Article 19, which leaves us with just 7 to go. To see if the town will vote to allow the Select Board to accept any and all donations, gifts, and grants to the town in trust or otherwise for the purposes of design, renovation, reconstruction, and/or maintenance of the Firehouse Community Center building on Lerner Street. This authority shall continue until rescinded. Further, allow the Select Board to transfer any funds previously received for a similar purpose to the Firehouse Community Center Trust Fund. Said fund is under the custody or the trustees of the trust funds, with the Select Board designated as agents to expend. The estimated tax rate impact is 0, recommended by the Selectmen 4-0 with 1 abstention. Been moved by Selectman Deshay, seconded by Selectman Senegal. Brian, you have the floor.
So the reason for this is, as everybody probably has heard, there is a move to collect donations from private citizens to rebuild our Firehouse Community Center. And in order to satisfy donations coming in, we were instructed by Attorney Fennessy that we needed to have the money go into a a trust with our trustees of the trust as caretakers into a separate account so it wouldn't be commingled with any public monies. This account and this warrant article sets that mechanism up so anybody who donates to the community center can be sure that their money is going into the proper location. And by the way, I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but they have raised right now $196,000 to the rebuild of the community center already.
But not stealing anybody's thunder.
Yes.
All right, any further discussion on this? We're all going to thunder in, I see.
I have a small little typo that I think we should correct. And if you would like an amendment, I'm happy to offer that as an amendment. I would like to amend the word following custody from or to of. This is in the 1, 2, 3,
All right,
4,
it's been moved to do that. Is that or a typo? It should be of.
Correct.
is under the custody or.
Yeah, no, when I read it, I thought it should have been of myself.
Yes.
Okay, so it's been moved to make or of, been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, thank you very much for your amendment.
Thank you for that.
Sebastian, you're up.
So I have a question about the mechanics of this. We've been contacted, we received a letter trying to raise funds for this, and it says in the letter that we got is to make your check out to the town of Wolfeboro. How, if I make out a check to the town of Wolfeboro, do you know it goes to this?
Renovation in the memo is what it says.
Well, geez, now you're asking me to do extra work.
So is there...
You can, so I guess there's two places the checks can go to. They can go to Yankee Peddler Realtors, because Jordy Hutchinson is the driving force behind renovating the community center. And you can also send it to the town of Wolfeboro. In your memo on your check, please put for the Firehouse Community Center renovations. And we will make sure that all your donations go to the proper place. And they will be held separate from any public funds. No commingling of monies.
Carol?
My name is Carol McMahon, and I'm a 20-year resident and property owner and taxpayer in the town of Wolfeboro. Also a member of the senior group that had previously been gathering at this community center. This building was built in 1922 and has served many roles over the past century, from housing our early firefighters to hosting local gatherings and activities. Unfortunately, this building has been allowed to deteriorate for so many years that some people just wanted to tear it down. Fortunately, at this time, we have the opportunity to take advantage of, as Brian said, a privately funded renovation project that has been generously spearheaded by Jordy Hutchinson. It's a win-win situation for the community and the town of Wolfeboro. He has already arranged for the architect design and completed the testing for air quality, which is good, and for mold, which was negative. The minimal asbestos has already been removed, and the cost of a little around $9,000 was paid from the capital reserve fund that was established for the maintenance and upkeep of the community center 10 years ago. Brian already told you why we need it. The seniors have been gathering in this cozy setting from 10 to 12 on Tuesdays and Thursdays for coffee, conversation, and games. On Thursday at 12, a group of us would go to the hospital for lunch and then go back to the center for chair exercise. Some of our older participants, this is the only socialization they get. We have one person that's 91 that comes with a caregiver. In the future, we look forward to being able to use the renovated community center more frequently. I thank the board for supporting this privately funded renovation of the Firehouse Community Center and the residents of Wolfeboro for donations. No donation is too small. I'm on Social Security, so I donated $100. But of course, large donations are appreciated. I love Wolfeboro and the quaint New England character. With all the new buildings that have been constructed, we've lost some of that quaint New England character. I believe that we should preserve whatever we can, which is why I'm standing here tonight, asking the community to support this warrant article and help raise the private funds for the renovation. And we have these flyers that give information about how to do it and how you write your checks, if anybody would like some afterwards. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Carol. Any further discussion on Article? Susan, how are we doing?
That's my buddy.
Carol said everything I wanted to say, so I will be very short. I just want to thank the Select Board for listening to us, for changing your minds. The ladies of the Lake Quilters Guild have been quilting there for 20 years plus. We're making over 300 quilts a year for children at David's house that are receiving services from the Dartmouth-Hitchcock Hospital for life-saving medicines. And we also make quilts for the Child Advocacy Center right here in town. We make comfort quilts for people around the lake who have suffered any personal tragedy. And we used to make cruiser quilts that the police would keep in the trunks of their car. And one of my favorite stories was one of the police years ago came to us and said they were so grateful for the quilt in their car because a dog had been hit by a car. And he wrapped the dog in the quilt to bring him to the veterinarian. So I just want to thank all of you and all of the people that have been supporting this. We just started fundraising really about a week ago. There's a website that Jordy's keeping updated. It's up to 196,000 now. As Brian said, we're really excited about this. I have all these little cards I'm going to leave here. I hope you take one. It gives you all the information you ever needed. Any donation is welcome. We're going to reach our goal. Our goal is by the March meeting, we're going to have our money. And we need your help. Thank you.
Give that to Sebastian. Give him his card.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion on Article 19? Seeing none, Article 19 will appear on the ballot as it was printed, and Pat is trying to make a motion that we not reconsider Articles 16 through 19. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor of not reconsidering 16 to 19, please say aye. Thank you. And all those opposed say nay. So we're not going to reconsider Articles 2 through 19 now, and we'll move on to Article 20. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,000 to authorize the Select Board to engage an independent consulting firm to conduct a comprehensive organizational operations review with actionable recommendations. The purpose of this review shall be to identify opportunities for organizational improvement and cost efficiencies. The consultant's final report should be presented to the Select Board at a public meeting with written findings and actionable recommendations no later than December 31 of 2026. The estimated tax rate impact is 2 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's recommended by the Select Board on a vote of 3 to 1 to 1. Not recommended by the Budget Committee on a vote of 5 to 4 to 1. A majority vote will be required. And this is a petition from the floor. I believe Ann Blodgett's going to address it first. So, Ann, you have the floor. Do you have a second? Okay, we got second by Ken Perry. So go ahead, Ann.
I'm freezing, so bear with me. Can you turn the fans off, Jim? It's really, it's just very chilly out here. I speak for the growing organization called Citizens for Wolfeboro and for fellow citizens who have supported a better path forward. I'll be followed by other speakers, just as others have spoken at prior meetings. Universally, through the comments on the online petition and in meetings right here, we all agree we can do better. Let's invest in our town's future. Citizens for Wolfeboro has felt increased concerns in our growing town and felt the need to act. By seeking citizen feedback since the summer and gathering online thoughtful comments and signatures from almost 300 townspeople We come here tonight to once again underscore the observations and experiences that beg for professional help and organizational assistance from outside expertise. We presented 25 key observations and issues at the November 19th Select Board meeting and addressed the need for this warrant article. Sadly, that list of 25 has grown since then. In a time of fiscal pressures, the loss of a newly hired town planner and the resignation of our new finance director, along with poorly maintained town assets facing the bulldozer, as well as maintenance and service issues surrounding us, we ask voters to support the warrant article number 20 to provide a path forward to help set priorities and determine town follow-through. For those who didn't see that 11/19 meeting and subsequent others, thanks to WCTV and YouTube, that meeting and all Select Board and other meetings can be seen. There you will see citizens speak in favor of this warrant article. We then followed up at subsequent meetings and answered questions and advocated for the need for outside help and asked the Select Board to put this on the ballot. They turned it back to the people to put this on the ballot, and that brings us here tonight. It's now on the ballot for voters to consider. You'll see the support of 3 Select Board members and 4 Budget Committee members with 2 abstentions. It's been a long road that has gathered support and awareness and has provided a way for citizens to express concern and desire to get help for our beloved town of Wolfeboro. Thank you all who took the time to sign or discuss or seek signatures or host signs, and most of all, provide thoughtful comments online. I'm just going to respond to questions that we've gotten in the past. Probably the most frequent question we are asked is, how do we make sure the recommendations will be followed and implemented? Personally, I say, if given a roadmap to improve our path, which is funded by us as taxpayers, it's incumbent on our elected officials to implement and be accountable. We will follow up rigorously and make sure our fellow citizens see these professional recommendations for cost efficiency and organizational improvements become reality. I now turn it over to others to add their comments.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Jeff Owings, 500 Sewell Road.
You just get a little closer to that microphone. We know you're tall. You may want to move it up a little bit.
Jeff Owings, I can hear that now. Wolfeboro. I'm in support of this audit, and I've written a short couple paragraphs here. An audit of the Wolfeboro town management would show that there is a need for a town engineer. Decisions are being made about issues such as road construction, sewer lines, and other infrastructure projects that could benefit from the expertise of an engineer. 2 recent examples demonstrate this need. First, the discovery of a drain pipe at the town dock spewing E. coli into the lake. Town management and concerned residents debated this problem for almost 4 hours at the last selectmen meeting without resolution. Second, the Forest Road Extension Sewer Project, allegedly aimed at addressing an E. coli problem in Jockey Cove, and for which the town voted $1 million in March of 2023, has finished. Unfortunately, it was discovered that E. coli may have been coming from the swamps instead of septic lines. 2 questions arise. Did the town invest $1 million in a project that was not needed? And what happened to what I understand $230,000 left of that $1 million What is that being used for? I definitely feel an audit is needed, and I definitely feel we need a town engineer.
Thank you. Catherine, and then please, sir.
Didn't mean to do that.
Just jump.
I am on the Concerned Citizens for Wolfeboro group, and I also serve on a committee with Justin Brown. And I went back and forth on this a long time. Justin had me, so I was ready to vote no. But then I keep going back to when I opened up my new shop in April. The first month I was open, I had 5 different town employees that came in and told me that working at town hall is toxic. They all use that same word, toxic, which shows me that we got a communication problem and a transparency problem. And so I am going to go ahead and vote yes, because I think we need to get those things straightened out so we don't keep losing employees.
Howard Lowe, I'm a new resident of Wolfeboro, been here just 2 years. I was really delighted to discover the group Citizens for Wolfeboro, and I think our community is very fortunate to have an organization like this with concerned citizens who pay attention and offer good advice to elected officials. I'm 100% behind the organization and this petition. I think it would be a very smart thing for the town to do, to bring in an independent analysis of how we operate. You've done this before with the planning department, and I think a more comprehensive review is called for, and I urge everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Suzanne Ryan. I think I was the last person to sign the petition. I was very conflated about whether to or not, because I'm in and out of the town hall a lot. I know all of the workers. They're hard workers. They're great people. But the system is broken. And this last episode with the selectmen deciding how they would or wouldn't take public comment, and if they take public comment, they don't comment. That was the last straw for me, so I signed it. And I think that we do need an outside overview from the top to the bottom, and hopefully make some good, solid improvements.
Beverly?
Beverly Woods. I've lived in Wolfeboro for over 20 years now. I've heard various things, rumors of Citizens for Wolfeboro, and I've gone on the website several times, and it must be in there somewhere, but I have not, in several visits, found a single person putting their name down as an officer, a representative. Citizens for Wolfeboro is calling for accountability, but it has so far neglected to tell us who they are. So that gives me great pause.
Mike?
Michael Hodder. Beg pardon. I've been here 42 years. In that time, I've been on the Conservation Commission, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, the Planning Board, the Agriculture Commission, the Historic District Commission, if you remember, Randy, you and I were on
I do, back in the day.
So I've been through town government for a good long time. I think I put in 38 man-years on various boards in the town. I've seen how the town works. I've seen lots of different select boards come and go, budcoms come and go, moderators come and go.
Hey, watch it.
I'm sticking to the article. One thing I have learned is that they're never perfect. They're always full of personalities. There's inevitable problems People don't get done what they want done. People build the wrong thing in the wrong place. Something breaks. Sewage spills. All kinds of terrible things go on. But it's the way this small town runs its small government. Our neighbors working for us in the positions they have up there. The selectmen are doing a job which is a 24/7, 365 job, one I do not want because it's so daunting. They're our neighbors. This article, to me, is mischievous. I think it was put together by folks who are disgruntled and unhappy with the way the town is run. But the town is always going to engender those sorts of feelings in its citizens. We're not perfect. We're doing the best we can. We've always done the best we can. Oftentimes, it's just not good enough, but there's always another year. I don't like the idea of a independent consulting firm, currently nameless, to be appointed by the Select Board to look into, presumably, the way the government here is run, and then to come up with something which is called euphemistically actionable recommendations, which sound to me like orders for change, because I think the folks behind this petition want substantive, fundamental change in the way the government is run here. I'm not sure, I know I don't want that. I'm not sure the rest of the citizens want that either. A nameless person from the outside coming in saying, are you doing this wrong? Do it this way instead. It's not the way we grew it up. We grow our own government. We should stick with what we have, fix it when we find it's broken. Let's not go out and hire some guy for $75K to tell us what we're doing wrong. Most of us kind of know what we're doing wrong already. We've been doing it for a while. We're doing our best. Thank you.
Brody?
I have a technical question. So the appropriation of the sum is $75,000. When would the town collect that in taxes, and when would it be available?
So it would be available upon passage.
It would be, okay. I didn't know.
But the funds would come in with the tax rate setting, or excuse me, the June tax bill that goes out, but we have fund balance healthy enough to allow us to take that down during that time frame to pay our bills on a weekly basis.
Okay, so you'd have the $75,000 available because of fund balance, but we wouldn't have the money raised until June. All right. I get the intent. I get why people can be upset or happy with their government, but the reality is that there's open positions, alternate, volunteer. There's positions that have been open on the budget committee this year. You know, usually people rarely run opposed for the select board. This time we'll have one of the rare occurrences of such. On the school board, we struggled to find a candidate from Wolfeboro and a candidate from Brookfield. So, you know, they're volunteering for these positions are not financially rewarding at all. They're not very socially rewarding because half the town ends up hating you for every decision you make. I find it very unfair the way the town has been treated. And I think some of the reasons for folks leaving, from what I've heard anecdotally, is sometimes how the public treats the boards and treats the employees. I think that has an impact. I think the way that we treat each other impacts whether or not people want to be around us. And frankly, Wolfeboro is quite a lot of people that can be difficult to be around from time to time. I think that's the reality. So, you know, I think I appreciate all the people who are willing to step into the arena and do this work, as thankless as it is. And I don't think that we need an outside, independent consulting firm from $75,000 funded to be overseeing it. The reality is that we are currently overseeing you right now, and we currently oversee you at every election, and we currently oversee you at every public meeting. The people oversee you. I don't need a consulting firm to give me an opinion on how you guys do your job. I watch it. And you guys definitely know, I let you know how I feel about the decisions you make. So, just like everyone else in this room does. So that's my opinion. I don't think the $75,000, it doesn't change the fact that you have 6,400 people who are telling you what to do, and sometimes in ways that are just not the most productive. So, thank you.
I have never heard her saying, you're doing this wrong, and this is what we're trying to figure out. What she has said consistently is, there may be a better way to do it, and we would like to explore that. What she's also said is, we want to help. We want to be able to participate and help you, the select board, on what you do, how you do it, and the level of transparency. There's been no recriminations. There's been no claims of malfeasance or corruption or anything like that. She has basically said, we want to help. We want to make this process better. No one has ever said that the process is, you're doing it wrong. I mean, you all have been doing this for a long time. And my point is that I've only recently tried to get a little bit more involved in the process and how you do things, how the budget committee works, how the select board works, and what you do. And it has taken me years to try to figure out a basic understanding of what you do. And quite frankly, a lot of what you do is rather opaque. You really have to dig down to figure out what you're doing and how you're doing it. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be very transparent to the citizenry. The people here who pay the taxes, who fund everything that goes on, should have a very complete and transparent understanding of what happens, why it's happening. Now, most of the discussions that you hear from me is basically, I think it could be done better. That's basically what I'm railing against, is how you do things. It seems like it's not always as transparent as it could be. Why I support Ann and why I support this People's Petition is because they want to make things better. No one has ever said you're doing it wrong. Nobody's ever said you're doing a lousy job. We're just trying to make it a little bit more understandable, a little bit more transparent, and a little better. I think it's well worth it. And when I hear about, we don't need an outside consultant, well, the other side of that coin is, I don't know how many times I've heard during these select board meetings, well, we're going to hire MRI. Apparently, an MRI is an expert in everything. And every time you all have a question, you hire MRI. You spend $25,000, $30,000 to answer a question. Well, if you can do that, why can't you fund this at $75,000? Now, I'm a fiscal hawk, and I think this is well worth the money. I support it, and Ann, I think you've done a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm Richard Odell. Bought our place here in 1986. So I've been watching this for a while. I think it's really interesting that sitting here and talking about having somebody else come in and help us with what the best practices are statewide and countrywide, and you're really resistant, or at least some people are really resistant to having that happen. You know, in business, best practices are what I strive for. Don't always get there. We don't always get the leadership we'd like to have. We don't always make things work all the time. But it's really important to know what those best practices are, because they aren't likely to show up originally here in Wolfeboro for the first time. You know, we may think we know everything, but in reality, there are lots of other people out there doing these same jobs who've figured out better ways to do them. And we should be learning from them. And so I really think that you should support this people's petition. It's really important, and I applaud Ann and the group for putting this together. Thanks.
So let's be really quick, because you both already talked once.
Oh, okay. I noticed the vote of recommendation was 3-1-1. The three that supported it, can you tell me why?
I have as many questions as anybody with it. I've had lots of citizens come to me for it and against it. I've had people wonder where'd the dollar amount come from, who's going to be the firm, what are they going to tell us? We don't know. I've had people say, what's the real purpose? Because everything has a backstory or a hidden agenda. And I said, I don't know. I haven't been able to. But I believe in the people's voice, and I believe that the people have a right to vote for something when there's a group of citizens that are organized, that bring something forward. I will always support them. Even if personally I'm not 100% certain where it's going to end, I will let the car drive down the road, and I will support it.
So did you vote for it because you wanted to get it out to the people, or did you vote for it because you recommend it?
I vote for it because I wanted it I want anything that a group of citizens come to me for, I want to support them.
Yeah, okay, on the fence. David, did you vote for it?
Yes, I did.
Could you give me a brief reason why?
The main reason was if there are some issues, if there are some things that are broken, I'd like to know about them.
Good for you.
I don't hear everything from everybody, but certainly people do call me or talk to me about stuff. And I'm just saying that if there are some things that are broken, I'd like to know. If there are some things that are working fine, I want to know that too. We usually hear all the stuff that isn't nice. We don't hear the good stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's part of the job. I mean, you know that. You've been there. But that's why I voted for it.
John?
So as you can see, there's 5 people sitting up here. You go out and you talk to the public, there's 9,000 of you. Everybody all has the different perspective of what's going on. While I'm here, over the last year, I've got to learn the whole program. There's a management, there's people, there's employees, and there's a process. How that is managed is on one side, and then how the manager manages the rest of the process is a whole nother discussion. In my view, that's where we're coming up short. And I've always said, just tell me why you think the way you do, so it'll help me understand. And if somebody else gives me some input, I'll be able to listen to them and say, yeah, I can agree with you, or no, I don't see that happening. So to me, I'm leaving myself open to say, let's hear what somebody has to say, and if I think that we can make our management better and our big program better, then I'm going to support it.
And which way did you vote, for or against, or abstain?
I voted for it.
Okay, and so then, Linda?
I abstained. They asked us to put it on the warrant, and I didn't feel that it should go on the warrant. I thought it was a citizen's petition, and I abstained because I didn't want to go one way or another. I want the citizens to tell me.
Thank you. And last but not least, Paul?
Must be me, huh?
It's you.
I voted no. I voted no for several reasons. Number one, somebody just mentioned it was amorphous. I mean, it's a cloud of people out there. Don't know who you are, represented by a couple of hundred of you. If it's that important, come on up. Let's take a look at you. That was number one. Number two, it felt to me like there's a legitimate question about our culture. If you want to change our culture, you change us. And I congratulate Sebastian, and I congratulate, there's Kathy, there you are, for raising your hand, and it wasn't because of my challenge, but saying, you know what, I'm willing to pick up the challenge. You want to change something, you change this. And I respect Richard. I've been around the corporate world a little bit, done a bunch of these actually, made a lot of money, didn't see much change until you change leadership. So I thought a leadership change is really what you should be asking for. And that's a cheap date. You don't have to spend $75,000 to do that. All you got to do is run for office. All you got to do is become a budget committee member. It's a cheap thing to do. So that was that. And very frankly, $75,000, no disrespect, give me a break. This will be several $100,000. I think Claude earlier in the evening pointed out that maybe we may be short-sheeting ourselves in the way we do roads. Well, I will be very frank with you. If you bring in non-MRI, if you bring in a consulting organization, a Boston Consulting Group, or anybody who is going to come in here, they're not going to step foot in this place for anything short of a couple $100,000. So I looked at this and I said, frankly, it's vague. It's amorphous. It doesn't feel right. It feels like a culture issue, and if it is a culture issue, change us. And that's why I voted no.
So, Kathy, you get...
I'm getting tired. I forgot what I was going to say. But it's important.
I'll take that as you have nothing further to say.
Oh, no. It's not a cloud of people. We're not out here. We are a group. We meet at the library. Ann is the facilitator. We don't have positions. We don't have money we're dealing with. We're just a group of concerned citizens, and I invite anybody to be in touch with any of us, and we'll tell you how to become part of our group. We are concerned citizens, and there are several hundred of us. We don't all come to every meeting, but they're out there. We're not a cloud.
I know, I'm so sorry. Just real quick.
Seibel?
Yes, Hannah Seibel. Question of you say a firm from Boston, like, I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong, or like this may be like way out of left field. This ain't Boston. So I don't know, maybe it would be more...
MRI?
I don't even know what that is. Yeah. And so that's why we have people like you who are doing these things. But a consulting firm that is familiar with more small town rural happenings, if that would be something to include in the verbiage or something, like something that would be comparable to, like, I don't want it to be a waste of our taxpayers' dollars to, and especially the note that you just said that it's not even going to be 75 grand, it's probably going to be a couple $100,000. That's a big chunk of change. Exactly, start somewhere, but let's not try to compare apples to oranges and then just be like, oh, well, that's not going to work here, try and implement it, and we have these results that aren't going to be able to be utilized.
All right, so seeing no further discussion on Article 20, as the petition has been presented, it will appear on the ballot, and we'll either vote it up or down. We will move on to Article 21, to see if the town will vote to increase the 100% permanent and total P&T disabled veterans property tax credit from $1,900 annually to $3,500. The state of New Hampshire has already approved an increase to $5,000. We're asking for $3,500. It's not up to the individual towns. No taxpayer funds are requested for this article. This has no impact on the tax rate. So this has been moved by Bernie. Do we have a second? Second. And seconded by Pat Waterman. And I understand, Bernie, that you're going to make a motion, which I'll do for you if you'd like, that basically says you would like to delete all of your Article 21 and replace it with Article 18, so that Article 18 and 21 are the exact same, so that people will vote yes and yes or no and no. Is that correct?
Would there still be two separate articles?
Two separate articles. We can't take that out.
Can't take it out.
We tried to do that, and I said the better solution.
Same amount, the same wordings.
Same wording.
Has this ever happened before?
Same wording.
Same, so they're going to vote for 18 first, then they're going to hit mine, 21, and
They're going to vote the same way, I suspect, on both. You either
Second.
get it or you won't.
that's fine. Whatever
Second.
you
It's going to be an
decide,
exclamation point on the second one.
Second.
then that takes, I can't rescind it, you said. You have to change what you
So
did.
we've had this discussion.
Yeah,
The
okay.
answer is yes, you cannot rescind it.
That's fine.
You can amend it.
Then we're all set then.
We're all set.
Okay, one last comment on
So
what
we're
was said
just
in the
on your
past.
amendment, however.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'm on the motion.
Yeah.
And 18 also. It was, money-wise, you're already funding the 1,900. So it's really the difference between 1,900 and 5 grand. My opinion is not the whole 5 grand, you're already doing 1,900. One last comment. Got to watch my words here. Unless somebody comes into town, a veteran, 100% permanent total, the numbers currently, whether it's 22 or 25 or 26, will be reduced, probably quicker than the normal average citizen. You can make your own comments, thoughts on that, but those numbers do come down.
All right. Bobby, you have a comment on the amendment?
I just have a question. Gosh forbid, if someone did vote no on Article 18, but then voted yes on the other petition because they saw it as a lower amount just before you amended it, I'm just curious, what happens if they both passed?
No, the amount's going to be the same on both. The two articles
No,
are going
I'm
to...
talking about without the amendment. What would happen if
Oh.
one passed and one didn't, but what happened if they both passed with that 3,500 and that 5,000?
That's the reason for the amendment, so that doesn't happen.
I guess my question isn't coming across.
It is.
If there's a risk one could fail and one could pass, should we just leave one the way it is just in case the other one fails?
Well, then you got an inconsistent...
That's what I'm asking. Does the 5,000 then supersede the 3,500?
Again, that's why I wouldn't allow it. So the petitioner would like to get it up to 5
Yeah,
and
no,
go
no,
with it. I'm presuming you're not disagreeing with the concept because we've already discussed and approved 18.
Sentence that we're doing. Speak now before I hold your peace.
We're just making it the same as 18, which
No,
we've already discussed.
I think it'll pass.
Okay.
But
Any further discussion on the amendment?
There's an amendment. Can we call the question?
I'd love to.
Oh, are you speaking on the amendment? Oh. We're amending. I'm calling the question on his amendment.
Yes.
It's to replace it with Article 18. We're amending. I'm gonna.
Yeah, so you called the question.
I'm gonna call the question.
All those in favor of terminating debate on the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, so we're not going to discuss that anymore. Those that are in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed. Is there any further discussion on Article 21, which is the same as 18, which we already discussed, Charlene, but please continue.
Please what?
Continue.
Thank you, Charlene Seibel. Do we want to leave what I feel is unclear language, or do we want to amend, let's see, line 3?
Charlene, we just amended Article 21. It's completely gone now, and 18 is in its place.
Oh, so the amendment was to just get rid of it?
To replace it with 18, so they are identical now.
Okay, so the language, so we're going to use the language in
18.
18, okay,
The
thank
petitioner
you.
didn't realize that the selectmen had submitted it. They wanted to pull it, so we'll just make it the same. Any further discussion on 21? Seeing none, it will appear on the ballot as amended. Article 22, Crosswalk petition, an article for March 26, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire town warrant, submitted by petition of citizens and taxpayers of Wolfeboro, New Hampshire by authority of New Hampshire, revised statute, Chapter 39, Section 3, to make safety setbacks at downtown crosswalks permanent, to see if the town will approve permanent retention of all of the currently existing crosswalk parking setbacks of 20 feet as measured from either side of a crosswalk to the nearest parking space, and to direct the selectmen to enroll a new parking ordinance in the town ordinance to incorporate this directive. Who would like to move this petition?
Aye.
John, is there a second? And who's the second? Mike Carter. So you're all aware that we also have Article 26, which is also a crosswalk. And just keep that in the back of your mind. They are different. And if they both get on the petition, we'll just vote yes or no, depending on what you like. But John, you have the floor.
So this came up early on in the summer, and we had some disabled people come to us, and they wanted us to look at the safety setbacks on the crosswalks. Years ago, there was another gentleman that came to us with similar issues to the ADA compliance of the town of Wolfeboro, and he raised the questions, and we didn't do anything about it with our safety setbacks of our crosswalks. So I'm going to speak to it tonight, and we're going to basically give the people the choice to approve or not approve the two different situations, because the other person's going to speak to their preference and I'm going to speak to this preference. Good evening, friends and guests and colleagues. To quote my 10th grade geometry teacher, Herb Patel, let's get serious here. When you go to the polls on March 10th, you will be asked to vote yes on Article 22 to approve permanent retention of all current existing parking safety setbacks at crosswalks downtown. Have you ever been at a crosswalk downtown and you tried to cross the street and a vehicle zoomed in front of you? You probably said to yourself, that driver didn't see me. Did you ever try to inch out behind a parked vehicle to see if it was safe enough to cross? Did you ever see a vehicle operator not see a family with a mother pushing a stroller pop out behind a vehicle, then a vehicle operator stops suddenly and then gets rear-ended by another vehicle? This is why you should vote yes on Article 22, so this directive can be permanently incorporated into the town ordinances. Think about providing safe crossing at downtown crosswalks for those who have disabilities like walkers, wheelchairs, and parents with strollers, or even yourself someday. Imagine yourself in a wheelchair approaching a crosswalk and trying to see past or over a van or an SUV. You can't see the vehicular traffic coming, and those vehicles traveling in both directions can't see you either. Pedestrians should be given clear sight lines in both directions so vehicle operators have clear visibility of pedestrians in both directions. For drivers to come to a safe stop ahead of an object or person, they need time to perceive, recognize, and react. This is outlined in the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, published by the Federal Highway Administration and followed by the State of New Hampshire Department of Transportation. And this allows local authorities of municipalities to incorporate safety setback parking guidelines into local ordinances. Article 22, as written, is a standard policy in New Hampshire under crosswalk policy standards. Best practices for sight lines, a minimum setback of 20 feet from crosswalk. Article 22 promotes safety. No one discounts the need for parking in downtown. Selectman O'Brien did a random parking survey on the availability of parking spots in the downtown this past summer. His data concluded the availability of parking spots were available at all times of the day, afternoon, and evening on Main Street. I've personally instructed the town manager in his goals and objectives to address future parking locations for future parking expansion. In the town north of us this summer, there were 2 pedestrians killed. I'm going to ask you to vote yes on this Article 22.
Justin and then Mike.
Do I have to wait for 26 to ask the obvious question? What if they both pass? What are the select board to do?
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you. Beg pardon. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can't add too much more to what John had to say, because he covered it pretty well. It just seems to me that if we leave the present arrangement unchanged, in other words, vote yes on 22, We will be promoting pedestrian crosswalk safety for all of us. We'll also make, for the first time, storefronts on either side of the crosswalk visible from the streetscape, which currently, with cars in front of them all the time, are not visible from the streetscape. And we'll create a pedestrian-friendly setting for the town that's on a major lakes region and New England tour bus routes. We've all seen the tour buses parked downtown. The tourists get out of the buses and start wandering around looking to see where they can spend their money. Whenever they come to the crosswalks, they've always hesitated, and everyone always creeps past the cars in the hopes that no one is coming in either direction to bump them as they try to get across. It's always been difficult down there. With the crosswalks the way they are striped now, everyone, me included, feels much more safe walking in the streets, crossing the streets when necessary, because the cars can see us and we can see them. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 22?
I have a question for the gentleman who promotes this article, and that is what is the benefit to this article over the other configuration that has been suggested, not article, but configuration that has been discussed in the community of having the 20 feet before the crosswalk this way and 20 feet this way, but not the 20 feet after in each direction? Because having been a pedestrian, having had small people in strollers, all of the above, and having been in vehicles, once I'm past this crosswalk, I can't see those folk, and they don't really need me to see those folk. So having a car parked after the crosswalk doesn't seem to be a problem, but it feels like it's a problem for you, so I'd like to understand why so that I can vote intelligibly. And if there isn't a good reason, then I would like to consider amending this article to exactly create the wording of the other article on the topic so that we kind of do what we already did with the other issue. But can you explain your reasoning?
I thought I did, but if you're at a crosswalk and you want to go across, you get to look this way or this way. If the car's coming this way, he might see you, but another car might be coming in the other direction, so you're getting double visibility. But again, it's about the pedestrian being able to look left and be able to look right.
So it's not about the driver's visibility, being able to see the pedestrian, it's about the pedestrian being able to see the big clunking piece of metal?
It's both.
Gotcha. Okay.
Brody?
I just want to flag that this article and 23 and 24 and 26 are not binding on the governing body. They're all strictly advisory. So I don't know how much we really want to debate warrant articles that are non-binding and not legal. And you can legally place them on the petition, but they're not legal in the sense that they bind the governing body to do a specific action, adopt a specific ordinance, or that the language is prescribed by law. So they're legal to be placed on as a petition, but no matter how people vote on these, it doesn't bind the town's government to do anything. And especially when you have warrant articles that are petitioned that conflict, and both could pass, you're just going to create confusion for the governing body when you could just go to public input and tell them, I think you should do this and amend the ordinance this way, or pick up the phone and call them to do that. And then if they don't do it, to Paul's point, then elect new people. Thank you.
How better does a legislative body advise its executive body its will than putting an article on the warrant and voting affirmatively for it at the end? If we tell the selectmen to set up a bunch of parking ordinances that correspond exactly to what we see down on the street, and they do not do that, they put their positions in jeopardy with the voters. That's the ultimate club that we have. They will listen. We have in the past, in my experience, instructed the Board of Selectmen through warrant articles to adopt various ordinances. I'm thinking of the beach ordinances of 1991 in particular, which were done immediately following the vote. So clearly, the selectmen do respond to the public's will. Thank you.
And Carol?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of these parking spaces, but I understand it. But I disagree with that we shouldn't have these petition articles because, you know, a lot of people don't come to the selectmen meetings and to get their little minute where they speak. But here, the people can hear it and discuss it, and more people hear it and discuss it and think, gee, I never thought of that. You know, so I think it's worth the discussion, especially because we have some really important ones regarding the Libby coming up that deserve a lot of conversation.
All right, any further discussion on Article 22? Seeing none, we'll just move on to Article 23. To see if the town will vote to adopt the following. Individual select board members shall serve on no more than 2 town boards, committees, or commissions. Exceptions are those prescribed by law, and no select board member shall serve as chairman of any of the aforementioned. So who would like to move this article? Suzanne? Is there a second? Okay, we have a second. So Suzanne, this is your article. Go ahead.
Basically, it's to get the board thinking, to have a discussion. I just remind people, these citizens' petitions, if they are voted up, it's simply the will of the people. Typically, selectmen try to honor that. And this is one of those will of the people warrant articles. There are 16 committees reported in the town report. And there are 4 required by law: Budget Committee, Planning Board, Conservation Commission, Heritage Commission. I didn't count the Libby because that's a trusteeship. It's a whole different animal. So if you divide this up, they'd all get to go on the ones that they're required to by law. I think the driving force of this was, well, someone said to me, I wish you had included term limits. I would have liked to have done that, but it's not under the statute, so I just skipped over that. But the one thing in April, after the election, the selectmen sit there and they flip a coin as who's going to go to what board and committee. So I put this in hoping that this would incite a good discussion on it, and that maybe, I think the driving force for me was that a chairman, no selectman member shall serve as chairman on any of the aforementioned committees, which by law, I don't think the ones I named that they can anyway, but all the other little subcommittees that kind of mushroom out of some idea, and sometimes that's a selectmen's committee that they establish. I don't think they should be chairman of that. However, I'm not going to waste any more time on it. It speaks for itself. They're going to end up doing what they want to do because it's only advisory. Thank you.
Brody?
I had an amendment. As long as the people who vote for this, though, know it's advisory, then I'll withdraw my amendment. So I'll withdraw it.
Okay. Any further discussion on Article 23? Seeing none, we will move. It'll appear as printed. We'll move on to Article 24. Pat would like to move that we not reconsider articles. We were up to 19. So from Articles 20 to 23. Second, all those in favor of not reconsidering Articles 23 and back, please say aye. All those opposed? We will not reconsider Articles 22 to 23. Thank you. So Article 24, to see if the town will vote to maintain the unique and scenic rural character of the town designated scenic roads and gravel roads per the 2019 master plan, and shall not widen such roads or paved roads presently gravel unless required by public hearings, shall have been duly noticed and held, any action thereafter and thereupon subject to the vote of the citizens. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is $0 per thousand. It's been pointed out that the word by in the third sentence should not be there. That's a typographical error. So it's been moved that we delete the word by. Can I get a second? Just a housekeeping thing. All those in favor of deleting the word by in the third sentence, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, so by is now out. So who would like to move and speak to this article? Okay. I should have moved it first.
Yeah, you should.
Frank Hamilton. Some of these articles...
So let me just back up. Procedurally, I should have probably had that moved. So you just moved it. Is that okay?
Pardon me?
Second.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. Now proceed.
Now,
Go ahead.
okay. It shows what I know about this. That's why I'm asking the question, actually. Frank Hamilton. I see that sometimes the selectmen and the board here votes on things, and they recommend or they don't recommend. And I see here that there's, in this particular article, which I think is an article that's just, I'm first looking at it now, that it's hamstringing Article 6, particularly the dirt road section. And I see that the selectmen and so forth have, select persons, sorry, have made a recommendation one way or the other on those things, but they haven't on this one. And I wonder why they didn't happen to make a recommendation on this.
Can you explain it?
So the select board on petition articles will not traditionally vote unless there's funding involved. If there's funding involved, they are required to weigh in, as is the budget committee, but traditionally they do not on non-monetary articles.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 24? Kayla?
Kayla Hewitt. Since this seems to be brought about by a neighborhood disagreement that I don't think the town necessarily needs to be subject to, I would like to motion to make an amendment to this article so that the first part reads, to see if the town will vote to maintain the unique and scenic rural character of the town's designated scenic roads and gravel roads per the 2019 master plan, period, and strike the rest.
So it's been moved to put a period after the word plan in the second sentence, strike out the rest. It's been seconded. And what's your thought process on that?
The town is following the scenic rural character, the scenic roads RSAs. They are notifying us when there are trees to be cut back. And I think they are doing their job. So I don't think that it is necessary to use Trask Road as a motivation for the second portion. And that's just my opinion. That's my assumption. I cannot say that I know that for sure, but sure. I think the first part is sufficient.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Beverly?
Beverly Woods. I'd just like to point out that as it's written, I'm in favor of Kayla's amendment because any work that we do on any road could potentially change the width in some fashion or other. And if we have to have a public hearing every time the road department decides to do anything, and then wait for a vote of the entire town, when is something that needs to be done this summer going to be done after the public hearing? Who's going to have the public hearing? What difference does it make what people say in the public hearing? The whole thing of the public hearing followed by subject to the vote of the citizens of Wolfeboro is absolutely unwieldy and impossible. So I support Kayla's amendment.
Kathy?
If I bought a house on a dirt or gravel road, I'd want a public hearing before somebody came along and put pavement down. I think I had this problem with the town a few years ago.
Any further discussion? Mike and then Claude?
If you lived on a designated scenic road, you would get your public hearing because it's a state designation and there are state statutes involved in that. I support Kayla's amendment.
Claude?
The thing which I find curious in these comments we've just had is that basically they would deny the approval of the town's voters for such things. And yet, isn't that what we should solicit, is the approval of the town's voters? Because these things that we're talking about change the character of an area, of a road, of the town. And yes, in fact, it's quite common that we hold hearings about such things. And it's also not offensive to anyone that the town should vote on it. As far as the comment that was made by one of the people who spoke that, well, it's unwieldy, it'll take too long, and so these things never happen in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. There's a year's time. So if something is to be done like that, the issue can be raised, there can be the hearing, and then it can be put to the vote. Seems simple enough, but I'm against disenfranchising the people of the town of their own fate and future. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, we'll vote on the amendment, which is, just to be clear, after the words 2019 master plan, there'd be a period and everything else thereafter would be deleted. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. All's opposed? Nay. I think the ayes have it. Any further discussion on Article 24?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Were the microphones all muted?
They were not.
On the two tables?
They were not. If you want to...
Since the microphones were not muted, I think that we should either revote with all of the microphones muted because it gives an unfair advantage to those sitting at the tables who have the mics, or we can have a written ballot. Either way.
Sure, you have every right to have a written ballot. So why don't we, we'll just... For those of you in favor of the amendment, why don't you hold up your blue card? And I'm not going to count them. I'm just going to take a quick look. So now put them down, and the noes, put yours up.
There are no cards.
And the yeses definitely have it. So the amendment passes. Is there any further discussion on Article 24? Seeing none, we will move on to Article 25. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be added to the existing Libby Museum Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of renovating, expanding, and repairing the Libby Museum. The fund was established by warrant article number 12 in 2020. And further to amend said warrant article number 12 to remove the word expanding to now read for the purpose of renovating and repairing. If this warrant article passes, it will be the first step in removing the Board of Selectmen as trustees. Should the Friends of Libby decline trusteeship, a new Libby Museum 501c3 private nonprofit will assume responsibility for all future fundraising. If this warrant article does not pass, the trustees/Board of Selectmen could demolish the building. The estimated tax rate impact for 2026 is 1 cent per $1,000 assessed valuation. It's not recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a vote of 5-0. It's not recommended by the Budget Committee on a vote of 7 to 1 to 1. In order to pass, it needs a 2/3 vote. And Suzanne, I understand you're going to move this article. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a second. So, Suzanne, you have the floor.
Yes, there's been amongst us a lot of discussion about this warrant article. It's certainly not typical. So therefore, to help alleviate some confusion that may or may not be legal, I would move to change the first part of the warrant article and change the 5,000 to 0.
Okay, so it's been moved to change the 5,000 to 0. Is there a second to that? Is there any discussion on moving that from 5,000 to 0?
Part of the reason is that if the remainder of the warrant article stays in place, the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration will simply eliminate it and say it can't be funded anyway, so it's really moot. There's no sense in even doing it. I mean, we could do it to see how the public voted and then just say, well, so what? The DRA just disallowed it. The selectmen wouldn't be able to implement it. So it's really an exercise that's futile.
All right, so your proposal is to amend it from 5 to 0. Is there any discussion on that? Justin?
I would just ask Suzanne to explain the spirit and intent of the overall warrant first. People not maybe as informed about what you're trying to do.
The goal is to keep a museum in Wolfeboro. However, if we have to divide the question, I would divide the question to move that first part of the warrant article.
Well, all we're talking about now is whether the 5,000 goes to 0 as the petitioner have proposed. Is there any further discussion on that amendment? Mike?
12. 12?
You can ask somebody around you. Mike, you're up.
Somebody asked what was Article 12.
Yeah, we disregarded that.
That's a different complex.
If we zero out the 5K to 0, will the rest of the wording remain? And if it does...
That's the only proposed amendment, but I believe you're going to get another amendment and maybe even another one.
Okay, I'll set that.
Yeah. Any further discussion on moving it from 5,000 to 0?
You're not going to hurt my feelings either way, people, however you want to vote.
Well, with that, all those in favor of moving it from 5,000 to 0, say aye. 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 All's opposed? All right, that is now going to read 0. Suzanne, do you have another amendment you want to make?
Yes, I do, and you have it in front of you.
I do.
And you have had an opportunity to review it, and the subject matter is the same. It's not changing the subject matter or the purpose. So would you read it, please?
I'd be happy to read it. Let me just ask, now that you moved the first part to 0, do you want to delete the first part completely?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we make this suggestion that we delete everything that's in there now,
Yeah.
and we put in your proposed new replacement language,
I think so.
if that flies.
Is that what I'm doing?
Can I have clarification? So we're going to delete everything and then replace it completely with whatever the new language is?
With the new language, which is basically going to be the bottom half. The top half is disappearing, which I think is what Suzanne's trying to do in any event. Trying to get her where she wants to go. All right, so if we delete everything, what you want me to put in, and I'll read what your language was.
Yeah.
Are you in favor of authorizing the town of Wolfeboro to remove the select board as trustees of the Libby Museum under the provisions of the state of New Hampshire court system? If this warrant article passes, it'll be a first step to creating a new 501c3 nonprofit, which will form to become the successor trustee of the Libby Museum and reopen it as a re-envisioned experience and community asset. Further, the new organization will assume responsibility for fundraising. If this warrant article fails, the Board of the trustees / select board may vote to proceed with the demolition process of the building. Does anybody want to second that? All right, for purpose of discussion, we'll second that. That was a lot.
Randy? Just a point of order, please.
Sure.
So if I understand what you're trying to do, Suzanne, I'm just trying to process here. There's no estimated tax impact of what you're recommending.
Correct.
So the select board doesn't have to weigh in.
Correct.
Nor does the budget committee.
Pardon?
Nor does the budget committee.
Correct.
Okay. But there still would be a 2/3 vote?
No, there wouldn't be a 2/3 vote if she's taking out the language
You're right.
with respect to the
That was the
fund.
purpose for taking the money out.
I just want to make sure I understood what was going on. So the article then that Suzanne is recommending also eliminates estimated tax rate impact, not recommended, 2/3 vote required.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Simple majority.
Brian?
I question whether it changes the intent of the original warrant article.
It just has to be the subject matter.
Yeah, it seems to
Doesn't
me
have
to
to
be
be
closed all Libby Museum. All right, so let me read it again. That's a very fair request. Are you in favor of authorizing the town of Wolfeboro to remove the select board as trustees of the Libby Museum under the provisions of the state of New Hampshire court system? If this warrant article passes, it will be the first step to creating a new 501c3 nonprofit which will form to become the successor trustees of the Libby Museum and to reopen it as a re-envisioned experience and community asset. Further, the new organization will assume responsibility for future fundraising. If this warrant article fails, the trustees / select board may vote to proceed with the demolition process of the building. So, any further discussion on that? So you suggested it, why don't you address it first?
Okay, the goal is to retain a museum. The argument of what kind of building is for another day. The selectmen have indicated that they're going to proceed in April or May to hold 2 public hearings about what will happen to the property or the building. It's not clear just what. They started down the avenue of RSA 4114, which is, which, I don't know, I think it was conflated into the other RSA 471 or something about demolition or say, pray, whatever, I don't know that French word. Gives them the authority to move forward with removing themselves from the position. And the people and the petitioners got nervous about what they're going to do. We couldn't get an answer. We only got the suggestion of what they thought they might do. So in lieu of that, we thought we best speak up, because there is a group of people that are willing to be trustees. There are people with funds that have indicated that they would facilitate raising money, that are capable of raising money. There are people that would be trustees that are capable of being trustees, that have good backgrounds, that are of a position that would be able to fill that role. So what we're trying to do is save a iconic landmark that's visible from the water, that's also visible when you come into town from Tuftonboro. Given there is a distinct possibility that the selectmen may decide to go forward, to go to the charitable trust unit, get permission to take the building down, for which they'd have to go to court. I think everybody realizes that there's a process. That process is going to take a long time. It isn't going to happen in a year. So in that period of time, it was thought by those of us who put together the petition that we'd like to speak up. And we feel that we have the means to be able to do something, to at least get the doors open again. I will tell you that the CTU is not happy that the building has been closed for 2 years. And the CTU has put responsibility on both the town trustees and the Friends of the Libby. By the way, I am not speaking as Friends of the Libby chair. I'm speaking as a Wolfeboro resident that wants to keep a museum. I would say, I read Michael Hodder's letter to the editor. He's right. It's passé. It's antiquated. Kids aren't going to like to go see dead animals. We have a vision to vitalize it, to improve it, to modernize it. If the building has to come down, we would replace it on the same footprint, and it would be a, what's the word I want? Replica. Thank you all. A replica. And so I don't know what other questions that I could answer. Oh, I know. I forgot what I've got. I've got a nice little piece of information that just came in before I came to the meeting. And one was from Aaron Sturgis. And Aaron Sturgis is Timber Frame Company. He's the one that secured the back wall. And he writes, Suzanne, I am more than willing to work with the residents and persons interested in saving the Libby Museum to develop a realistic plan for its restoration. I feel that $4.5 million budget from the most recent iteration of the museum is ill-informed. I never intended in any way, shape, or form from my stabilization report to be the death knell for the museum. In fact, it is just the opposite. It can and should be reported that can be used, a report that can be used as a rallying cry to the action here. A new foundation, structural repair, and upgrades on exterior and interior finishes lands between $2 and $3 million done correctly. No addition, but a functional museum. Secondly, I got an email this afternoon because I'm looking at we are looking at all options. If the wooden structure can't be saved, if it's beyond repair or financially not worthwhile saving, we still want to see a museum there. And I personally don't care what building or which building, as long as there's a museum that houses those wonderful artifacts, 3,000 of them. So this is from DGI, Dutton and Garfield, Inc. And this is a ballpark figure. Design build without any contingencies for asbestos, etc. Might want to add another 10% to this figure, which is $2,700,000. So that 4 to 6 million number that's getting thrown around out of the air, I've got numbers here that says there's a chance we could do it for a lot less. So I don't want to give up on it. I don't want the Board of Selectmen / trustees to give up on it. I want you to hear us out, and I would hope the citizens would vote in favor of this. I'd like to know if there's any other of the membership that would like to speak.
Yeah, we have a couple people been waiting. Julie?
I still haven't heard that last bit that you said, the last paragraph. Can you read it again in 2 parts so we can understand what it says?
Yeah, so the petition is a little tortuous initially, and the amendment is as well, so it's a little difficult. But are you in favor of authorizing the town of Wolfeboro to remove the selectmen as Board of Trustees? So that's one, just substantively. Two, if this article passes, it'll be the first step to creating a new 501c, which could reopen the re-envisioned experience and community asset, and then further that this new organization would assume future fundraising, and if this warrant article fails, the trustees slash select board may vote to proceed with the demolition process. So that's snapshots of the guts of it. I know it's tough
So
to
the
just...
last line is almost the same as the last line as we get up there.
It is.
Okay, that's where I
The
got
bottom
lost.
part of that is similar to this. The top part has been removed.
Yep, thank you.
Kathy Dragonfly, if I signed a petition and it came here and was so dramatically changed, I would not be for that petition anymore. And just to group this all in as the Libby does not make sense to me. What I think is that if we're waiting for the hearings in the spring, that we should wait and not do this at all. But all of this, in my mind, comes back to the Board of Selectmen not caring and maintaining our buildings. Linda's been in for 20 years. Dave's been in for 16 years. This is an obligation. This is not a choice. The town has a moral and financial fiduciary responsibility to both the collection and the building. It's time to fix it. You just can't keep saying, go away, go away, go away. The house is going to fall
So
down.
we're just on the amendment.
Yeah, I know, Randy, but, you know, it's 1 a.m. There is no transparency and there is no communication. It keeps coming back to the same thing. The Friends of the Libby Museum and the Board of Selectmen have had 15 reports. This has gone back to 1988. I don't understand why there's never any action. Why don't people sit down in a room and hammer this out? It changes constantly. Nothing gets done. Why should we even bother voting?
All right. Mike, and then Henry.
It's helpful if people remember the history of the Libby Museum. Things were done, money was spent. We spent over $1 million on the Libby Museum so far. It's not as if the Board of Selectmen have been sitting on their thumbs doing nothing for the last 50, 60, 70 years or so. But I have a question. Since the trusteeship of the Libby was adopted, or was taken on by the Board of Selectmen following a vote of the legislative body, we authorized the selectmen to tell the probate court to accept the offer of the trusteeship of the Libby according to Dr. Libby's will. Will this amendment, this article as amended, accomplish the release of that original legislative authority to the selectmen to accept the trusteeship?
No.
Then it's essentially moot. Well, I wouldn't say moot.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
They cannot essentially remove themselves as trustees unless the CTU and a court signs off on it.
So the wording in the amendment that refers to, I forget what it was, judicial arrangements or court things like, it was very difficult to understand what was read. But that wording does not accomplish the purpose that the petitioner wants to do.
I think the wording is anticipated to give the town's position as to whether or not the select board should try and get removed. But ultimately, it's going to be up to...
It's going to have to come back.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any last words?
Howard Lowe. I would think that this warrant article, the amendment, would be absolutely the most popular warrant article maybe ever in town. People are sick and tired of being asked to put money into this building, into this institution. If you have a possibility of a 501c3 stepping up to take it off your hands, hallelujah. I mean, it's about time. So I think it's an excellent solution. I know Suzanne has done great work lining up potential trustees and significant funding to make this happen. I think the CTU and the probate court would welcome the proposal that will result if the town citizens pass this amendment, and it's about time, overdue. Thank you.
Dave Bolduc. I think if you try and read between the lines or around the lines, the intent or the big intent of this article is to try and show the town governance and that there is support for this museum. The hope is to present this petition to the people of Wolfeboro and have them resoundingly say, we like this museum, we want this museum to stay. And the hope is that with this kind of feedback that the select board may understand how important this museum is to the town. I think that's the foundation of why this article is here.
Karen?
I remember sitting through a couple of meetings where people reported back on having tried contacting other museums in the state to see if they would be interested in assuming responsibility for the Libby, and nobody wanted to do it. So I really agree. I think this is a solution to a problem that people are willing to assume on the part of other people who want to keep the Libby Museum going forward, but the town has a different perspective on. So I see this as a win-win.
Sebastian?
Okay, so about the amendment, I'm in favor of the amendment. I'm also in favor of the petition, and I'd like to tell you why. I've been coming to Wolfeboro for 50 years, and as far back as I can remember, that building has been a landmark. I mean, when I come in I used to drive my mother-in-law to the Barnstormers. I knew I was in Wolfeboro when I hit the Libby. Now, I've been to the Libby. I've taken my kids to the Libby when they were young. It's a landmark. As I understand, it's also on the historic register. You can't just go down and bulldoze something that's on a historic register that's been a landmark for so many years. Now, I understand that, the board doesn't want to invest money into it. And I've also kind of talked to several of the board members, and I've gotten back yeah, we'd love to get rid of it. We'd love to have somebody else become the trustee. We would love to get out of this situation. Now, Suzanne has put forth an article that at least gets us started on that road. Yes, you're right. Until the CTU and the courts and everybody else says, okay, it's not going to happen. This is just the first step to keep the building in place and not get it bulldozed. I agree with what Suzanne's doing. I wholeheartedly endorse what Suzanne is doing, and I recommend that we vote this up.
All right, thank you. One more, and then we can move along.
I just would like clarification about something, both in the original language where it says, if the article doesn't pass, the trustees/board can demolish the building, or in the revised version it says may. I'm trying to understand, is this a warning to the people that the building could be torn down? Or is this language saying, you can do this, we're giving you permission? Because if that's the case, I think we better amend the amendment to make it clear that the people are not giving permission to tear down this gorgeous building that could be saved.
Randy? I can't tell you how many times we've changed that word, can, may, wanna, will not. So that's why...
You put the word may in.
That's why we use the word may, and then added with the demolition process of the building. There's a process, and the attorney just addressed that. If you want the process to be added to this, which is CTU and a judge, we could do that. I defer to the attorney. If this passes in March, can they just tear it down? Or do they have to go through the process?
Yeah.
Come on.
So I'm going to recognize Linda. Linda, you're up.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about when people say we aren't spending any money. I want to remind you that we did put out a warrant article in 2023. It was for $4 million. 2.2 million, or 55% of it, was paid by private donations, and it failed. We came back and asked for $350,000 to repair the building, and the voters said no. We have no money. We're trying to find a solution. So if you had given us permission to use that money, we would have had it and we could have done something, but we have nothing.
All right,
I don't want to get involved in that back and forth.
There's been a move to terminate debate on the amendment. No, I get everybody in the room in there. All those in favor of terminating debate, please say aye. Aye. So that's unanimous. All those opposed? None. All right, all those in favor of Suzanne's amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. So Suzanne, your amendment stands. Do you have any further discussion on Article 25? So your amendment is now what we're going to vote on.
Are we done with it?
If you sit down, we are.
I mean, it's going to go on the ballot?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
That's the idea. All right, so Article 25 will go on the ballot as it has been amended. Seeing no further discussion on Article 25, we will move to our last and final article, which is somewhat of a repeat of an earlier one conceptually, and that is Article 26, which says, to see if the town will restore the parking spaces only in the direction of travel on Main Street immediately after the crosswalk to support the safety setbacks at crosswalks. Doing so will maintain the safety of pedestrians while supporting essential parking spaces. It has no impact on the tax rate. It's been moved by... Lynn, want to move that? Okay, moved by Mrs. Waterman, seconded by Lynn. And Lynn, would you like to address this article?
Good morning. I've been dying to say that for an hour and a half. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say thank you to all of you, actually all of us that made it to this point, but and particularly for the 20 years and 16 years represented up there. Thank you for your citizenship. Introduction. Lynn Palmer, 38-year resident, voter, taxpayer. And I am also representing our Chamber Board of Directors and members in speaking on behalf of Petition Article 26. I am going to be brief. I don't have all the details that John brought and did all his homework. This is going to be short and sweet, and I think you're going to appreciate it, because at this point, we will let the citizens make their decision. We believe this is taking action, and I need my glasses here, sorry, in support of both safety and access in downtown. Allowing the open space before the crosswalk in the driving direction gives strong visibility for safety, while adding the space back for parking that follows the crosswalk and promotes essential parking for access to local businesses and citizens without sacrificing the safety factor. Also, I would like to share that often, and I do work in the downtown area and drive through the summer all the time, Paul. A lot of times you would see large service trucks like Cisco parked in the spots that were free over the crosswalk. Certainly not safe for people. You can't even use the crosswalk there. That's it. That's all I have to say. It's the end of the night, and I'm going to end it short and sweet.
Thank you, Ann.
Let the people
We
vote.
have some comment. Mr. Hodder.
Move the question.
You can see everyone on the crosswalk, Mike. You're tall.
You're not going to like me. I'd like to amend this article.
Okay.
I'd like to delete the first sentence in its entirety. So delete from "to see if the town" to the word "crosswalks."
And leaving it as doing so?
Leaving in "doing so" and substituting for the deleted text the following text: to see if the town will retain the parking spaces as presently striped on Main Street. That's basically the same as the original article.
Give me just one sec, Mike, to see if the town...
If we did this on 18 and 21, we should be able
So
to
you-
do this on 22 and 26.
Yeah. So to see if the town will...
Retain
Yeah.
the parking spaces as presently striped on Main Street.
As
Presently striped
presently striped.
on Main Street. Doing so, blah, blah, blah.
And then pick it up doing so.
Correct.
All right.
So
Is
this
there a-
basically
Is there a
repeats-
second to that amendment?
Second.
All right. So we understand what you're trying to do.
Yep.
Is there anybody want to weigh in on the amendment?
Here's what he just said.
I am absolutely against it because, in point of fact, that will undo the people's choice, which is why I was cut off and not given the option of amending the earlier article to reflect the current language of Article 26. So I absolutely object. I don't agree with the earlier article. I think this is the better one. And to take the language of this and just totally mangle it into the other article takes away all voter choice, and I disagree.
Carol?
I also disagree with his changes because I agree with this because, and I don't know when Paul goes downtown in the summer and finds all kinds of parking spaces because I drive down there in the winter at lunch and can't find a parking space to go to Bay Diner to eat. So for this,
So you're
not
against
for
the
his.
amendment? Lynn, we know you're against the amendment. I mean, it's pretty clear. We just want to vote on the amendment?
Yep.
All right. So all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All's opposed? No. So we're going to have to do cards on that. How many, so put up your hands if you're in favor of the amendment.
In favor of the amendment, that means you want to...
All right, so, and those that are opposed? All right, so the noes definitely have it, that amendment fails. Is there any further discussion on Article 26? Seeing nobody at the microphone, we'll leave that as it is. Is there any new business?
So if I have to stop my vehicle, even if I'm going like even below the speed limit because someone has decided that they're just going to start walking through the crosswalk, maybe this is a good idea to approach the lawyer about this. So am I liable for hitting someone who's in a crosswalk that I did not see starting to cross? And then am I also liable for causing an accident by braking really quickly? Cool, good chat.
All right, so it's been moved to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Pedestrian has right away. I think that was your driver's license, wasn't it?
Motion to adjourn is passed.